최고의 민영 통신사 뉴스원의 창립 10주년을 진심으로 축하드립니다.
앞으로도 더 발전하는 뉴스원이 되시기를 기원합니다.
그럼 지금부터
From now on, okay, let us begin the Global Bioforum 2021. I'm MC for this event. I'm Hwang Baekhyun. Global Bioforum began in 2017, and in an effort to nurture the bioindustry here in Korea, we have prepared this event. And now, the theme of this year's Bioforum is With Corona, the beginning of a new life. So, in this session, we are going to share the relevant information. Okay, to begin with, I'd like to invite Mr. Lee Baek-kyu, CEO of News1, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending the Global Bioforum 2021. I truly welcome all of you. I'm Lee Baek-kyu, CEO of News1. It's great to see you all. Thank you for sharing your time, even if it is quite early in the morning. Mr. Kim Gang-ri, the Minister of MFDS, Mr. Yoon Hyuk-taek, the Deputy Minister of Science and ICT, and Mr. Kim Min-seok, the Chairperson of National Assembly Health and Welfare Committee. Thank you very much for attending this event. Now it is a golden time to curb the COVID-19 virus. I hope this forum can be helpful in that effort. And Mr. Kim Gang-ri, in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, he has put in a substantial amount of effort to develop vaccines and treatments. He will, I'm sure, that make history in this regard. And Mr. Yoon Hyuk-taek, Deputy Minister of Science and ICT, he is going to provide a big help in the development of the Korea K-bio industry. Now, because we have the power of science, we are confident to overcome the current crisis and possible upcoming crises. The oral treatments have been developed in other countries, and it is now under approval process by MFDS. And I'm sure that next year, the K vaccine will be available for use worldwide. As you may know, this pandemic has brought about new opportunities for the K-bio industry. And SK and Samsung Biologics, they started the CMO business successfully for manufacturing of mRNA drugs. SK Bioscience early next year Okay, the company is planning to launch the first K vaccine next year. And the revenue of the company has increased by more than 70%. And they also extended the spectrum of new drugs, the advanced, including the anti-cancer drugs. And they successfully signed the 4 contracts for export of the advanced new drugs. Now it's time for K-Bio to take a step further to the global stage. In that regard, if MFDS can apply the fast track approval process for K-Bio companies, and that can be provided a further driving as a growth engine for the industry. For this year's Global Bio Forum, for the first time here in Korea, we have invited Mr. Robert Radford, the former CDC director, and he's going to join us online. And he's going to share his insight to what we should do to bring the with Corona era as early as possible. Lastly, I'd like to extend my special thanks to all the experts and professionals from home and abroad. News1 will continue its effort to promote this industry. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. So CEO Ibeki provided in opening remarks. Now we are going to turn to the congratulatory remarks. So Chairman Min Seo-kim of Health and Welfare Committee of National Assembly is now going to provide the congratulatory remarks. Let me invite him on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning. It's really nice to meet you. I think it is the right time and right place. We are having this the meaningful event. Thank you very much, News1, for having this the event. So I feel that it is quite a long time since we have gathered together to have this kind of meeting, and we have been meeting to each other, Zoom or the outline. So it's been 2 years since we were not able to gather together. But I'd like to extend my thanks to all of you who are patiently waiting for this time to happen. So recently, I had a meeting with the minister. So we shared the letters from the Davos Forum. So next year, Davos Forum theme is the bio. We suggest that we can have a Davos Forum in Seoul with the topic of bio. So we have a regional forum and also the bio, the experiences. So it is kind of fitting for us to have this the forum. So, but I understand that the Davos is not going to have a regional forum. It is very meaningful, appropriate, but the for Korea to take a kind of aggressive and active role in taking the lead of the theme for a global community, and then we can have a kind of the meeting and forum with the topic of bio. So yes, we have the same the sense of problem about this bio issue, and also that has been agreed by the global community. So raising our own voice in a global community is important, and also it is only natural to raise certain issues on the global stage. So that's why I am mentioning that it is very apt to have this kind of meeting. Still, the world is suffering from the COVID-19, though we came up with a vaccine. So I believe that we are not sure whether we are going to end this the COVID-19. We need to address the fundamental issue. So Korea was not able to get a vaccination, develop our own vaccine against COVID-19. But in terms of the contribution to the global community, in terms of the health and welfare, I guess it plays a critical role. For the past 2 years, the South Korea kind of has the golden opportunity to be spotlighted and highlighted in terms of a bio industry. So in terms of a nurturing manpower, Korea, it is highly likely to have a kind of the conference or meeting to train the manpower personnel for the bio industry. So what Korea needs to go is that is to address the international the infectious disease prevention and quarantine measures where the international community was not able to fully cope with. So from that perspective, I believe the themes that we are going to have talk about is very much appropriate because we can look at these issues from outside perspective, also from the insider's perspective. So I think it's very timely to have this conference. So I think we don't have to have the bio forum through the Davos venue. Rather, we can muster our wisdom and effort for this global bio forum. Once again, I'd like to send my thanks to all those working in this conference for also bio industry. So we need to go beyond as this industry. So we will expand our footprint in the IT and also automobile. So three major new industry, we can become a driving force and also make it certain substantive growth. Let me conclude the remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Min-Seo Kim, for your message. He mentioned that it's the right time for K-Bio to take a leap forward for the next 5 to 6 years. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Kang Kim, the Minister of Food and Drug Safety. Please welcome him for his congratulatory remarks. Hello everyone, I'm Kang Kim, the Minister of the Food MFDS. We have a lot more people in this hall compared to last year. It's been almost 1 year. However, still we cannot see your bare face because we should wear our masks and there are some partitions on the tables. I'm very sorry about the current situation. However, with this forum, I think we can share positive messages, and those positive messages played a positive role for the development of K-Bio industry. So in that sense, I'd like to extend my special thanks to all the people who put together this event today. Bio industry, there is a saying that it takes a village to raise a child. So everyone's effort is required for the development of especially the bio industry. Appropriate laws and regulations are required, and a proper budget should be allocated to support the K-Bio industry. The legal environment, the appropriate legal environment should be established as well. The Ministry of Science and ICT, Ministry of Industry, and there are other relevant ministries. And the collaboration among these ministries are important as well in support of the K-Bio industry. Okay, those ministries are supporting us, supporting the K-Bio industry. However, the MFDS, I think, we played the devil. Which means that we sometimes had to put a control on the business track of K-bio industry. However, having experienced the COVID-19 pandemic, I actually witnessed the big potential of K-bio. I'm going to speak on this in two aspects. First, the development of LDS injector. In the process of development of the injector, it was, maybe you may say that it was a relatively small outcome. However, in the process of obtaining approval, not only in Korea, but in the US, we provided full support. Actually, in a usual time, it is not easy to make such kind of a decision. However, it was unusual time. So, to get the final approval from FDA, it took only just 1 month, which was unprecedented. Many companies are now developing vaccines and new drugs. Actually, in usual development process of new drugs, if MFDS can play a role as a consulting agency, I believe that we can accelerate the development pace. And by doing so, the industry will think K-Bio, the ministry, MFDS, is like their friends or their big supporter. And second, we need to present the relevant guidelines in advance. In the case of SK Bio, which is now in the clinical trial phase 3 of the clinical trial of the vaccine, this year, early this year, we thought that, of course, the process, if we just follow the traditional process, then we will not be able to see the outcome earlier. So we thought that we should try further, make further to accelerate the process. In the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, the vaccine developers, we should solve the problems, the concerns of vaccine developers. So we communicated with experts home and abroad, and we intensively discussed the possible ways to accelerate the process. So MFDS suggested the guidelines to the private companies so that the private companies can minimize the risks and continue to make investment and development. We did so because we want to be a stepping stone for them. We want to help them. So, in the overall development process, we try to minimize the regulation risks and provide preemptive support to the industry. I believe that is the role of the regulatory authority. Experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic, the national risks, we learned this. We learned what would be the appropriate role of the regulatory authorities. The National Assembly, the industry, and the clinical field all should put their hands to come up with a better idea. And now, risks or regulations is no longer the risks. Actually, the regulations can provide support or help for people in the field. In this regard, we will try to complement the current regulations and to go further in the same direction. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, the Minister. Now we're going to turn to the first Vice Minister of Ministry of Science and ICT, Mr. Hong Taek-young. He's attending this event. Let me invite him on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hong Taek-young. I'm a first Vice Minister of Ministry of Science and ICT of Korea. First of all, I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the Global Bioforum 2021. And also, I'd like to extend my thanks to the CEO, Becky Lee of News1 for organizing this event. Also, I'd like to thank the Chairman Min Seok Kim, Health and Welfare Committee, and also the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, Mr. Gang-nip Kim. Thank you. So, bio industry has a greater influence, which has also ripple effects in the many other industries. So right now we have many representatives from the companies. So as a minister of the Ministry of Science and ICT, we are going to strongly support you. So you are from these three major industries. First, we are going to address the convergence of bio and digital. The novel drugs takes a lot of time and also effort and cost. But recently, bio has become combined with the big data and AI, so the time and cost has been reduced explosively. So as we accumulated data, also AI learn fast. So biodigital platform is going to be smarter and smarter. So second thing is the digital cure and treatment. Metaverse and AI VR, those software are curing or treating the patients. So digital treatment has less the side effects compared to the existing one, and also real-time monitoring. We can also provide a personalized the treatment that has a big difference. So against just a time change, we need to quickly respond to the time change and then provide the guidelines. So that has been quickly made by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. So I'd like to thank the MFDS. And also third thing is that artificially designing system, synthetic biology has emerged. So the gene, the interpretation, paradigm shifted from the gene interpretation to the gene synthetics. So medical and chemistry and energy are using this in synthesis. So that is also triggering the innovation in relevant industry. So, in the synthetic biology and the synthetic technique has been also categorized as a strategic technology in many other countries, including US. So it has a great importance nowadays. So looking forward, the Ministry of Science and ICT is going to quickly respond to the changes and also provide support systematically or financially with an aggressive the spirit. So we are going to I'd like to ask your attention to the changes of the time and then also support relevant industry. Once again, I'd like to congratulate you on the opening of the Global Bioforum 2021, and I wish you health and success. Thank you very much.
Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Young, for your congratulatory remarks. Now, let us begin the main session. Before starting the session, all the participants are fully vaccinated in this hall. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Roberto Rutherford, former CDC director. He's going to make a keynote speech on with COVID-19, how will our daily lives change and how will treatments and vaccines be applied. As he is in other country, he is going to join us via Zoom.
Thank
Hello?
you very much.
Hello, Dr.
It's
Robert
a,
Redfield.
it's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
It's
Please.
hard to believe that almost 2 years ago, 27 cases of an unspecified pulmonary illness were first recognized in Wuhan, China. Within weeks, it was referred to that this new pathogen was a SARS-like pathogen. And the initial public health response throughout the world was based on the original public health response to SARS.
Excuse me, sir.
The SARS outbreak was recognized, as you all know, back in 2003. This virus came from bats to an interment host, the civet cat, and then went in to cause human cases. It's important to note, though, that SARS never really learned how to go efficiently from human to human. And so as we reflect on SARS today, that original outbreak caused less than 3,000 cases that were confirmed, although it had a high mortality, about 9%. The key to SARS and the key to MERS that followed later was that these viruses cause symptomatic disease. And as such, the public health response really focused on identifying symptomatic disease and doing isolation and contact tracing, quarantine around them to bring the outbreak to an end. And as many of you can recall, the SARS outbreak was really brought to an end by 2004. As COVID unfolded, the initial response that was developed really followed the SARS playbook. It focused on containment by identifying symptomatic individuals, isolating them, identifying contacts, and then monitoring them for symptoms, and then testing those who developed symptoms. The problem was, as we look back, COVID-19 is not SARS-like. Of the initial 14 cases that I had to confront in the United States in January and early February as CDC director, as we diagnosed them, we identified over 800 contacts that were viewed to be at risk for transmission. Only 2 of those individuals were actually diagnosed of having COVID-19. Now, how that was done was those contacts were evaluated for symptoms and followed for symptoms. And if they developed symptoms, they were evaluated and they were tested. If they didn't develop symptoms, they weren't tested. So at the very beginning, we saw an outbreak that seemed to be very poorly transmissible, very much like SARS. It was basically 2 out of 800 contacts. But again, the problem is that COVID is not SARS. And so one of the first points I want to just make for all of us, because we'll come down this path again, as you hear towards the end of my talk, we have to be very careful that we don't scientifically jump to conclusions before we have evidence. COVID-19 was an original new pathogen. And it turns out that its dominant mode of transmission is not symptomatic. It's asymptomatic. And asymptomatic transmission is quite common. So the strategies that were really originally developed around the world, including us at the CDC and in the United States, that were based on containment based on identifying symptoms and getting those individuals isolated, doing contact tracing around those symptoms, it really wasn't going to work. We really didn't understand early on who had COVID-19 and who didn't. The real key at that time was, of course, the ability to recognize that asymptomatic transmission was driving this pandemic. And as such, expanded recurrent testing really was the tool that we had, potentially combined with mitigation, like masking, social distancing, and hand washing. We could attempt not to contain the epidemic, but we could attempt to potentially slow the epidemic as the scientific community, groups like your own, K-Bio and others, work to develop key countermeasures to prevent and treat COVID-19. we rapidly realized that mitigation steps such as face coverings, social distancing, and hand hygiene really were now not important just for those people with symptomatic disease, but it really was important for all because we really didn't know who was carrying COVID, who could transmit COVID, and who couldn't. Developing increased testing capacity and increased ability to identify the asymptomatic infections and remove them from the transmission cycle became fundamentally key to the early public health response. This is an area that I just really want to take a moment to congratulate South Korea. You all were ahead of the curve on this for the whole world. South Korea had learned from their 2015 MERS outbreak when it was initiated by an elderly individual who returned from the Middle East, later leading to 186 cases, if I recall, and about 39 deaths, and a significant impact on your economy, your schools during that original outbreak. South Korea committed itself to developing testing infrastructure and private-public partnerships, which I believe, as you've seen tonight from the introductions that we just heard, you'd put those in place, which were so important to increase the diagnostic capability for outbreaks. And when COVID-19 occurred, you really were the one nation in the world which was more prepared than any other the nations. And it really was because of that private sector, public sector partnership. Most of the other countries, after SARS and after MERS, most of them really stayed on the sidelines. Most of the diagnostic companies basically didn't get into COVID when it started because the last two times they had a coronavirus outbreak, the outbreaks ended before there was any market for their diagnostic test. And so really the one notable exception was South Korea. And I think you all should take great pride in that. I congratulate South Korea for bringing that expanded testing and diagnosis to bear from the onset. You'll see as I finish my presentation this evening, it's so critical that many, many more nations follow that example. You demonstrated that with expanded testing and effective engagement of the private sector, you could actually be positioned to have an effective critical COVID response. As I kind of move forward and look forward, I kind of look at what are the key opportunities coming forward for K-Bio, the private sector, industry, governments, and there are some really important ones that we need to focus on. We do need to have expanded capacity for the development of rapid, home point of care testing, be able to respond to new pandemics. Truth is, we need it for this pandemic. That really one of the only ways, and I know Korea is starting to see new cases. My own country is in the fourth surge. Many people felt that after we developed vaccines, that after that occurred, that we'd have this behind us. Well, that's not true. One of the big fallacies about COVID-19 is this concept of herd immunity. I don't believe as a virologist, and that's what I am, that herd immunity is reality for COVID-19. Because the immunity that's induced by natural infection is short-lived, and the immunity that's induced by the current vaccines is short-lived. And so we constantly have a dynamic situation where people are protected, then they're susceptible, then protected, then they're susceptible, they're protected, then they're susceptible. And we have now, as you know, continued pandemic. And we in our own nation are in the fourth wave of this pandemic. And we'll come back to that. But clearly the biotechnology industry and developing and following the model that Korea did after the MERS outbreak in 2015 of really building capacity to rapidly expand the ability to bring diagnostics to bear to respond to pandemics is fundamentally critical. I don't want to, though, miss the point. It's still critical for this pandemic. We have to have tools that can identify the asymptomatic infected individual. And we have to be able to let that individual know that they need to get out of the transmission pool. And I don't know how we're going to do that when you have high transmission or moderate transmission in the absence of recurrent routine testing, which is substantial. I happen to be the senior public health advisor for the governor in Maryland right now. And we recognize that silent asymptomatic transmission is really a problem. And one of our responses is to get the K through 12 students in our schools, which now equals about 750,000 individuals, and how to enroll them into being tested twice a week so that we can define within the classroom who's infected and who isn't. You can see that's an enormous requirement on expanded testing capacity. The second area that I think is probably, in my view, one of the most important areas for the biotech community to successfully address, in partnership with the public regulators, which you all seem to have a good relationship in Korea, is we need a diagnostic test that can tell people if they're no longer protected. Or the flip side is, are they protected? Do they have immunity? The fact that we're now trying to determine when to give additional injections of vaccine to people based on the day they got the vaccine is extremely suboptimal. My wife and I got vaccinated side by side. We're both 70, same lot, literally very next person. And as we were getting ready for our booster, I suggested that we should get an idea of how well we've responded to the original 2 vaccines that we got. And my wife had an excellent response on a semi-quantitative spike protein antibody test that it's out of Roche or LabCorp. And I basically I didn't have any detectable antibody. And yet, if you did by date of immunization, we were saying we were equal. We're not equal. There's a huge need to develop validated tests to determine immunity, whether it's natural immunity from infection or whether it's immunity that's developed from vaccination. Both of it's important to determine when you need to have additional vaccinations. We'll come back to the vaccine and its limitation, but it really is important. And I know you've done such great work in your biotech industry on diagnostics, clearly developing and validating an immunity test that can either define that you're not immune, which might be a simpler approach from a regulatory perspective, or that what the threshold of immunity is of a effector mechanism is for you to define immunity. But this is a big, big, big limitation right now. And it really is, in my view, unfortunate that we're in the second year, about to go in the third year, and we are deciding who needs a vaccine based on the day they got the vaccine, not on how their body responded and the effector mechanisms. The third area that I think is an enormous opportunity, as you know, is expanded treatment. A lot of people believed, and I was part of Operation Warp Speed and the board of Operation Warp Speed, and I'm very proud of what we accomplished in 7 months, working with the private sector to bring new vaccines into the game, both Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, and then the British brought in AstraZeneca. All 4 of those vaccines we originally selected to develop back in May, and basically 3 of the 4 of them were approved somewhere within 7 months, and 4 of them were approved within 8 months. And you've got additional vaccines coming, protein-based vaccines, which I'm a strong advocate for. You know, Novavax, for example, and then you have GSK and Sophie Pasteur working together on one. And I heard in the introductions that you all are working on your vaccine. But clearly, developing improvement for treatment is really critical. Looking at better delivery systems for monoclonal antibodies and antibody therapy, increasing the pace of development for direct acting antivirals, particularly as we look at some of the advancements that we've seen so far, looking at how to combine different antivirals to get better outcome, learning where these antivirals need to be positioned and where these monoclonal antibodies need to be positioned. So it's very clear that I did that for most of my life, I'm sorry, that COVID-19 really has 2 phases of illness. One is a viral-driven phase, and one is a cytokine host response phase. And we need to develop therapies for both phases. Clearly, the antivirals, the monoclonal antibodies, the antibody therapy really is going to be important in the first phase of this infection. Understanding how to best combine that with anti-inflammatory cytokine storm therapy for individuals that are hospitalized is going to be critical. But vaccines, I think, are wide open. Yes, there's been success with Operation Warp Speed. Yes, I think a lot of people suggested that it wasn't going to be possible to develop a vaccine within a year. This is why it's, again, important for the innovation within the biotech industry not to necessarily listen to some of the establishment. I was in these rooms, I'm not going to name names, but it was very clearly stated that no vaccine could be developed within less than, say, 3 years. And all I know is we had seven of them. I mean, that we had 3 of them developed within 7 months. And part of it was putting down the mission to develop a vaccine. The second part was the private-public partnership that we talked about, where the government had its role. Obviously, it had a financial role. It had the role to potentially allow industry to have access to raw materials by what we have in our country is called the Defense Production Act, so that certain countries got access to raw materials that they needed independent of other companies. But I think the most important thing that we did was after the phase 2 trials showed that the product was safe and immunogenic, the US government chose with those companies to go ahead and purchase 100 million doses of the vaccine sight unseen, so that those companies had the resources they needed to build manufacturing capability, so that if their vaccine did work, when the FDA said that it did work, they would have already had that product produced, and they already would have the manufacturing being done, so that truthfully, can't come December, these companies already had 100 million doses to begin the process. The normal way it would have been done is you'd have to wait till the phase 3 trials are over, and then you'd have to wait till our regulatory agency or your regulatory agency approves it. And then those companies would go back and figure out how they were going to manufacture it. So I do think there was some really unique things done. But the vaccines that we have right now, while important, while they clearly are efficacious, they're clearly safe, they clearly work, they do have a significant limitation. They're non-durable. So that if you look at, say, the J&J vaccine, our FDA has now recently recommended that if you receive that vaccine and you're more than 2 months out, you need to get an additional vaccine. We now know that if you got Pfizer or Moderna and you're now 6 months out, the vaccination protection is waning, so that you now need to get an additional injection. Goes back to the immunity test. How do you monitor when I need the 4th injection or the 5th injection or the 6th injection? It also shows the industry there's a real opportunity here to try to create vaccines that have the ability to have greater durability. You know, I suspect that COVID-19, natural infection, when I get it, it doesn't induce a long-term durable immunity. It's short-term. Now, what's that immunological defect? All of us can postulate. I suspect there's obviously a defect in T cell help, so that you don't get a durable, humoral response. Although I happen to have my own bias that the humoral response is probably the more important vector mechanism that protects me. If I don't have an effective T cell response, I have non-durability. This is an important area. We have over 6 billion people in our world that we need to figure out how to get immunized. And right now, it looks as though we have to figure out how to get them immunized at least twice a year. That's a huge, huge, huge hurdle. But it also is an opportunity scientifically to continue and not feel that we have all the vaccines on the table. A lot of people felt that once we got a vaccine, and you even heard the phrase from J&J, one and done, that this was over. It's not over. We're in our fourth surge in the United States. We have very highly vaccinated populations in many states, and yet these states are having significant surges of the pandemic. That vaccination alone is not going to control this pandemic. You know, aggressive access to lots of testing to identify silently infected people, it's really needed. Maintaining mitigation in the right form is really important. Developing antivirals that work at different stages of the infections are going to be critical. So we're a long way from having the tools that we need to confront. I happen to believe that we as a society need to know how to confront this epidemic in a smart and responsible way that doesn't basically define that we just stop everything we're doing. I was never an advocate in my country for closing our schools. I thought it was a mistake. I thought what we needed to do was learn how to keep our schools open in a safe and responsible way. I would say the same thing about economy. I don't believe we need to close economies. I think we just need to learn how to keep them open in a safe and responsible way. But this durability of vaccine-induced immunity is important. I give one example. I said that I'm the senior advisor of public health for the governor of the state of Maryland. If you look at the last 2 months in Maryland, and remember now, many people in Maryland are now fully immunized. If you look at that, about a third of all new infections I see every day in Maryland, infections, are among fully vaccinated people. So that being fully vaccinated, the way it's defined by the initial series, is not protecting a third of Marylanders from infection. And I think there's good data to show that if you're vaccinated and infected, or you're not vaccinated and infected, the ability of this virus to replicate in your nasal pharynx is very similar. So you would have to then assume that there may be equivalence in transmission, although there may be shorter duration if you're vaccinated, but there's no difference in the peak virus that seems to be produced. So I think that's important. A lot of people say, yeah, but then if you get infected and you're fully vaccinated, you won't get as sick. Well, at least in the state of Maryland, about a third of all people being hospitalized today are fully vaccinated. Again, telling me that the vaccine's not the only thing we need right now. We need more than just vaccine, or we need better and better and better vaccines. All these vaccines are important and they do work. And most sadly for me personally, and I had the privilege of serving in the Army when Colin Powell was in the Army, we're having many people now that are fully vaccinated that are in fact actually dying. So in the state of Maryland recently, it was 35 to 42% of all the people that died in the state were actually people that were fully vaccinated. Now, yes, these are people that are older. Yes, these are people that have comorbidities. This is not to say if you're 35 years old and you're healthy and you're fully vaccinated that you have a significant risk. But it is to say if you're 75 years old and fully vaccinated and might have hypertension and diabetes or be a little overweight, that you can have significant risks. And it's just to underscore for all of you how important it is for the commitment to continue to develop better and better, more durable vaccines so that these vaccines can become more of what we all had hoped originally, not only that they would save lives, they're efficacious and they're safe, which is true for all of them, but that they also, once we got them in the population, we could put this pandemic behind us. I wanted to make a few comments before I finish about future, because that's what I was asked about the future. The first thing I want to say about the future, and some people may find this hard to hear, but again, remember my training is I'm a virologist. That's what I spent my life doing. You know, it turns out that the United States happened to have a CDC director at the time of the greatest pandemic in 100 years, who happened to be a virologist when we had a viral pandemic. And I will tell you that COVID-19 is here to stay. People that think that COVID-19 might be going away. It may be something we can put behind us. The reality is COVID-19 is here to stay. What we can do is learn how to build better and better tools to confront it. What we can do is learn how to use the public tools we have so that the COVID pandemic doesn't take away our economy, doesn't take away our education for our children. This is where I talk about learning how to confront COVID in a safe and responsible way, but doesn't equal just broad shutdowns. The other thing, but it's here to stay. And I don't think it's going to be behind us. The second thing is when people ask me, can I predict what's going to happen? And some very prominent people have been on television in my country predicting that we wouldn't have a fourth surge. They were positive it wasn't going to happen. Well, guess what? We're in the middle of a fourth surge. What I'm going to say is I can't predict this virus. It's so highly infectious. It's so highly infectious. And the fact that it's so highly infectious and it's so highly transmissible allows it to infect people and infect more people and infect more people and replicate. And in doing that, it allows it to continue to evolve, to change. You know, it's interesting. If you look at SARS or MERS, there's very little variant evolution. Well, why is that? Well, because it doesn't replicate well in man, doesn't transmit well in man. This virus, when it entered the human, and I suspect it entered earlier than when I first recognized the first 27 cases at the end of December, but the reality within, let's just say, even if it started in September, the reality is within months it infected throughout the world. Infected millions of people, not millions, hundreds of millions of people. This is a highly infectious virus. And as it infects humans, what it is gives itself the capacity to do is to change, to evolve. I wish I was back in my office because I could show you, I follow the variants, but for COVID-19. And I probably now have about 600 pages, 700-page document, single spaced of individual variants. This virus is changing all the time. And luckily, most of the variants don't end up dominating, but the original variant, Wuhan, was eventually dominated by the UK variant, which then was eventually dominated by the Delta variant. And the Delta variant's a pretty formidable variant. It replicates well in humans. It transmits very well. But I would predict that there will be a variant that will knock the Delta variant off the top of the heap. And when that variant happens, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. We should also anticipate that now that we're under vaccine pressure, that these variants are now also going to start to evolve, not just by natural transmission. These variants are going to start to evolve based on the ability to escape vaccine-induced immunity. And we need to be prepared for that, because I think that's what's going to happen. As we develop antivirals, and they're coming, you know, a couple are in advance, one's approved now in the UK, the other's coming, but there's going to be many more. I'm familiar with a number of very exciting antivirals that are coming down the market, or coming down the advanced clinical development. And it's very likely, like we've seen in other antivirals, that as those antivirals get positioned, what's going to happen is the virus will evolve to be able to escape those antivirals. So it's just to come back to what I said at the beginning of the future, is COVID is part of the scientific challenge. I agree with the comment that was made by one of the introductory speakers. Science is extremely powerful. COVID-19, I think, has shown how powerful that can be. And we need to maintain that power of science as we apply it to continue to confront what I do believe is going to be an evolution of a pathogen that's going to continue to challenge us. But I'm confident that science and our private-public partnerships that we develop can confront these successfully, and it will be very key from that point of view. I also want to say that as I look at this, you can say the same about therapy in terms of antibody therapy and vaccines. I mentioned that, but I want to close with something that you all did in 2015. The real key right now is to develop the private-public partnerships that we need to make in our countries. And I'd like to say the world at large, but I think at least if our countries are doing it, is we need to prepare for the next pandemic. It's kind of what you all decided to do about diagnostics after the MERS outbreak that you had in 2015. The reality is today we have a huge threat. We've always had it. It's basically evolution. I know when I became CDC director, my biggest concern that kept me up at night was that we were going to have a new bird flu pandemic. It was going to evolve and it was going to be devastating, as we've seen other bird flu pandemics become. Now we have the additional challenge. I don't think it's controversial. The additional challenge is there's a lot of science that's been going on since around 2012, where certain scientific experiments are done, where they're actually increasing what we call gain of function. So they're looking at viruses to see how they can become more pathogenic. Now, the purpose is to make sure you develop countermeasures so that you can defend against them. But I do think we have now two threats. One is natural evolution, and one is whether science basically looks at some of this gain of function research and accidentally has difficulty with it. It's really, I think, an important area that we really get prepared for the next pandemic. My highest concern remains that the world is primed for a bird flu pandemic, evolving from evolution out of nature, but basically spreading around the world very quick. I'm hopeful that the COVID experience has energized and motivated many to become more prepared for the next pandemic. Some of the areas that I want to mention, it was already said by one of your introductory speakers. The first one that's so important is to invest in platform technology that can be pushed into a new pandemic. A great example was the mRNA technology. What a huge advancement that is for our ability to be prepared for the next pandemic. But you could say the same for monoclonal antibody technology to make sure you have that capacity, or you could say the same for rapid pathogen detection capabilities to make sure you have that. It's really important that we invest in that significantly. Most countries, most companies, most private-public partnerships basically aren't investing ahead of the game. They invest after the problem starts, and that's too late. The second thing I would just say is to build on what you've already done. And I'm proud of what I've learned about Korea in the 2015 MERS and subsequent decisions you made. You got to really build private-public partnerships that are going to be able to provide the resources to be able to have timely capacity to respond and build diagnostics, build counter measures such as treatment and vaccines. That has to be in place, right? And the last thing I would just mention, and I say this from my colleague that I'll get to meet in a minute, who's the head of your CDC, I have a lot of respect for him, is we need to overinvest in public health infrastructure and capacity. My country has a very limited capacity for public health infrastructure. I tried as CDC director to be an advocate that we finally bring into the United States the public health infrastructure, not only that this nation needs, but its citizens deserve. I can tell you that we're not investing in public health infrastructure. I happen to believe, and I'll close with this, that the greatest threat to many of our nations are not what we would view as defense issues with the military, but the greatest threat that our nations really have are the public health threats that can hit our nations, and we should invest in them proportionally. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I hope some of my comments are useful. And I just want to again acknowledge my sincere respect and for the efforts that Korea and the partnership between the Korean government and the biotech community in Korea have shown in their response to COVID, and set an example for many other parts of the world, which I hope we all now recommit ourselves to really develop the critical redundant capacity that we're going to need. I don't think I'm wrong when I say COVID's with us for the duration. And sadly, I don't think I'm wrong when I say the world's in line for a major bird flu pandemic in the next decade, and we need to get prepared. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. 기조 발표해 주신 로버트 레드필드 국장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, so, for your wonderful presentation. Please stay with us.
다음은 질병관리본부장님을 역임하신 정기석 한림대 의대 교수님께서
So now,
오셔서 로버트 레드필드
we're going to invite the Professor Ki Seok-jung of Pulmonary and Hanlim University Sacred Heart Hospital. Please welcome the professor on the stage.
Dr. Robert Redfield, please concede the discussion with Professor Ki Seok-jung.
Hi, Dr. Redfield. It's great to see you, and thank you very much for your intriguing lecture and very stimulating perspective. I totally agree with next pandemic will be bird flu because when I was serving as director of KCDC from 2015 until 2016, I was trying very hard to prevent the bird flu infection in our country. And you, in your lecture, you have raised several very important things, being asymptomatic cases that you have lost proper chances to prevent all the infection. And you have also emphasized the durability of vaccines. So it's quite promising that for Korea, we could have any chance to develop very durable vaccines for all people. And also, you were quite worrying about the emergence of variants. So if the variants are stronger than Delta variants will appear, then what do we do? Now, I would like to, after having your lecture, I have loads of queries, questions, and to be discussed. But the time is limited. Afterwards, for about 25 minutes or so, I'd like to raise some questions, and I'd like to get your great opinion on that. First of all, the vaccine, most vaccines were developed in US, the Pfizer, Moderna, Novavax, and J&J. And despite that, I find that many Americans are not still believing in effective vaccine. So the vaccine compliance is not very high compared to many European countries and also Korea and Japan as well. So what do you think is the main obstacle to get the people vaccinated in US? And do you have any other strategy to improve the vaccination rate in your country?
You know, this is a critical question. When I became CDC director, one of the big things I was trying to push was to not leave vaccines on the shelf. So we were dealing with flu, and I had a nation that at best had 45 to 50% of people took a flu vaccine. Among African Americans, it was under 40%, and among our Hispanics, it was under 30%. And, you know, and this was a vaccine, even though people may not think flu is such a big deal, in the 10 years before I became CDC director, it killed 360,000 Americans. So I was trying to educate people, don't leave the vaccine on the shelf. Now, I'm happy that I made some progress. I got the, up to about 50%, and African Americans over 40, and Hispanics in the mid 30s. But a majority of Americans did not embrace the flu vaccine. Now, some of that is because the efficacy of the flu vaccine is in the best of years has been limited. We need a better flu vaccine. But vaccine hesitancy in my nation is a real threat. At the beginning of COVID vaccine program, I highlighted it as our number one obstacle. It wasn't producing the vaccine or 100 million, is how are we going to get people, if we have the vaccine, to take it? I think there's a couple issues right now with vaccine hesitancy that has been amplified. One is we're not a very innovative nation, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but if you ask the average American, do they want to do something that's brand new? They kind of like things that have been around for a while. So I do think the messenger RNA technology, which I do believe is so important and is going to really revolutionize not just vaccines, but medicine in general. We'll be delivering lots of medicines through this technology. But there's a lot of skepticism still in my country. So that's why I'm a big advocate for the protein-based vaccines like Novavax to get on the market, which are old technology that's been around for decades. But that's really it. The hesitancy is a problem. I do think as we've moved our vaccines in our country last week to children 5 to 11, and now we're now from 5 all the way up. I've predicted that in the state of Maryland, the vaccine will only be taken by about 30% of the children. Parents are going to wait. But I do think this is a big issue. And you guys are far ahead of us in Korea. I think there's just historical distrust, particularly of government, that somehow gets amplified. You can argue different ways, and the current administration's position is to mandate these vaccines. There are other people that think by mandating the vaccines at the federal level, you're going to reinforce distrust. But it's a big problem, and you're right. I think we're going to have, among the highly vulnerable people, those people over 65, we're doing much better. Like in the state of Maryland, I think we have 92% of people vaccinated that are over 65. But we need to get everybody vaccinated because it's the non-vulnerable people that are maintaining the transmission cycle. People have different points of view how to accomplish it. I'd be interested in your thoughts, your recommendations for consideration, because right now we do have a significant problem in this country for vaccine hesitancy. And I don't see a path where we're going to resolve it. I think we're going to end up with somewhere between 70 and 80% of the American people accepting the vaccine and 20% to 30% not accepting the vaccine. And we're not going to get control of this pandemic with that kind of response. I'm hopeful that the protein-based vaccines might change that a little. I'm hopeful that with the next generation vaccines that are more durable might change it. But it's a big issue in my country.
Well, thank you. Luckily, we have less vaccine hesitancy in Korea because of a national immunization program has been operating for quite a long time. So I think it's a kind of a cultural and a social environmental issue that
It's really important. Yeah, it's important what you say. And I give one example before I move on that subject is when I was CDC director, one of the things my first things I had to confront was a measles outbreak throughout my country. You may remember, I was shocked to go into some schools in this country where less than 25% of the kids were immunized against measles.
Right.
Because the PTA and the parents' committees felt that these vaccines shouldn't be used.
Right. Yeah, we sometimes have a measles outbreak. This is a very small one because all our kids are equipped with armamented with vaccines, MMR. Next, I'd like to ask about the booster because you have mentioned and emphasized the durability of a vaccine. So in Korea, we are going to have a booster vaccine, which is a third vaccine. What's your perspective on next booster? Because if we have to get a booster twice a year, many people will be sick of getting a vaccination. Once I heard that CEO of Pfizer said from now on, after the booster shot, they'll be gonna only one shot per year will be allowed or will be expected. So what's your think on that? Are we going to get a booster shot continuously?
Yeah, I think this is a really, really, really important question. I think you and I are scientists. I think it has to be defined by data. And that data to me is by measuring people's immunity to COVID as opposed to the day they got vaccinated. That's why I think the immunity test is going to be so important. I think, you and I could postulate, is going to last longer a little, but you and I could also postulate that it's going to last shorter because it could be tachyphylactic or it could be the same. I think there's a real probability until there's improved durability by different vaccines. And the problem with the messenger RNA vaccines is you and I really can't reformulate them. The beautiful thing about a protein vaccine is you and I can adjuvant them in many different ways to formulate them in a way that may do greater durability. I think the messenger RNA vaccines, they've given us what they're going to give us. They saved a lot of lives. They're great vaccines, but they have one limitation. They're non-durable. I think the same thing with the adenovector vaccines. They're going to have challenges because you and I, if we use a carrier virus and we have to do it 1, 2, 3, 4 times, our immune system is going to impact the replication dynamics of that carrier virus. So I happen to have a lot of hope for the protein vaccines that they may be able to build on mRNA and then give us greater durability. I do believe, we should anticipate that we're going to need to be reboosted every 6, every 4 to 8 months, every 6 to 12 months. But I would rather base that on knowing what the protective immune effectors are for COVID, whether you're naturally infected or vaccinated, and being able to measure it. So, my wife probably didn't need to be boosted last week, but I probably should have been boosted a month earlier. I didn't have any antibody against spike protein. My wife still had a pretty good antibody level. So I think that's what we're going to need, but I think boosters are going to be critical. In the absence of data, I happen to agree with the current approach, which is to boost rather than wait. I tried to get my governor to look at this back in June, in which he did. And I went into our nursing homes and we looked at people that were completed their vaccination by April, because I was worried that about 10% of them may no longer have detectable antibody against the spike protein. And we did a large study to look at them, and we found out I was wrong. It wasn't 10% no longer had antibody, it was 30% no longer had antibody. And that helped him understand that we're going to boost our highly vulnerable patients. And then eventually there was a greater public debate. And as you know, the United States last week, CDC and the FDA, in my view, finally recommended boosters for everybody. So I think it's going to be a way of life until someone, and this is great. I'm glad to hear CryoBio is getting into the vaccine business. This is a real opportunity to build more durable vaccines. We need more durable vaccines.
Well, thank you. You have also mentioned about the cell-mediated immunity after vaccination. There is some opinion that viral vector vaccine is more stimulating T-cell immunity rather than an mRNA vaccine. So what's your thought about that?
I think there's a lot of truth to that hypothesis, although it's a hypothesis. First, I'm going to say is I'm a big advocate that what's protecting me, and again, I'm a simple virologist, what's protecting me from having COVID get into my cells is antibody that blocks the binding domain of COVID to interact with my ACE2 receptor. So it's antibody. That's what's the real protective. If I don't have that antibody, but I do believe the inability of my body to maintain that response is probably driven by an ineffective engagement of the cellular immunity when I get immunized. That ineffective engagement is also true for natural infection. So that makes it a little more complicated, because you and I would say the best way to get immunity is to get naturally infected. But I think there is a scientific challenge to figure out how to get more effective engagement. I would agree with you, and I'm actually just recently there was some small study that was done in Argentina, and something I'm spending some time thinking about is how do we use these vaccines. And the Argentina group decided what they were going to do is they were going to prime with an adenovirus, and then they were going to boost with an inactivated virus. And the idea behind it is that you get more effective engagement of the global immune system. And they actually showed they had a much better response. Now, I'm hoping to be able to repeat some of those studies. But I think you're right. I think it's not about this vaccine or that vaccine. It may be what's the best vaccine to prime the immune system. And that priming is largely going to be priming the cellular arm of the immune system. And what's the best vaccine to fully engage the B cell system? And I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I think it's a critical question. I think the current vaccines were not selected for that. They were selected, listen, it was an emergency response to save lives. And now it's time for those of us that understand vaccines, people in your country, to really now try to figure out, okay, is there a better way to use these vaccines? Is there some area of research that we need to look at to develop new additions? But I'm a big advocate that prime boost is probably going to do better than priming with two adenos, or vaccinating with two adenos, or vaccinating with two inactivated, or vaccinating with two mRNAs. I think there's a way to start relooking at this to try to get a more durable response.
Thank you. We saw scientific power in U.S. By seeing that developing a state-of-art vaccine for the first time in the world, and also you developed nucleoside analog and protease inhibitors from your country. What is your advice for, there are many biotechnology working people here in this audience and also online. What is your advice on investigation or new drug development, and also vaccine development in Korea? Because as you know, we do not have many IND drugs or new novel vaccines on market. So what is your suggestion for Korean?
Well, I would say, my friend, is, there's an enormous potential of scientific power in your country. And I think you know that. And our world needs to see your country continue to develop that and harvest that. The reality is most of the real progress that's been made in the United States is really been made as part of the global community. I mean, when I think of, I'm an HIV physician for many, many years. Some of the best drugs that have ever been developed to treat AIDS came from Japan. All right. Yes, maybe the U.S. Companies were able to, if you will, bring it to market, but the innovation, when I think of dolutegravir, that innovation was Japan. Takeda was, and I'm sure you have companies that are comparable with that potential. I would say, as someone that's been in this space for now almost 50 years, 45 years, and when I die, it will be next to that he was a loving father, grandfather, and husband. The other word on my gravestone will be, and he taught people to focus. I think you have to focus. Mm-hmm. You have to decide what the target is. What are you going after? You can't go after everything. You should try to decide, and I would argue that it should probably have national interest and then global interest as opposed to global interest and no national interest. You got to figure out what your target is. The power of science right now is enormous. We now know that I can give your body. My father worked on RNA at NIH back in the 50s. I don't think anyone ever believed we could give a raw messenger RNA to the body and it would make whatever we ask it to make. That's enormously powerful that we know how to do it. Now, it has limitations. We have to learn how to do it without the temperature requirements. But the reality is I can give RNA to you and I can make any protein or anything I want to make. All of these high expensive antibodies that no one can afford, all of a sudden you can make them for a literally limited amount of money and let the body make them. It's very powerful, the technology that we have right now. So one is I would hope, and then you guys have shown this, I would hope that you can find a path for significant public investment in the private sector so the private sector can accelerate. I mean, we would not have the vaccines. It was made a decision, and President Trump made the decision that we were going to basically buy 100 million doses for all these companies when they got to the phase 3 trial. If we didn't buy all those vaccines, this would have never happened. So the ability to invest and realize, yes, we may have lost $17 billion, but it was worth the risk. So I do believe, and I suspect you continue, I know in diagnostics you have a vibrant area, but I would strongly encourage you to expand that vibrance to antiviral. I'm a virologist, and I do think the challenges that the world's going to have in the near future is going to be viruses. So building antiviral capacity and vaccination and staying focused, trying to figure out how you build the economic capacity to at least allow, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 companies to come to life. If you try to do everybody and invest in everybody, you're probably not going to give birth to anybody. So you are going to have to make some strategic decisions, focus on the targets, focus on the companies that the government wants to help bring to life.
Well, thank you. The narrowing the spectrum will be very important. And I also respect your brave investment and decision on a vaccine in your country before it could complete phase 3 studies. Korea KDCA, which is equivalent to a KCDC, has a Korea National Institute of Health, and it has just started the Vaccine Support and Development Center from last year. So we'll be expecting its role from now on. And we talked about at the beginning about the bird flu. I think the next pandemic will be inevitable. So what do you think is the next pandemic is going to be, and when, and which type of infection apart from bird flu? Also, you can include bird flu.
Yeah, I think, my friend, the only one I'm really worried about, there's two risks. Natural evolution. My worry, as I told my Congress when I had to testify as CDC director, was bird flu, bird flu, bird flu, and bird flu.
Really?
Right?
I didn't know.
Yes,
that.
yes, bird flu. So I think natural evolution, it's bird flu. Now, it's always possible. My last answer was, or a new novel respiratory pathogen that transmits well among humans. Now, how prophetic those words were, because that was before COVID-19, right? The other challenge we have, and some people may find it controversial, but I do think since there's science groups now doing research, like back in 2012, a group of Dutch scientists, along with US scientists, figured out how to change bird flu so that it was now highly pathogenic for man. I didn't think we needed to publish that in Nature, in 2012, but other people felt it should be published. It was science and it was published. So the ability for people to, in a laboratory, modify bird flu in a way to make it more pathogenic for man, that's now known. I'm just very happy no one has done it, and I pray that no one does do it. But that's the other threat. I still think it's going to be bird flu. And I do think our best defense against it is to expand our mRNA technology so that when bird flu hits, we can have a vaccine for the world in 6 weeks, not 3 years. You know, right now, we don't have enough manufacturing capability. We can get a new vaccine, but it's only going to be for a few. I really do think we should invest in mRNA technology so that if a pandemic happens, we can put it in high gear and in 3 months really be rolling out literally hundreds of millions of doses. CDC that I worked when I was there, I had a huge program, and we were all through Asia every day collecting flu samples from ducks and chickens, and then we would isolate the viruses, and then we characterize them, and then those that looked like they had human capacity, like H7N9 and others, we'd learn more from them. And we do that every day because we wanted to be ahead of the curve of what viruses are circulating in ducks and chickens and birds. And, you know, we knew that if a pandemic happened, we were going to take us 18 months to probably get a vaccine. And we would just do a body count, you know, for the first 18 months. And you and I know that when bird flu happens, it's going to spread throughout the world in weeks, not months, in weeks. And so this mRNA technology to me is the answer. But it's not the answer if we don't have the manufacturing capability in each of our countries to basically accelerate its production. So I do think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be bird flu. You know, when you ask when, I can't predict, but I can tell you it's in my bones. I mean, one of the reasons I accepted the job, the CDC director, is I have 14, now 12 living grandchildren. And I really believe this world is primed for a global pandemic. And I think the difference is COVID was, in a way, it was easy on us because it really spared most of us under 65 and those of us that didn't have health issues. Bird flu isn't going to do that. It's going to basically cause mortality in newborns and children and adolescents and people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. It's not going to be like COVID, which basically relatively spared most people under the age of 60, except for those with comorbidities. Bird flu is going to, you know, as a father who's lost a child, it's not easy to lose a child. And I think the bird flu pandemic, when it hits, is going to be extremely disruptive of our society. And as such, I would advocate your government, as I am advocating mine, it's really worth, you know, I use the analogy in my country to, you know, put the resources, you know, comparable to 5 aircraft carriers and let us build, you know, mRNA technology that we could have in the back. You know, if you have all this defense stuff that you do, that you hope you never have to use, and you still do it all. The real threat to the world right now, I don't think, is in the 1950s, 60s, 70s. I think the real threat to the world right now is a global pandemic, and we ought to be investing proportionally to be prepared.
Well, thank you. We should keep vigilance on, particularly on the bird flu. If you see a bird flyway route from Europe, from Asia, they intermingle it at the Siberia and Alaska, so it's very
everywhere.
intimidating. Yeah.
When I watched the flights between northern China and Russia down to when I was working in Nigeria, they have just regular flight patterns, as you know, and you know, it's not humans don't spread this virus around the world in 2 weeks, birds will.
Okay, just for last very quick question, we have only 1 minute. What's your suggestion about private public partnership in Korea? Because you have
Well,
emphasized,
I think they're
private-public
critical.
cooperation.
Yeah, I think it's critical. I think you guys, I wasn't, you know better than I, but the way I read what happened after 2015 with the MERS and the diagnostics is the government and the private sector formed a relationship, a partnership. So you all, when COVID came, you were able to build diagnostics very rapidly. I would just like you to expand that and do that in vaccination, antivirals. When you look at the success we had with Operation Warp Speed, I'll be very honest. It was a private-public partnership, and it's the private sector that carried the football over the goal line. It was the federal government that provided the resources and, in a sense, had the intelligence to stay out of the way and let the private sector get the job done. And they basically do what I call body block. They made sure that the reagents came in. We used the Defense Production Act. They made sure they had the money. They made sure they could build their production facilities ahead of time, so if the vaccine works, they could actually produce it. I think it was a brilliant private-public partnership. It wasn't a domineering, controlling, regulatory, 1 inch at a time. It was, we had a goal. We wanted vaccines delivered to the world by January 2021, and everyone said it wasn't possible, except for a couple of us, Debbie Birx, myself, obviously the administration, the president. And the reality is we delivered 3 vaccines by then, and right after President Biden became president, the 4th vaccine was delivered. I think it shows you public-private partnerships are key.
Well, thank you. I think Korean government should invest more in biotechnology sector. So it was my great pleasure and for me to take an opportunity to talk with you, former head of CDC. And thank you again for your precious time for us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
큰
God
박수
bless.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you to our speakers for discussion. 대담을 진행해 주신 두 연사분께 감사드립니다.
Thank you, the speakers, for their conversation. So now we're going to turn to the next session, the second keynote speech. So CEO of Korea Drug Development Fund, Mr. Hyun Sang-moo, is going to talk about task of K-Bio in the era of with COVID-19. So we are going to set the stage for the next session. So let me give you the housekeeping announcement. So you're going to have lunch on your sitting. So we're going to provide a lunch box. And also the registration of the parking. It is possible at the front desk at the lobby. So please go ahead with your registration of your parking of car. So let me invite Mr. Hyun Sang-moo, CEO of Korea Drug Development Fund. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. This type of online event is actually usual. So before I begin my lecture, I always ask, can you hear me well? However, now I'm here in front of you for this in-person setting. It's great to see you all. I am CEO of Korea Drug Development Fund. Before I start my lecture, I'm going to briefly introduce KDDF. For the past 10 years, KDDF has provided support to startups, startups, companies, and other R&D agencies, especially for the IND process and product licensing and direct development process. I'm the first CEO of KDDF. As you may know, okay, the project of developing new drugs and vaccines to respond to COVID-19. Okay, we are in charge. We have been in charge of this project, and so today I'm going to make my presentation on the changes in the new drug development paradigm in the post-COVID-19 era. Okay, there are some positive things that have been brought about by COVID-19. What are those? First thing, is that now we have become more healthy. We could not meet many people actually for the past 2 years. And for most of the meetings, actually, we had to use actually Zoom or other online tools for this kind of online meeting or conference. Okay, Mr. Robert Redfield and Professor Chung Ki-seo, had a discourse, online discourse, which appears to be quite natural. This is one of the positive points that have been brought by COVID-19, I think. Okay, today I'm going to make 7 key points. But among the 7 points, please remember only 3 points. First point is that due to COVID-19, the investment on the infectious diseases has dramatically increased. In the past, there are not many cases of investment in infectious diseases. Many global biopharms, they have not invested in infectious diseases. Why is that? Because the antiviral drugs, the medication period is quite short, for about a week. Okay, for drug makers, the patient should take on those medications for a longer period of time, and that is a way to secure their revenue, right? However, for viral drugs, antiviral drugs, the medication period is quite short, for about a week, which means that making viral drugs, antiviral drugs, is not feasible, from the business perspective for them. That is why many global biopharms have not invested in the sector of infectious disease. However, because of new type of flu, new strain of flu, the Tamiflu was developed, and the company who are selling Tamiflu earned a huge amount of money. And so many startups, many ventures jumped on the wagon, like Gold Rush in California. Many bio ventures were established, and they jumped into the business. Yes, a venture company, Gilead, developed Tamiflu. So anyway, thanks to the pandemic, we have witnessed a dramatic increase in investment of the drugs against infectious diseases. That is also the case here in Korea. The budget for the drugs, the budget for countermeasure against infectious diseases used to be only the 20 or the 40 billion won here in Korea. However, the total budget has dramatically increased. Please look at the slide. There are some pie graphs. On the left pie graph is the data for 2019, and the right pie graph shows the data between the 2020 and 2021. Before pandemic, the portion of infectious disease, the pipeline drugs against the infectious disease, accounted for only 99%. However, the portion has increased to 13%. The period between the 2020 and the 2021, about 4% increased, which is amazing. We have many bio startups developing antiviral drugs, and many large companies are now developing treatments and vaccines. About 8 companies currently, they are now in the process of clinical trials with the vaccines against COVID-19 in Korea. Okay, so first dramatic change caused by COVID-19 is a dramatic increase in investment of the treatments or vaccines against infectious disease. And as Mr. Rutherford mentioned that we need to expand the public-private collaboration, especially in the sector of treatment development.
프로토콜이라는 큰 엄브렐라 프로토콜 하에서 6개의 큰 임상을 진행하고 있습니다.
There are 6 main clinical trials going on, and about 20 companies are now being involved.
액티브 1부터 액티브 6까지의 환자
From Active 1 to Active 6.
NIH가 자금을 내고
All the costs, all the finances are supported by NIH.
효과가 나오는지에 대한
And these the companies, private companies, are now actively developing the drugs, thanks to the support, financial support by NIH. So please look at the slide. You can see active 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
전혀 없다고 알려져서 개발이 중단된
Some of drugs, the development of some of drugs have been suspended.
하이드록시클로로킨이라는
One of them is hydroxychloroquine.
효과가 증명이 된 게 길리아드에서
And
렌데스비어가
Remdesivir by Gilead,
효과가 나왔고요. 또
okay,
하나가
proved its efficacy.
릴리에서 하고 있는
And baricitinib, jet inhibitor,
효과가 있다는 게 이런 액티브 프로토콜
proved to be
트라이얼을
efficient as well. Okay, this efficacy was known through these trials. So NIH, the public agency, led the projects because these clinical trial process requires a huge budget of money. That is why NIH provided financial support,
돈도 많이 들고 뭐 실패할지도 모르니까
and so that individual startups or individual companies can be more actively involved in this process. So this is one of the representative examples of a public-private collaboration.
그렇게 이 엄브렐라 프로토콜을 가지고 액티브
This is umbrella protocol.
식으로 접근을 하진 않습니다.
Okay, in Korea, we do not have this similar type of umbrella protocol. However, here in Korea, we provide financial support for R&D up to 70%, 75% of the total.
이 감염률이 낮아서
We also support the patients infected with the virus.
감염이 낮으니까 역설적으로
Currently, compared to other countries here in Korea, the infection rate is relatively low, which means that
불가능한 상태가 된
conversely, it is not easy to
사람이 벌써 두 번 이상
conduct clinical trials here in Korea. 70% of the total population have been vaccinated, so it is not easy to find the patient groups for these clinical trials. So we have about
두번 이상
more than 20 people in this hall. I think most of you have been fully vaccinated.
방역 잘한 게 이 목숨을 구하는 데는 큰 도움이 됐습니다만은
So
시험하는 사람들 입장에서 보면 정말 죽을
the vaccination rate is good. That is good news. However, for those involved in the clinical trials, it is not easy to conduct this process because of the shortage of the patients group.
만든 이 치료제 액티브 임상 시험에 대해서 말씀을 드렸고요.
So I have introduced the active trials supported by NIH.
이 백신에 대해서 좀 말씀을 드리거든요.
And now I'm going to talk about a vaccine.
이 private collaboration에 속하는 부분인데
Vaccine
개발하기가 어려워요.
can be developed through the private and private collaboration. For instance, AstraZeneca, you know that it was not developed by AstraZeneca. It was developed by the University of Oxford first,
백신을 아스트라제네카가
and then the vaccine was transferred to AstraZeneca for clinical trials.
제일 먼저 세계 최초로 이 런칭은 됐습니다만은
So,
미국에서 허가를 못 받았고 WHO에서는 물론 허가가 됐고 유럽에서 됐고 우리나라도 됐고 그래서 굉장히 많은
Here you can see some vaccine. Okay. Anyway, the AstraZeneca was initially developed by the University of Oxford, and the clinical trials and the manufacturing process are done by AstraZeneca, and the mRNA vaccine by Pfizer. What about it? It was not developed by Pfizer. It was developed by BioNTech, a German company.
메신저 RNA 백신을 개발해서
BioNTech developed the mRNA vaccine.
만들어서 팔려다 보니까 생산도
And for sales and marketing and manufacturing and clinical trials, for a small company like BioNTech, it was not easy to complete processes. So that is why the company partnered with Pfizer.
왜 사장님이 파이저의 이 익스터널
The CEO of BioNTech
그러면 뭔가요? 이 스카우트죠. 외부 약물을 하는 부사장하고 딴 얘기하느냐고
was actually communicating with a scouter of
이 코비드 19이 있는데 한번
Pfizer, and he mentioned about the vaccine against the COVID-19, and they verbally agreed on this kind of a business deal for in a matter of 30 minutes on the phone, and then they started a joint development project.
개발한 기술을 혼자서
So BioNTech, yes, it is true that BioNTech developed the technology. However, if the company tried to do all the job alone,
체인 가지고 있죠. 임상 시험 잘
from clinical trials to the manufacturing process,
회사하고 손을 잡고 같이
I believe that it would take much longer. So that is why the BioNTech teamed up with Pfizer, the large global firm.
회사하고 손을 안 잡고 단독으로 간 거죠.
And Moderna did all this job alone. However,
서포트를 다 붙었죠.
the development process of Moderna was fully supported by the NIH. So, in Moderna's case, it's a good representative case of public-private partnership.
그렇게 되면 모더나는 버도 혼자 다 먹으니까 많은 것 같고
And Moderna,
파이저는
of course, has earned a lot of money. And Pfizer should share its earnings with BioNTech, right? You may think that way.
예상을 보면
But when you look at the data, Pfizer vaccine,
30조입니다.
57 trillion
10조의 반이니까 거의 30조잖아요.
won, and Moderna vaccine is 30 trillion won.
안 하고 연구개발은 자기가 다 해요.
Even if Pfizer shares its revenue or its income with BioNTech, the total sum is equivalent to the revenue of Moderna.
참그 힘든 일들 파이저가 다 해주고
So for BioNTech, all the difficult jobs like sales and marketing, manufacturing, clinical trials are all done by Pfizer. So it is a good business. It is a reasonably profitable business for BioNTech. So in many cases, sharing revenue or the partnership, making partnership with others is a better way of business. So currently, BioNTech, this is a small German company, is now just focusing on the development of mRNA vaccines. However, that is not the case in Moderna. Moderna, because of quality control in the manufacturing site, they have a big concern regarding the quality control in the manufacturing site. Actually, Moderna promised to deliver some vaccine doses to Korea. However, they failed to meet the deadline because of lack of quality control in the manufacturing site. So they rushed to hire a new plant manager for their manufacturing site. However, they have still many difficulties
경쟁자라고 할 수 있는 바이오
in pharmaceutical manufacturing process.
굉장히 진도를 뽑고 있습니다.
In the meantime, BioNTech has made much progress in their dedicated sector of mRNA development. So it is not easy to do some jobs. If you are not experienced in a sector, you had better make partnerships with other companies.
돈을 얼마나 썼는지가 나오죠.
And public-private partnership.
이뭐 무시무시합니다. 약 3조 원을 지원을
For Moderna, NIH supported about 3 trillion won.
통해서 자금이 지원이 됐지요. 그 바이오엔텍의 경우는 뭐 돈이 안 들어가냐? 독일 회사에서 독일
What about BioNTech?
정부에도 약 5천
Okay, German government provided about $445 million, of course, to this company. It's of course 1/6 of the total budget provided by NIH to Moderna,
47% 에피크시가 나와서
and 47% of efficacy was proved.
아주 놀라운 기술을 보유하고 있는 독일의 큐어백이라는
CureVac is also a German company.
3억 유로의 투자를 비롯해서 독일 정부가 약 5억 2,500억
The German company provided 525 million euros in support, in financial support.
정부 지원금이 약 2,200억 정도가 정부 지원금입니다. 그것도 8개 기업에 분산돼서 투자가 되고 있습니다.
And in Korea, okay, we are now providing, the Korean government is providing currently about 220 billion won for bio companies. Compared to other countries like Germany and the US, it is quite a small amount.
정부에서는 이 임상개발 지원과 자금 지원을 적극적으로 하고
So these governments are providing full support for biofirms for their clinical trial and R&D process. And private companies, they are looking for great partners
세계는 빠른 속도로
to overcome possible obstacles in the field.
PPP라고 소위 말하는
So in the long term, I believe that PPP, public-private partnership, is critical.
자, 네 번째가 뭐 여러분들 요새 많이 들어보시는지 AI
And fourth point is application of artificial intelligence
많이 했어요. 뭐
in the new drug development. First, repositioning strategy.
뭐 하이드로클로로킨이나
Hydrochloroquine,
뭐 이런
Cholera,
또
anti-cancer drug,
뭐
malaria treatment, napamostat,
치료제인 항응고제, 뭐 이버맥틴,
or ivermectin,
치료제죠. 이버맥틴, 등등.
anticoagulant,
응고제, 뭐
MT-tabel, or nicosamide,
물 구축하는 구충제 등을 이용해서 리포지셔닝을 많이 했어요.
is insecticide.
쓸수 있는 장점이 있어서 많이 했는데 결과적으로도 뚜렷한 성과가 없었어요.
Okay, these are the things that have been developed. However,
회사들이
they failed without no obvious outcomes.
그러다 보니까
So,
물질 데이터베이스 약 30만 개의 약물 데이터베이스를 찾아서
so they looked for about 300,000 drug database, and they introduced AI technology to screen the data.
그래서 오토닥이라는 그런 이 프로그램이 있습니다.
There is a program called AutoDoc,
테크놀로지를 쓴
which utilizes deep learning technology, or COVAX,
공대에서 나온
which was developed by the Minhen Engineering College.
실질적인 게 뭐가 나왔냐면 베네볼런트 AI에서 나온
From Benevolent AI,
바로 대표적으로
Benevolent AI
후보지 잭 이니비테 바리시티님이요 올루미언트라는 제품명으로 팔리고 있는 일라이드리의 제품이 이 액트 2 트라이얼을 통해서
through the Act 2 trial.
현재 허가를 받아서 팔리고 있죠.
Now,
이거는 원래 류마티스 관절염 치료제, 류마토이드 아스트라이티스 RA 치료제 약이었는데
it was the RRI treatment. However,
실제로서 워킹한다는 게 증명되어서
it worked. It proved its efficacy as an immunoadjuster.
이 올루미언트 품귀가 일어나가지고
Now, so Olumiant, it is not easy to find Olumiant in the market.
웃음을 치고 있다고 할 정도로
So arthritis patients are now actually they need this medicine.
어마어마하게 아프잖아요. 무릎이 뭐 또는 손
So rheumatism, rheumatic disease causes much pain, but without single pill,
그렇게 고생.
the disease, I mean the pain can be controlled.
그냥 목숨이 왔다 갔다 하는 병인 코로나 때문에 이분들이 약을 복구한다 할 정도로 지금 이
However,
세계적인 관심을 갖고 있어요.
okay, because of COVID-19, maybe thanks to because of the JAK inhibitor, is now taking attention. I mean from the global, the industry, global bio industry.
관심과 투자가
JAK inhibitor was actually found by AI.
때문에 만들어진 유명한 백신 두 개가 모더나의 백신과
Moderna's
화이자
vaccines and Pfizer's
바이오엔텍이
vaccines
공동 개발한
were
두 개의 백신이잖아요.
these
그래서
are the
백신의
mRNA
장점은
vaccines,
뭐
right?
여러 가지가 있겠습니다만 가장
One
대표적인
of the key
뭐냐면
advantages of mRNA vaccine is that we can develop the vaccine very fast, in a matter of weeks, not in a matter of months,
스피드로 만들어낼 수 있는
which is amazing speed. In terms of development of vaccines,
그게 좋은데도 불구하고
that is a good point of mRNA vaccine, but it is not easy to make it. Why is that?
들어갔을 때 RNA
When it is inside your body, because of instability of mRNA, mRNA
잘 둘러싸야 되는
can be
이
disassembled.
그러니까 지질로 잘 둘러싸서
So it should be well surrounded by lipid technology, lipid nanotechnology
딜리버리를 하게 되는데
for the
그러다
delivery.
보니까 우리가 깨닫게 된 건 뭐냐면은
So we realized that mRNA is important and RNP technology is as important as well for gene therapy.
치료할 수 있는 유전 물질을 mRNA로 리피드 나노 파티클로 둘러싸서 우리에게 딜리버리를 하게 되면
Lipid nanoparticle can surround mRNA
딜리버리의
for
문제입니다. 어떻게
the most appropriate delivery
굉장히 어려운
to cells.
문제였는데 그래서 우리 김강림 처장님 계셨을 때 이 말씀 드렸어야 되는데 갖고 안 계셨어요.
I think I have mentioned about this while Mr. Kim Gang Lim was here.
이 메시지가 전달이 되어 있습니다. 여태까지 전 세계
Actually, but I have shared these views with many government officials.
치료돼서 허가를 잘 안 내줬어요. 뭐 졸겐스마 정도 한두 개밖에 안 줬는데
And there are not many gene therapies allowed, permitted in major countries.
딜리버리 메소드의 부작용을 두려워해서 아예
Because of fear against the side effects of the delivery.
아니라 뭘 더 가져와라 그래서 시간을 끄는
Because of the fear of the side effects, not many gene therapies were allowed, approved.
전 세계 80억 인구의 약 40%가
However, about 40% of 8 billion people
LNP가 담겨 있는 메신저 RNA 백신을 맞았는데 부작용이 일부 있어요.
received mRNA drugs surrounded by LNP. Of course, we have witnessed some side effects.
그래서 뭐 젊은 사람들에게는 심근염 내지는
So, because of mRNA
뭐 심낭
drugs for young people, and we found some side effects including myocarditis.
아직까지 되질 않았어요. 바꿔 말하면 이제 전 세계 어떤 규제 기관도 너
So-
치료제 딜리버리 메소드가 불안해서 나가 허가를 못 내주겠다 소리도 하기 어렵겠어요.
Now, the regulatory authorities around the world, they cannot say that they cannot allow, they cannot approve mRNA because of the concern against the side effects
바이러스 5로
of the delivery.
또 러시아에서 개발한 아데노바이러스 5와
Adenovirus virivirus
이 경우는 마찬가지예요.
developed by Russia in 26th strain.
우리가 원하는 그 유전자를 실어서 우리를 감염시키면 아주 자연스럽게
We include the genes into the virus so that it can be better delivered to the cells.
아스트라제네카 백신의 일부 부작용이 있지요.
Okay, there are some side effects of AstraZeneca,
부작용은 뭐 충분히 넘어갈 수 있는 부작용이니까 이제
but the side effects are tolerable.
치료 전달체로서의 그 mRNA 또는 그 바이럴 벡터의
So mRNA as a gene delivery
안 된다고 말할 수는 이제는 없어요.
system,
정말 그 박연하게 얘들을
and no country can say no to this.
찍어야 되니까 규제 당국도 어려워졌습니다.
Of course, it's not easy job for regulatory authority.
거들게 된 거죠. 그래서 이제부터
So
테라피의 문이 활짝 열렸어요.
now we can say the open for gene therapy has wide open. I mean the door for the gene therapy has wide open.
위축 관련된 약 이름도 졸겐스마 그러니까
Jorgansma
이런 약들 몇 개밖에 허가를 못 받았는데 이제 그렇지 않게 됐다는 거죠. 엄청난
only a few drugs, including the Jorgansma, which is a treatment of the myoatrophy, only received approval in some countries. However, now other types of gene therapies, the door to
그러다 보니까 투자를
gene therapy has wide open.
그러니까
So
mRNA 기술에 대해서
in the sector now, a dramatic amount of
어마어마하게
investment has been made, including Korea.
보도된 바에 따르면
According to news articles,
ST팜이라는 동아제약의
ST Farm
계열사 중에 하나는
is an affiliate of Donghua Pharmaceutical
기술 도입을 위해서 제네바
for introduction of LNP technology.
3억 불을 주고 기술을 도입했다고 해요.
They paid
700억 되는 거죠. 우리가 1조 팔았다는
about
얘기 많이
$100 million to a German company
들어보셨을 텐데 이번에 그
to buy the
테크닉을
technology, LNP technology.
합니다. 뭐 이런 정도로 지금 세계적으로 mRNA 기술에 대해서는 관심이
So
올라가고 투자가
the mRNA is one of the buzzwords, the hottest words in the sector, especially the LNP technology.
딜리버리하는 이 테크놀로지도
The technology that enable delivery of the genes to the cells that will bring about huge change in the sector.
mRNA 기술이 제일 잘 쓰일 때가
The sector where mRNA will be most efficient will be anti-cancer drugs rather than vaccines. Now, the anti-cancer drugs market is wide open.
항암제 시장에 주사 맞은 것이 한 일주일 동안 좀 욱신거리고 아프니까 너는 항암제 쓰지 마 이렇게 말하기는 어려워.
If there's an anti-cancer drugs, and if we can, the anti-cancer drug can be injected into our body, and we may have some pain for about a week, there'll be no problem, right?
코비드19에 쓰이는 게 약 35%가
The mRNA technology, about 35% of mRNA technology is currently being utilized for COVID-19 vaccines, and the rest
백신을 만드는데 한 24%.
is used for HIV, about 24%,
라비스 그러니까 광견병
and rabies
만들고 있고
vaccines, and Zika virus vaccines,
인플루엔자
and influenza vaccines,
여러 가지 뭐 HPV 뭐 등등
and HMPV and HPV.
코비드19만 한다고 생각했는데 알고 봤더니
We thought that mRNA is only needed for COVID-19 vaccines. However, COVID-19 vaccines accounts for only 35%, and
놀랍게도
for other viruses, mRNA technology can be used. And now, the contactless diagnosis is allowed.
이제 폭넓게 수용이 되기
In the past, we have a strong resistance from the field regarding the contactless diagnosis. However, because of pandemic, the contactless diagnosis is now allowed.
점점 늘어나게 돼서 이제 머지않아 우리나라에서도
So remote diagnosis and prescription will be further expanded,
식약에 대한 관심이 고조가 됩니다. 지금 세계적으로
and then escalating attention on the antibody drug development.
릴리부터 시작해서 리제네ron,
Regeneron, ASK, GSK,
우리나라의 센트리온 해서
Eli Lilly, and Celltrion. About 6 drugs have been approved
서의 항체 치료제가
as antibody drugs.
8개월밖에 안 걸리면 깨달았습니다.
Usually, it took about 8 months to develop these drugs. So during emergency, it means that during emergency we can develop required antibody drugs.
머릿속에 꼭 담아주셔야 되는
So as I mentioned, that you should remember 3 points. First,
인펙셔스 디지즈에 관심이 고조되고
escalating interest in infectious diseases and a dramatic increase in the investment of the drugs against infectious diseases. And second,
백신 덕분에
thanks to the mRNA vaccines,
도 뭐 좋아졌습니다.
we have fought against COVID-19. However, thanks to COVID-19, thanks to mRNA vaccine, the door to gene therapy has wide open. Third, Omni public-private partnership is only the way to overcome the current pandemic and the possible future pandemic. Thank you very much.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of applause.
발표해주신 노현선 단장님 감사합니다.
So thank you, Mr. Mook, for your keynote speech. So now we are going to turn to the next session. So
생명의학연구소
the Hyung Lim, the senior principal scientist, cell therapy lab at Novartis Institute for Biomedical, is going to talk about reimagining new ground in cancer treatment, present and future of CAR-T. So he's now outside of the country, so we are going to meet him for the screen. So please welcome him with a round of applause.
안녕하세요. 잘 들리시나요?
Good morning. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well.
안녕하십니까. 방금 소개받은
Good morning.
노바티스 생명의학연구소에서 일하고
My name
있는
is Hyung
임형욱입니다.
Lim. I'm a senior principal
우선
scientist at
이번
Novartis
글로벌
Institute
바이오
for
포럼에
Biomedical
초대해
Research.
주신
First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to
참석해 주신
the organizer
여러분들께
and
감사의
also the
말씀을
audience
드립니다.
for attending this forum.
여러분들도
So
잘
as you know well,
아시다시피 학교와
the schools and the
회사에서의 많은 연구를
companies,
통해
there are
우리의
tremendous
암에 관한
research
지식이
in schools and
축적되어
also companies. So
이를
the
기반으로
knowledge
여러
about the
가지
cancer has been accumulated.
암
Based on
환자분들의
this
치료에
knowledge,
사용되고
we are
있습니다.
providing the therapy which is
하지만
used for the cancer
아직도 암에
patient.
대해서
Still,
우리는
however,
모르는 게 많고
there are many things that we
다양한
do not know
종류의
much about
암의
the
완치를
cancer.
위해서는
And in order to cure
암과
the various
암을 둘러싼
cancers, we
미세
need
환경에
to
대해
know
더
the cancer
알아가야 하는
environment,
것 또한 간과할 수
microenvironment
없는
regarding the
사실입니다.
cancer and cancer patients.
제가 일하고 있는
So
연구소에서는
the institute that I'm
어떻게
working
하면
on
암
is
환자분들께
studying
도움을 드릴 수
the
있는지에
ways that we
초점을
help the
맞추고
cancer patients
암의
as the
여러 종류에
focus.
대해서
So various
연구를 하고
cancers
있습니다.
have been the topic of our
이
research.
중에서
Among
오늘
them,
저는
I'm going to
CAR-T
talk about
연구에 관한
the
내용을
CAR-T.
여러분들께 소개해
So
드리고자
we
합니다.
have been working on the
오늘 제가
CAR-T, so I'm
발표할
going to
내용의
introduce CAR-T.
제목은
The topic
Reimagining
of
New
my
Ground
presentation
in
is
Cancer
reimagining new ground in cancer
Treatment,
treatment,
Present and
present and
Future of
future of CAR-T.
우선 오늘 발표할 내용들은
So please,
순수한 scientific
I would like
discussion을 위해
you to
준비가
know
되었습니다.
that this is
그리고
all
regulatory
purely for the
authority의
scientific
아직 허가를
purpose,
받지
and
않은
also data information on
investigational
investigation
compound나
uses of compounds and
드럭에
drugs
관한
that
내용이
have not
포함되어
yet been
있을 수
approved
있음을
by
미리
regulatory
말씀을
authorities.
드리겠습니다.
Please keep this in mind.
그러면 지금부터 약 1분 40여 초
So I'm
남짓한
going to show
짧은
the
셀
video
엔진
clip
테라피에 관한 영상을
which
함께
spans
보시고
140
발표를
minutes,
이어나가도록
and then
하겠습니다.
which is about the serenity gene therapy.
Innovation is teamwork. We are very careful and pay attention to every detail. Every step we take together. We are taking care of the most precious thing on earth, a human being's life. Cell and gene therapy requires the utmost diligence. We work in pairs. Each of our moves is checked time and again. We know our responsibility. The stakes are high, but it's worth every effort. Science has achieved a dream that was deemed impossible just a few years ago. Together, we are working to make this dream come true every day to help patients in need. This is what innovation is all about.
여러 회사나 연구소에서도
So many conference and research institute are the same. So our Novartis, our
과학적 근거를
the
기반으로
Institute for
어떻게
Biomedical
하면
Research is working on based on the
환자분들께
scientific foundation. How we can provide a curative treatment, that's the topic of our research. That's the goal of our research institute.
CAR-T 치료제는
So
기존의
CAR-T
항암제들과는
therapy
크게 다른
is
개념의
quite
약물입니다.
different from the
기존의
existing
항암제들은
cancer treatment. The
화학
existing
치료,
cancer treatment is about the
방사선 치료,
chemotherapy,
저분자
radiation,
합성
and
신약
also
등
low molecule
주로
the synthetic
암세포들의
drugs.
활동을
So it is a
억제하는
kind
데
of
중점을 두고 있습니다.
the
최근에 들어서는
inhibiting
PD-1,
the cancer
PD-L1,
cells.
CTLA4
So PD-L1 and
antibodi처럼
CTLA4, the
그중에서도
immune
T셀의
cells,
기능을
exactly the T
활성화시키는
cells
antibody
activation,
기반을
and
둔 면역 치료제들이
is worked
사용되기
by the
시작했습니다.
antibody. That's the
제가 오늘
cancer
말씀드릴
therapy
CAR-T 치료제는
that's been fashioned in
T셀의
these
항암
days.
능력을
So the
활성화시킨다는
CAR-T,
점에서
it is about
antibody
activating the T
based
cell,
면역
the
치료제들과
cancer,
그 맥을 같이
anti-cancer therapy.
하지만
So it is in
앞서
line with the
영상에서도
antibody,
보시다시피
the
환자의
mechanism.
살아있는
But as you
T셀을
already watch it, the
엔지니어링해서
live T
다시
cell has been
환자의 몸에
engineering from the patient
투입한다는
and then injecting
기존
to
면역
patient once
치료제들과
again.
차이가
So that's
있습니다.
a big difference from the existing
슬라이드에
therapy.
소개된
As you can
칼준
see in this
교수님과 티모시 교수님의
the slide,
말씀처럼
we have
CAR-T
the
치료제는
Timothy,
기존의
Dr.
항암 치료의
Timothy's
생각을
the saying and also quotes.
혁신적인 약이라
And this is
말씀드리겠습니다.
the most exciting and also innovative work that unlike anything the pharmaceutical
노바티스의
industry has ever done.
CTL519 CAR-T 치료제는
So Novartis, the
2012년
CAR-T cell
8월 유니버시티
was
오브 펜실베니아와의
developed
협업으로 처음
in the
탄생하게
August
되었습니다.
2018 with the University of
1년의
Pennsylvania.
과정을 거쳐
So undergoing a
2017년
series
8월
of process.
pediatric
So August
and young adult
2017, pediatric and young adults refractory
acute lymphoblastic
acute
leukemia로 처음 미국 FDA가
the
허가를 받은
leukemia.
뒤로
For that, the FDA
2018년에는
approved this
adult
therapy,
relapsed
and in
refractory
2018,
indication으로
it has
다시
been
미국 FDA가
approved for
허가를
the
받았고
adult
2018년 이후로
treatment
유럽,
and for
캐나다,
the adult indication,
호주,
and later then
일본,
the
이스라엘에서
U.S., Canada,
앞서 언급한
Japan, Australia,
혈액감들의
and
치료를
Israel.
본격적으로
This
허가를
has been
받았습니다.
approved for those countries for the
그리고
treating the
2020년과
cancer
2022년
patients.
사이에는
And also between
홍콩,
2022,
사우디아라비아,
2021,
싱가포르,
you can see the
그리고
Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia,
대한민국에서
Singapore, South
앞서
Korea
말씀드린
approves
두 가지 혈액감을 치료하는데
CTL019 for
허가를 받았습니다.
pediatric young adult or
사진에서
ALL
보시다시피
and other patients with
혈액감을 싣고 있던
RRDLBCL. As you can see in the
다른 치료
photo,
방법이
this is
없었던
a patient
에밀리
who
화이트
was
양의
suffering from the incurable
처음
disease,
CAR-T
which
치료제들을
she
받은
is
이후로
Emily, which had,
2021년
and with
5월
our cancer
현재까지
therapy,
9년 동안
she
암
survived
완전
for
관해
9
상태를
years.
유지하고 있습니다.
Up until now,
에밀리
she is
양의
cancer-free.
경우에서 보듯이
As you can see in her
CTL519
case,
CAR-T 치료제는
so CAR-T
암
therapy
환자분들께
is
큐레이티브 트리트먼트를
curative
드릴 수 있다는
treatment for the
점을
cancer
확인할
patients.
수
We
있습니다.
can confirm the fact.
CTL519 CAR-T
So
치료제는 앞서 말씀드린 대로
CTL019
북미,
CAR-T
캐나다,
has been approved
유럽,
in the North
아시아,
America, Canada,
중동,
Europe,
오세아니아
Asia,
대륙의
Middle East,
여러
and
나라들에서
Oceania.
pediatric, young
And
adult,
for the pediatric young
refractory
adults,
ALL,
refractory
그리고 adult
relapsive,
DLBCL
the
indication으로
ALL,
허가를
and also
받았고
adult patients
약
with
300여 개의
refractory
qualified
relapse
center에서
DLBCL.
시술이
And also
시행되고
this
있으며
has been also
환자의
treated
안녕과
in more than
안정적인
300
공급을 위해
the
점진적으로
licensed
그 범위를
centers, and also it
확장하고
has
있습니다.
been expanding the application to many patients.
세계 각국에 계신 CAR-T 치료제가
So
필요한
CAR-T treatment
환자분들께
is needed for patients
성공적으로
around the
CAR-T
world.
치료제를
So
공급하기
we,
위해
in order to
저희는
provide
오늘도 심혈을
deliver
기울이고 있습니다.
CAR-T therapy successfully
이러한
to
노력의
everyone, for
일환으로
every patient in
노바티스는
need
미국,
across the world.
프랑스,
So we are working
독일,
for this
스위스,
in
일본,
US,
중국,
the
그리고
Japan,
호주
China,
등 4개
Australia.
대륙
So
7개의
4
나라에
continents and 7
생산 시설을
countries,
갖추고
we have a
있습니다.
production manufacturing
2019년과
facilities.
비교해
So
생산
compared
시설에
to the
있어서
2019,
발목할
our
만한
manufacturing
성장을
facility
이루었고
make a significant
전
progress.
세계적으로
And
약
across the world,
5,300여 분이 넘는 CAR-T를 생산을
5,300
하였습니다.
patient, for these patients, we are providing the CAR-T
지금까지
the
CTL519
therapy
CAR-T 치료제에
product.
대해서
So far,
조망해
we talked
보았습니다.
about the
지금 보고
CAR-T,
계시는
the
슬라이드부터는
therapy.
CAR-T
So from
치료제의
now on, I'd
과학적
like to
측면에
know,
대해
I'd
중점을
like to
두어서
show
말씀을
you the
드리겠습니다.
CAR-T therapy's scientific grounds.
CTL519 CAR-T 치료제는
So the
환자 자신의 면역세포를 원재로 사용하는 개별
we are
맞춤
using
약이라고 말씀을 드릴 수
the
있겠습니다.
blood of the
전반적인
patient,
과정을
and then we throw
우선
the extract
환자의
blood
몸에서
to
피를
create
뽑고
the CAR-T
피에서
therapy.
면역세포,
So we
그
drew the
중에서도
blood
T셀들을
from
분리를
the
한
patient,
다음
and then we are
활성이 없는
the isolating the T
바이러스를
cells
이용해
from the white
암을
blood cells in the
인지하고 싸울
patient
수
blood,
있는 유전
and then
정보를
we can
T셀에
get the
전달을 합니다.
the genetic
유전 정보가
information
입력된
from the T
T셀을
cell. T cells will
환자
have
몸
the
밖에서
immune
다시
information, the
키우고
genetic information. We
다시 환자의
are
몸에 주입을
they're
하여
multiplying this
환자의
T
몸
cell and then
안에서
injecting this out
암세포를
into the patient,
공격하게끔
and then
만든
this CAR T
세포
cell is
치료제입니다.
going to attacking the cancer as a therapy.
CTL519은
So
제조 후 동결
CTL019,
보관
after
과정을
production
거칩니다.
this, it will undergo
이렇게
the
함으로써
cryopreservation
의사와
so that the
환자분들께
patients and also
원재료인 환자의
physicians
피를 뽑는 스케줄을 잡는데
can get
용이성을
the
제공할 수 있습니다.
precise scheduling
또한
flexibly.
동결 보관을
And also,
함으로써
it is a
CAR-T 치료제를
cryopreservation.
운반하는
So, in terms of
운송 지원의
delivery,
대비가
we
가능하고
can provide a
치료제의
durability in
품질을
transit
유지하는 게
in case of
가능합니다.
unforeseen transport delays. And also, we can
가운데
maintain the
보시는
preserved cell
그림에서
quality.
보시듯이
And the
카
middle, you can
모레큐는
see
하나가
the
아닌 이 다른 여러
picture.
성분의
So
조합으로
it is a
이루어져 있음을
combination
알
of
수
the many
있습니다.
things. As you can see, it is not
우선
single of
붉은색으로
the
표시된 것은
one. So
B셀에서
that one is that
만들어지는
the B
항체에서 가져온
cell
것입니다.
antigen.
이는
So-
T셀 바깥쪽에 발현되는
So,
싱글 체인 FB
This is single chain FB outside of the T cell. It is expressing on the surface of the cancer, which will be recognized, and also yellow. The molecule in the T cell can be combined with this. And then when you look into the T cell inside, there is a blue and yellow part. That is H41BB and the CD3 zeta chain. So that made a contribution to the T cell activation as a molecule. So we designed this molecule, so the recognition of the cancer, and also we can activate T cell so that directly attack the cancer cell.
이렇게 만들어진 CTL519은
CTL019 that we created in this way
임상 시험을 거쳐
underwent the phase 2 clinical trials, and then we get the confirmation of its effectiveness among various patient groups.
CTL519은 말씀드렸다시피
As I told you before, CTL09 is that the living drug designed to target CD19 B cells.
불활성화된 바이러스를
So the unactivated virus will be used. It's not like this. We use a living drug, a living cell. So based on this information, T cell is expressed as a molecule. So C19, the recognizing molecule CTL019 is recognizing the CD19 and then attacking that, and then removing the cancer cells. So when we target CD19, because it is expressed in the B cell precursors, and also it's not expressed on bone marrow, stem cells, or other tissues. So B cell, the stemming, the hematologic malignancy is available in many protein-related tissue. So there is there's also very interesting proteins you can see, the CD19, CD22, and the BCMA. But CD19 is expressed in many different the hematologic malignancy. So this has a wide coverage. That's why that is the biggest advantage of the CTL019. So relapsed refractory B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia patients. For these patients, they have fewer therapy options. According to the latest paper, these ALL patients, 0.8 people are contacted with the cancer out of 100,000 population. So chemotherapy and targeted treatment and radiation bone marrow transplantations are the therapy available for them. Despite this aggressive therapy, only 20% of the children they suffer from the relapse, and also their treatment is not very much effective. So for this relapse and refractory patients, the possible therapy is not very limited. Their survival rate is that on average the 3 months or 9 months.
이렇게 스탠다드 케어를 받고
So after the standard of care, these patients suffer from the relapse and refractory situation. So for these patients, we had a clinical trial. So CTR019, the treatment was given to these patients, and they have a higher response and also treatment rate, efficacy rate. So when you look at the detail index, you will be surprised. When you look at the the table, those undergoing the clinical trial, 82% patients said that they have the efficacy. Also overall survivor, 56% for the 12 months and 70% of the 18 months, and also 66% of the survival rate over the 24 months. In terms of safety, you can see the consistency with the previous results. So considering the short survivor time, the Ileana study's result is quite encouraging. So relapsed and refractory ALL patients. So we also see that the unmet need for patients with relapsed refractory diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. So diffuse large B-cell lymphoma is the most common, the non-Hodgkin the cancer. So 40%, this account for 40% of all NHL cases globally, and also new cases happen, 4.9 annual cases per 100,000 individuals. So when you see the left, you can see the current, right, you can see the current the treatment. So you can see that the current treatment includes chemotherapy plus rituximab, and also savage high dose chemotherapy, and also next one is the autologous stem cell transplant. So for this relapsed refractory DLBC, 75% patients are ineligible for autologous stem cell transplant, and also 10% of the DLBCL patients are diagnosed the refractory disease. So if they are left untreated, this relapsed refractory DLBCL patients has a life expectancy of 6 months around. So for this RRDLBCL patients, we injected a CTR019 and then have the follow-up of 24 months in order to see the response. So we can see that higher the response of these patients after injecting this CTR019. Right side, you can see the table. The recent released detailed index show that out of 99 patients, 54% show the objective response rate. And also 40% of patients, you can see that the complete recovery was also observed. And also left side, you can see that for the 3 months, you maintain that the CC, so there's no progress in the cancer among these patients. In particular, so in terms of safety, so you can see the safety is observed, which is very consistent with the previous reports. For Juliet study is very much consistent with the Ileana study, so which is very much encouraging. So we have a very good outcome from the clinical trials. What about the real world outcome? Let me share with you. So CIBMTR, which is International Bone Marrow Blood Transplant Research Center, you can see the outcome for the CTR019, and then you can see that you can confirm the positive benefit risk profile of the CTR109. So in terms of safety, real-world
임상
outcome
시험 결과와
is
비슷하거나 좋게
similar or better than the clinical trial, the outcome.
이렇게 CTL519에
So
대하여
for the CTL019, you get an overview about the CTL019. As you already heard, we addressed two different the hematologic malignancies. It was very much helpful for those patients. Other than these two, we also have a lot of cancers which we need to apply this brand new therapy. Based on these encouraging results of the CTL019, we have various research and studies of the CAR T. So CAR T therapy study
약 3년에서
takes
발전하는
the
순간
faster cycle, 3 to 5 years faster than the scientific research. So it is very much fast in terms of scientific the outcome and cycle. So in line with this, in order to also lead this field, our research institute has been doing a innovating various aspects of CAR T platform through develops scalability, resistance, and immunogenicity, safety. So not just the efficacy and also durability of the CAR T, we really want to consider the overall conditions of this the tumor microenvironment. So we focus on the how we can innovate the CAR T platform to apply in the various the areas. So, for example, CT009 indications, existing indications are the pediatric and young adults RRAL, or the NH other we really want to expand the indications of the CTL119 to the different hematologic malignancies. And that's what we have done in our research institute. So for the next platform, we have a different program, which is that I showed in this the program, this slide. So you're going to have a detailed information about this next generation project. Lastly, I'd like to quote the CEO of the Novartis, Vasan Narasimhan. That's the quote from him. So please see that, and then let me conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Im, for your presentation. Next one is that I'm going to turn to the CEO, Bill Enlight of Vaccitech. He's going to talk about COVID-19 vaccine platform and the development of new anti-cancer drugs. So Mr. Bill Enlight is not available in person, so he sent a video clip. So why don't you meet him on...
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining in. My name is Bill Enright. I'm the CEO of Vaccitech. And for the next few minutes, I will give you an update on Vaccitech and what's happening at the company. I appreciate you listening in. First, a few words from our lawyers. We are a publicly listed company on the NASDAQ, and you can find more information about the company on our website or at sec.gov, but I may give some forward-looking statements throughout this presentation. Vaccitech is a clinical stage immunotherapy company. We're really focused on using the T cell arm of the immune system to target diseases that we think T cells will be important in their prevention and cure. We've got some really compelling fundamentals that we believe will drive both near-term and long-term growth. So we are a spin-out from the University of Oxford, the prestigious Jenner Institute, and we in-licensed some proprietary technology from them, including a adenovirus prime and an MVA boost platform that we're using to drive our therapeutic programs. We've got multiple programs in proof of concept clinical studies right now, including a hepatitis B potential functional cure, and also looking to clear HPV infections. Now, these are two viruses that have high healthcare burdens in South Korea in particular. We already have clinical data in a number of programs, and that includes our hepatitis B program, prostate cancer program on the therapeutic side, and also on the prophylactic side. This technology, the ChAdOx, the adenoviral prime part of the technology, is behind AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine. So we've out-licensed that platform to AstraZeneca through our collaboration with the University of Oxford. And that provides some potential near-term revenue opportunity for us as well. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. We've put together a really solid team, and we've really demonstrated that we can move things very quickly from the benchtop into the clinic, especially from a pandemic setting with the COVID-19 vaccine. This is a very broad and useful platform. Vaccitech, as I mentioned, is listed on the NASDAQ. We IPO'd earlier this year in April. We've got a number of Korean investors that are participated early in our Series A, including Gene Matrix and Korean Investment Partners. We also are moving programs forward through non-dilutive means with some of our partners, including CEPI and Janssen for our MERS program, CanSano Bio with our Zoster program for the Chinese marketplace, and a partnership with Cancer Research UK for our lung cancer program. Cash-wise, we raised almost $280 million this year. We're in a solid cash position through right now through the first half of 2024. A little bit about Vaccitech's technology. So as I mentioned, this is a prime boost technology platform. So the way this works is that we use an adenovirus to prime the immune system. That adenovirus incorporates the antigen of interest against the pathogen that we're trying to go after, whether it's HBV or HPV or oncology. And then that adenovirus has been shown to elicit the highest levels of CD8 positive T cells of any platform that's out there. And the CD8 positive T cells are the part of the immune system that recognizes infected cells or damaged cells and destroys those. So what we then do is come back with a different vector. In this case, it's a pox virus called MVA, and that boosts the immune system even further, boosts the CD8 part of the immune system as well, and again, further gives us a breadth and duration of that immune response. So we've got proprietary components to that technology platform and intellectual property as a result. And here you can see the magnitude. So in the graph on the left, the first peak is a result of the adenoviral, and you can see that peak rises pretty rapidly to about 1,000 spots per million. But it comes down pretty quickly, and that's why we need to come back with this second injection of the MVA, and that boosts that magnitude even higher. And you can see both on the graph on the right and the left that it comes down and tails out in a year and a half, 2 years later. It's still higher than most other platform technologies at their very peak. So gives a very high magnitude and long duration. And then in the middle, we also look at functionality. We want to make sure these T cells are doing what they're supposed to do. And by all the measures that we've been able to look at, they appear to be functioning properly. Here's a cartoon of our clinical pipeline. So as I mentioned, the VTP 300 and 200, our HBV and HPV programs are in proof of concept studies right now. We've got multiple clinical trials ongoing in HBV and a collaboration with Arbutus, looking at some additional components. We've got multiple oncology programs moving forward in prostate cancer, where we showed some pretty promising clinical results earlier or mid last year, and then a program in lung cancer that we'll be starting up shortly. And I'll go into these in a little bit more detail. So first, the program with our COVID-19 vaccine. This is a program that we moved forward very, very quickly. When the sequence, or when the virus was first identified in January of 2019, we were one of the first people to use that sequence, move it into a potential vaccine, and start working in animals to prove that this vaccine had a potential to work. And we were able to do that in large part because we're one of the few companies that already have human data against a different coronavirus in MERS. And so we had a good idea when we started seeing data that was very similar to our MERS program, that we had a high likelihood of success, and realized that getting big pharma involved here so we could get as much vaccine out as quickly as possible to as many people as possible was in the best interest of everyone. So we, through the University of Oxford, we out-licensed this program. In exchange, we get a potential royalty of about 1.4% of net sales once AstraZeneca begins to charge. So we agreed initially that we weren't going to charge more than a little bit over the cost during this pandemic period, again, to try and facilitate the vaccine getting out to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible, to try and deal with this devastating disease. So we've shown that we can do this very quickly. This is a platform program. We're well positioned because, unfortunately, we know COVID-19 is not going to be the last pandemic. So we're really positioned very, very well to move this forward quickly in the event of new pandemics as well. As I mentioned, the technology platform is very broad. So we've got a number of programs you can see kind of above the waterline where we're moving forward currently, but we've got a lot of programs that we are interested in moving forward, and we're starting to, now that we're well positioned from a cash perspective, we'll start to move some of these additional programs forward and on initiating at least 2 new programs a year for the foreseeable future. So just a little bit about these programs. Start with our chronic HBV program. You know, this is a very high unmet medical need. About 250 million patients are chronically infected with hepatitis B worldwide, about 1.2 million patients in South Korea. Almost 1 million people a year are dying from cirrhosis and cancer of the liver as a direct result of chronic HBV infection. So our approach is a multifaceted approach, which I think most of the thought leaders in this space believe is going to be required. And that's looking at priming the immune system with our immunotherapeutic and then coming back and boosting on patients that are taking their normal antivirals, so their DNA load is pretty low, and then coming back with a checkpoint inhibitor, a low-dose checkpoint inhibitor, because we know in these chronic infections that that T-cell exhaustion occurs, and so you need these checkpoint inhibitors to overcome that T-cell exhaustion. So where we are, we're currently in the clinic with multiple clinical studies, as I mentioned. So HBV001 is just about fully enrolled. And when we started talking about some of these data recently at the World Vaccine Congress, and we'll be presenting a couple of posters very soon at a scientific conference coming up in the middle of November. The HBV002, this is really the proof of concept study, and it's being run in South Korea, in Taiwan, and the UK, and that's actively enrolling right now. And so we're looking at patients who are chronically infected with HBV. Their disease is being well maintained on antivirals, and then seeing if we can boost these patients, boost their immune systems, the T cell response to their immune systems with our prime boost, coming back with this low dose checkpoint inhibitor. So here are some of the data from this study. You can look and see that in healthy patients, you can see the response on the graph on the left, the T cell response. So we're getting upwards of 1 to 2,000 spots per million in these healthy patients. Our vaccine is geared towards genotype C, which is the most prevalent genotype in Asia, in particular in South Korea. And so one of the things that we are also looking at is to see whether or not there's cross-reactivity between genotype C and other genotypes with our vaccine, our immunotherapeutic approach. And indeed, we've shown that at least with genotype D. So one of the other programs that we're focused on is our human papillomavirus. Again, very high unmet medical need. There's some very good prophylactic vaccines on the market, but when you're chronically infected, the prophylactic vaccine isn't effective. And so there's about 14 million cases a year in the US and the EU, about 3,000 new cases each year in South Korea. So there's really no way to get rid of the virus once you have it. Your body does, many people do get rid of it, so not everybody gets chronically infected or has a persistent HPV infection, but those that do, we believe we have a solution. And we're trying to target the high-risk genotypes, those genotypes that are likely to lead to cancer. And so we're targeting 5 different genotypes, and we're taking a different approach than many people, is that we're going very early in the disease cycle. So we're using different antigens than the way most people go after the disease, targeting it very early to try and clear the disease before it causes cancer. So we are in the clinic right now. This HPV001 is being run in Belgium and the UK. We've enrolled the sentinel groups, A, B, and C, and we're currently enrolling the main phase of this study. And we anticipate having data from this study in the third quarter of 2022. So on the oncology side, we've got 2 interesting programs right now. The first is in prostate cancer. And as I mentioned, we showed some interesting data from this last year. So prostate cancer, again, is a huge problem, the second most common cancer diagnosed in men, and a very high unmet medical need. And so we're targeting, in the initial studies, we used an antigen called 5T4, and that's a self-antigen. And so the first couple studies were really designed to see whether or not we could induce an immune response against a self-antigen. And you can see in these results that indeed in almost 60% of patients, we were able to induce an immune response against this self-antigen. And we showed that in this trial, that not only did we induce an immune response, but those CD8 positive T cells were actually found in the tumor. So this was a very early stage prostate cancer trial where the vaccine was given before prostatectomy, and then we looked at the tumor post-prostatectomy and showed that those CD8 positive T cells were actually infiltrating. And that led us to do an additional study, a phase 2A study, and this was in much later stage patients. And in this study, in metastatic castration-resistant patients, where 23 patients were recruited, we saw a 22% response rate in patients in combination with checkpoint inhibitor, where if you look at historical comparator trials with checkpoint inhibitor alone, they give about a 9% response rate. So a significant increase in response. Not trying to overinterpret these data because it is a small number of patients and it was an open label study, but it was pretty promising. And you talk to the thought leaders in this space, they encouraged us to move forward with a controlled trial. So that's what we're working on doing right now. We're redesigning the product to add some additional antigens, so to give it a better chance of success. And we should be back into clinical trials for this program in the first half of 2022. The other cancer program we have is in lung cancer. Again, a huge unmet medical needs, the leading cause of cancer incidence and deaths worldwide, and second most diagnosed cancer in South Korea. Big opportunity. In this case, we're using different antigens. We're targeting MAGE-A3 and NY-ESO. So these are well-validated targets in this disease indication. We partnered with the Ludwig Institute for Cancer Research, where those antigens were initially discovered, as well as the Cancer Research UK. We're going to fund and run a pretty large phase 1-2 clinical study that'll get started in the very near future. So this study is designed to look at the current standard of care, so patients being treated with the current standard of care. So 40 patients will get treated how they are now, which is chemotherapy plus the checkpoint inhibitor. And then 40 patients will get the standard of care plus our immunotherapy. So that, as I mentioned, that trial should get started within the next few weeks. And then we're looking at getting data from that study probably in the 2023 timeframe. So it's a quick snapshot of Vaccitech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Going to talk about K-Bio requirements for taking the lead M&A. Please welcome me with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I am Lee Dong-eun, Executive Vice President in our company. Today, I'm going to make a presentation on the growth strategy of SKCMO and how we have grown through M&As for the past 5 years. And actually, it has been a tight process. And we conducted IR, and actually we acquired a CMO company located in California. The deal is going to be finalized by the end of this year. Now it is under a negotiation. It will be a huge deal, one of the largest single deal, and by acquiring the company, we can be one of the top 5 CMOs globally. So I'm going to provide a more detailed explanation on that. Now, this is the business structure of SK, and you already know about this information, so I will skip the slide. Now, SK is a holdings company. However, the English name of the company is SK Inc., not SK Holdings. We invest and exit and invest and exit. As a professional, we are going to make a value investment in 4 sectors. First, advanced materials, digital and bio and green. The green is about ESG, including the solar cells, renewable energy, sustainable food. So innovative green businesses, and digital includes mobility, IT technologies, and Bio Investment Center. I'm in charge of the Bio Investment Center, and under the center, SK Biopharm and SK Farm Tech, which is the U.S. CMO. I'm controlling these two divisions. So, as a value investor, the SK Inc. is now making a new journey for the past 2 and 3 years. We have made a tremendous amount of investment, and we are going to continue this virtuous cycle of investment. So, in that journey, rather than the minor investment, we are going to make a big deal investment to take the lead in the biosector globally. First company is SK Farmtech and SK Farmtech and SK Biopharm. And SK Plasma is also an affiliate of the SK Inc. This is by your portfolio. I am directly in charge of SK Farmtech and SK Biopharm. I'm going to explain the growth strategy of SK Biopharmtech through M&As and the drugs by SK Biopharms have obtained approval from FDA. Currently, we do not have a partner. Actually, we are making a direct sales and marketing strategy. In the U.S. market, last year, we jointly established the JV with Loifan. We invested about $460 million for the JV. And we are going to sign the ROI soon. So that's why we are waging a direct sales marketing of our drugs in the U.S. Of course, partnership is important. But for the further growth, we have taken a different strategy for this business. So organic growth is important. However, sometimes we need to make an inorganic strategy, like a booster shot of vaccines. The market itself is quite large, and through M&As, the market is developing further and further. On the right bottom side, this is mainly because of the rapid change in the business environment. The CMO market is not a small market. The portion of CMO in the global biopharma industry is about 150 trillion won. The market, the CMO market is increasing. More companies outsource, an increasing number of companies outsource their businesses, and we are seeing a growing CDMO business like Celltrion or Samsung Biologics here in Korea. Synthetic API, bio API, and DP APIs. We have these 3 API categories. We started with the synthetic APIs, of course, and for the synthetic API, we are the global top 5, one of the global top 5 companies. And then for the comprehensive APIs, we are going to we aim to be one of the top 5 companies globally. That is why we need to develop the U.S. markets. In the innovative CMO can be a cash cow for us rather than the generic drug CMO. So at the end of the day, you may think that the SK Inc. is a developer rather than a manufacturer, even if we have a manufacturing site. So that is why the important market to us is the U.S. Okay, they're having conflict between the U.S. and China because of the protectionism, and in particular, the drugs is one of the strategic materials. There, it requires high value-added technologies, and the global CMO. You can see most of the CMO markets actually have grown through M&As, only through M&As. This is because of the rapid change in the market. We need this kind of scale-up business. We need to secure the scale-up business to secure the revenue, to secure the margin. Top three is Summer Fisher Lonza and Catalent, with the $2 billion in revenue, with a good EBITDA margin. SK Pharmtech it is still, of course, behind these top three companies. Of course, our revenue is about over 1 trillion won. And on the left side, okay, between 2017 and 2021, these are the M&As implemented in this period. Now it's about the time. We should not. We should win in the war of time, in the war of speed. We started the M&A 5 years ago by acquiring a factory in Ireland. And then we expanded our facilities in Sejong area. And then we acquired MPAC. MPAC in 2018 it is a U.S. company. Okay, this is a spin-off of a military company, military fuel company. So HPAPI, it is capable. This company is capable of making the HPAPI. So that was an attractive point for us. That is why we acquired the MPAC. And so we combined the MPAC and a French company and SK Pharmtech. And then we are going to acquire another company, CGT in the US. That is our global strategy. So because we've almost finished the required scale, we completely required the scale for the synthetic APIs, and then we are now moving into CGT. So our target market is the USA. So bio API, we are still a newcomer. That is why we cannot tap the US market in the beginning. So we have a list of the target companies and we follow up their status quo and their distributor and business levels. And then we focused Jonathan, a French R&D company. And we found that the gene therapy division was spun off from the Jonathan. The interesting point is that the U.S. Actually, we had to compete with a U.S. company. However, the U.S. company could not join the bidding process at the time because of the lockdown restrictions. However, we were allowed because of thanks to the strict quarantine policy of the Korean government. So we passed it. We were able to visit the seller, and the seller was surprised by our visit. Because I wanted to buy the division. So in the first, it was a question mark. They said that you do not have any bio division. Of course, they highly evaluated the SK Biofarm. And however, they said that we do not have any biologics. However, we presented that the history of M&As and our commitment. And through the M&As, what social values we can pursue. Okay, the French market has its own characteristics. It has union. So I had to make a presentation in front of the union. And then I had to visit the Alger policy to make presentation before the Minister of the Economy. So I emphasized how our business is different from those companies in China. So we communicated with Union, and how we are going to enhance the values of the company after the M&A. By acquiring the company, we emphasize that we will develop the U.S. market more aggressively, and then later on we may develop the Chinese market as well. That way, we persuaded the representative about the R&D center, and then we won the deal. So we were able to acquire 70% of the stake. So that's the interesting point of M&As. SK was a no name in the biologics industry. However, people in the industry they found interesting about SK, and they became interested in the business of SK, the original business of SK as well, and then another company approached us for a possible business deal. We became a deal partner from, we used to be the deal tracer. However, we became a deal partner. So the company was located in Philadelphia. And UPenn, Professor Jim Wilson. Okay, that project was joined by the Jim Wilson Labs, so that the APL patent can be utilized. We valued it highly, and total 6 members of my team visited the site. So M&A at the end of the day is about face-to-face meeting. We should see faces for direct communications. So 25 executives also joined the meeting. And then those executives had some career histories in Lonza and other bio companies. And then the total period of experience was 5 years. So we confirmed their technical prowess and their connection with Professor Jim Wilson and their therapy with silicon. Now biotech is moving from west to east, and there is a newly established biopark in New York. At the end center of New York, there is a biopark, and Pfizer have the office in there. Maybe this is a kind of impact of influence of COVID-19. The long-term funds are now moving into biosector. OBMed or major biotech companies now are serving as a long-term funds. The capital market has expanded thanks to the COVID-19, and scientific progress is much faster. In the day, after using the mRNA, the authorities they set the guidelines and they think that all the process will be accelerated further. So we won the deal, and we are now about to sign the definitive agreement. We are going to take over the management. So for the past 5 years, we closed 4 M&A deals in Ireland, France, and the U.S. and the CBM in the eastern part of the U.S. The role of the CBM is very important. Thanks to the reshoring strategy, this spot will play a crucial role. And we are supplying the strategy materials starting from the beginning of the last year. We also a company. We are participating in the development project in the U.S. We don't need to say that we are a Korean company when we are making an M&A deal. We are making presentation as a global biopharm company. So our products were included as strategy materials, and we are running our factory 100% to produce the products against COVID-19. When it comes to synthetic drugs, first we need to synthesize very good new drugs, So the core of our business is through M&As. The operation is key. So we have a separate operation team on the right side. We have a global consolidated leadership team. We have dispatched some key personnel to the team. And I also, the board of directors have the right for the management. They give the full delegation on the day-to-day operation, and only based on the incentives, they provide some profit sharing. They share the profits with the members. So in that sense, management is the key. So I interviews management members, and I build a network. That is my role actually. I have a pool of top talents, global top talents in my Excel file. So we have various operations. Sacramento, Virginia. We have 3 spots in the U.S. In the case of a Virginia plant, the plant is used to produce the structural materials, and the materials are provided, supplied to the U.S. government. We operate and manage the site. So we are on the front line. We are the top tier supplier. And we have sites in France and Ireland and in Korea, in Sejong. In the long term, we are going to develop the Chinese market as well. First, our target is to settle our businesses in the U.S. and Europe, and then after that, we are going to look and see the Chinese market because the market itself in China is uncertain. Through the global M&As, we can grow the businesses. However, there are some efforts in terms of operation, compliance, and R&D partnerships, and cross-border M&As. We should make further efforts. Global operation, we have Asia, EU, and US. We have 3 pillars. And then in the synthetic API side, we have already reached 1 trillion in revenue. And by 2025, we are going to achieve 2 trillion. And then the largest market, US, is our target market. That is the core of our global operation. We should think global but act local. And R&D leadership, we should carry the core technologies like the purification technologies or the manufacturing technologies of the toxic drugs. In these sectors, we should be number 1 on the global stage. So in that sector, we will keep acquiring small and prominent startups. So in certain technologies on the platform, we should be number 1 in each sector. For fast manufacturing and the fast R&D, we need those certain technologies. And the diversity of the business model should be kept. Chemical, CMO, and biologics. We have Samsung Biologics in Korea, and we do not need to compete with the Samsung Biologics in the antibody sectors. So we set our direction into CTG. So for the next 5 years, we are going to move in this direction. Currently, we can buy the prominent startups in the sector at a cheaper price. CTG, the PER is about 13. So M&A multiple is about 13. So which means that I should buy those companies as early as possible. And then technically, we should complement more. And We should practice the manufacturing for some items of which manufacturing is difficult. Our revenue is simple. Okay, we have a 5-year contract, and we take about 80% of them. What is the 20%? 20% requires much energy, much efforts. And 20% is only done by the big firm companies. We only focus on innovative drugs and strategic materials project, BARA project. During this project, we should keep our relations with the U.S. government or other governments. And we should enhance our capacity, of course. That is why we keep expanding our facilities in Sejong. So, inorganic strategy is important, and in organic expansion of business is important as well. That's how we make our business predictable. And cross-border M&A. Buyer market is very competitive. Most of the CMO business are done through M&A, so we should compete with the Chinese and Japanese CMOs or the big US CMOs. We have invested about 2 trillion won in that sector, in mostly option deals. And to compete in the option deal, information is critical. We should be always prepared to take the fruits of the deal. So intelligence dynamics, we should always monitor the intelligence dynamics. And PMI. After acquisition, through PMI, we should normalize the business in a matter of 1 year. Through the M&A, they have some targets about R&D or revenue. However, those numbers are over-optimistic. We know that. However, we know the over-optimistic numbers. What is important here is that we should tightly control, and we should try to normalize the business. Of course, the control should be made through the board of directors, through the management and the process. It is about the system. It is not about people. It is about system. And then, of course, we should continue our small-sized deals. So I have mentioned the 6 points. So in conclusion, in effect, organic growth is good. However, in some sectors, if we just pursue the organic growth strategy, we may lose in the competition. We should better manage our portfolio. Down the road, we will keep our top position in the synthetic API markets, and in the next 10 years or 20 years in the bio API, we want to take more than 10% of the market share. CDP is about 100 trillion market. So we are going to take 10% of them. So we are going to transform from the synthetic API to bio API through partnerships, ongoing partnerships, by maintaining relations with the big bio firms. At the end of the day, CMO business, biotech investment, we should keep our touch with the academy as well, the universities. So we will reach the core tech sector for a successful deal. And we'll expand our business model. And the last point is digitalization. The process chemistry helps. Get some help from the digitalization. So Europe, Asia, and the US, biologics and synthetic API and the bio API. We are going to keep these 3 pillars to be the global top CMO, one of the top 5 CMOs globally. And then our target would be about 50 or 100 trillion won in revenue. We are making active investment in the new drugs as well. Okay, we are going to have some in-house venture division for continuous investment in the bio sector. If I have some chance, I will share the view later. Thank you very much.
박수를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of applause.
네, 발표 진행해 주신 이동호 SK
The Exec Vice President Dong Lee, thank you for your presentation. Let me turn to the next session. Next session will be provided by the CEO, Ji-Soo Bae from Genome & Company. He's going to talk about M&A K-Bio Ventures growth catalyst. Let me invite him on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Good morning. I am CEO of Genome & Company, Bae Ji-Soo. So our company is specialized in the microbiome and also new novel the drugs. But rather than this, the product, I'm going to talk about our history of M&A and also acquiring the bioventure from the U.S. So that's why I am on the stage to present those story. I already listened to the story of the SK Biologics, and also next one is the Samsung Biologics. So I feel that I'm very much proud to be on the stage with those larger companies. But I'm going to share my stories with these companies. So my company was founded in 2015. Microbiome and also the antibody new drugs are our specialties in the company. So let me give you the pipelines. What we have is a microbiome and also the immuno antibody drugs and also new targets, novel targets as ICI antibody, the new drugs. That's what we are developing right now. And 2 years ago, we acquired Scioto Bioscience, which is located in Indiana, only in the US. So we also developed the microbiome treatment in that company. So let me share the history of our company. The company was founded in 2015, and also we are listed in Connex in 2018. I'm sorry, let me correct. It's 2018, listed in Connex, and last year, December, we listed in Kosdaq. And so July 2020, we acquired Scioto Biosciences. And also, we also acquired Les Biological Laboratory, which is CDMO in the US in 2021. So let me give you the story of the acquisition. So why we acquired the Scioto Biosciences? Since we listed in the Connex, and when we listed it, the capitalization was about 40 billion. So the market views our company in a very favorable way. So later, 400 and 500 billion worth. And since we are the bio venture company, so investment we have will also go into the pipelines for the development. So when we reach the 300 and 400 billion worth, we need to have multiple pipelines in order to justify our value. So and also market also evaluate us in a very higher the prices. When we have a higher value, what we need to do is that we make a very bold funding, and then through that we can have cemented our pipelines and then creating a good business model. That's what we do as a venture company. Worldwide, microbiome companies are available. We look at them and then see whether they have a good pipelines. So by acquiring this Scioto Biosciences, we can cement our pipelines. So we thought that we need to make a solid pipelines. So next pipelines should be the internal development, which will take it to the 3 years. So I mean, until the IND, it will take about 10 billion. So we need to make a step-by-step effort for that. But we need to also think about the positive and favorable pipelines. Microbiome companies are available across the world. We look at them. There are about 500 microbiome companies we found, and among them, and the companies which are ready with the IND, since with the basic the foundation. So we selected 39 microbiome drug developers. We sent out the emails to them and then expressed our intention to acquire. That we have a meeting. So quite a lot of companies they respond to our answer, the inquiry. I believe that is the power of the Connex. So Connex evaluate us, say 300 to 400 billion. So when they contact us, they also search our company. So Bloomberg showed our the capitalization and the value, so which showed that 300 to 400 billion. So these the microbiome companies. I think that this company, my company, is not a small company. A very bold, so that they aggressively and boldly responding to our inquiry. So so we also selected a kind of genuine and candidates apart from the companies presenting the high price. So we were able to select 20 companies, and also JPN conferences invited us. And when you invited these companies, the 10 companies visited us and made a presentation to us. That was very kind of impressive and also moving moment, because when we went to the JPN conferences, so we were just chasing the companies to make a presentation about company. So we were very busy presenting our company when we had attended the JNP conferences, but this time is quite different. The many companies provided a presentation to us. So our staff members, which one of our staff member entered our company in 1 week, that he kind of played a critical role in the JNP conferences. Once the employee came to me and then said that he's is really satisfied with what he is doing. So just before, I was with him on the table for making a deal. So previous day that we have a rough discussion. On next day we are on the table and then listen to the presentations from the microbiome companies. So we were able to see the trend of the microbiome industry. So this employee was very much impressed with what he is doing and what he received in the presentation. So among these 10 companies, the biosciences was kind of spotlighted for us. So we were able to get the list of the companies, and we look at this microbiome companies which is dealing with the autism and others, and we look at the early stage companies or also IND prepared companies. So those are the candidates we started negotiation. Before I enter the negotiation, I believe that Korea bio industry has a long way to go. But on the other hand, our bio industry has been kind of growing a lot up until to the mature stage. So our external the director Lee Byung-gun, I met him and then talk about the acquisition and then get some advice. We really want to acquire the microbiome company at a lower price and then make an economic decision. But he provided a different advice. So the U.S. company, which is made up of the white, the Anglo-Saxon people, and then how much you need to pay for this the company with the spirituality. And in terms of the exerting leadership, he provided a lot of inspiration and advice. So that's why I was able to be very successful at the acquisition. So Indianapolis is the the place where Eli Lilly is headquartered. So Eli Lilly is very this traditional strong in the CNS. I'm the psychology doctor, and I'm administer the depression, anti-depression drugs. SSR, those are the drugs provided by the Eli Lilly. Before then, Eli Lilly closed its business of the CNS and then focused on the metabolic the medicine. So CNS members all escaped from went out of this company and then set up this Cyto Biosciences. So that's why this Cyto Biosciences is located in Indianapolis. So when I had a meeting, I have two questions. One is that it seems like that this company is really look good, but why there's a kind of lower price, and then why this company presented us as an opportunity. And the second thing is that they have a 20 employees, which is a small scale company, and the data they accumulated, created, data level is quite a favorable, good. So how they can create this kind of data with this small number of people? So I had a great expectation, and I have felt, and I had a dinner with them, and then I had a conversation with them. So I said that I felt good, but for me, I felt really nice because so Boston or if your company is located in Boston or San Francisco, your company worth is more than 30 billion. But since you are located in the Indianapolis, so that's why Mazatlan is from the investors, the watch. So what they said is that they were very much interested in the leadership like me, who led the company and then made the company grew big in 5 years. That's why they think that I'm the right one. My company is the right one for their partner. And also beside next to the Indianapolis, I understood why this small number of people was very successful at accumulating data because next to the Indianapolis there is the animal experiment places. When I was a doctor, when I had the licensing company, I looked at the animal experiment models that was used necessary for the test. But when you study the autism, there is a 2 experiment lab in Korea. So when I went there, I saw that the experiment lab is very much in a good facility. So when you have animal experiment, when you mostly is outsourcing, but the outcome is not favorable. In that case, you are trying to make it internalized through in-house. But when you go to Indianapolis, the external sources, outsourcing company is really good, so you don't have to have an animal experiment in-house. So that's why I think that this company is really good. And also, we acquired a CDMO company. This Cyto Biosciences also helped us to acquire the CDMO company this time. So we have a very good collaboration and cooperation. And here, pipeline, so oxytocin, we can increase the oxytocin and then cure the autism. That's the mechanism. So autism has no cure, no treatment, and the 4% of the population suffer from the autism. So when I worked on this, there was when I was a student, there was no cure for the ADHD, and with the medicine of the ADHD, the market has increased in 1 year more than 40 times, but ADHD for 7%, autism account for 4% in the population. So I believe that autism treatment can create a blockbuster medicine for us. So how we can make the root for, lacking point with the microbiome. That's why we feel that it is very positive and favorable for us. And currently, it is in the clinical phase, first phase of the clinical trial. And then after this clinical, we are going to be migrated to the phase 2 of the clinical trial successfully. So necrotizing necrolitis and inclusive. We can also expand this to the cross the disease area. And also we acquired the CDMO here. Well, let me share the story. The CMO market is growing very well. And in Korea, Samsung Biologics and Celltrion are the kind of good global players. So Korean Korean companies, there are not many the bio companies in the world, but CMO companies in Korea are leading in the world. So we're very much interested in microbiome CMO. So I told you that there was explosive growth in the microbiome CMO about 5 years ago when I studied the company, and then they participated in the certain academic conferences. Microbiome ventures and companies are the ones who receive a good investment and they grow fast, while the microbiome CMOs are kind of 2 to 3 years lag behind these microbiome companies. So in the beginning, the Austrian company Rena Bio, we made a contract of the CMO with the company. As soon as I arrived, these company members welcomed me like a president of the country because they want to secure the contract from me. But 1 year later, Rena Bio grew so remarkably. So we really want to secure the next bench, but they said that they have a high demand. So if you sign a contract right now, you can get a batch in the next 1.5 years later. So there is a certain bottleneck in the CMO businesses. So from our perspective, under these circumstances, our pipelines should be successful in the design in the clinical trial, so that we can make progress without any loss and also waste of time, and then ahead in the market. That's very important in the bio industry. So we are good in the clinical trial and then secure the patients, but the agent and the kind of there is a bottleneck by the chemical reagent, due to the chemical reagent. So we contact the CMO. So microbiome CMO, strong powerhouses are available. So four CMOs were the candidates for the dealing. I mean, for the co-investment and the co-expansion. So 300 liters and 400 liters, or maximum 5,000 liters, the size they have as the microbiome CMO, they can cover the first phase and second phase of the clinical trials. So, but many microbiome companies have made progress to the phase 3 of the clinical trials. So then, meaning the CMO, they need to expand the 10,000 liters. So that's why the CMO is searching for the certain investment partners. So we are a very much ideal partner. So our candidates, one is the company from the France and Switzerland and Netherlands, meaning that the dairy industry powerhouse companies have the same kind of concerns and also interests. So microbiome is used for the food, but microbiome, the bacteria, is now used in the medicine. So when you develop the medicine, you need to negotiate with the US FDA and then get approval from the US FDA, and then a certain facility here. So there's a list lab in San Jose in US. They have a good technology power, and then they based on a good science, and they also have a good relationship with the FDA. That's why we contacted this biolab and then select them as the acquisition partner. And then one more thing is that the companies from the Switzerland European countries, they are very much conservative. So they said that they want to get the investment to share the profit, but in terms of sales operation, others, they want to cover that on their side only. So they want to get us. But the List Lab, they want for us, the acquiring List Lab gives a lot of leeway in terms of expansion of our business. That's why we acquired the List Lab. In the process, we visited the factory in San Jose, as you can see. So these are the directors in this List Lab. They are the owners. This company is a 43 years old, and they have a good profits, 25% of the margin, and then they have never get the external investment from outside. I mean, for about 43 years, they just reinvest, reinvestment out of their profits. So very much a substantial company. So we said that we are going to make a larger scale of the investment. So we asked their partnership in terms of investment together, and we saw the passion from them. So we make a certain consultation and discussion for a long time. So we made a good decision. So as you can see that we acquired this site to biosciences, and also we really want to make an expansion with this company. So Sciota Biosciences, located in Indianapolis, the team there had a deal with the Indiana, the state government. They secured the 18,000 pyong size of the land. They get this land for free, so we can also save the 20% of labor costs for next 10 years. So the state government provided very favorable conditions for the land use. So we chose the Indianapolis to use this land. So for the CMO business, why we enter the CDMO business? So there are three reasons behind this. First one is, from our perspective, microbiome business growth potential is very much promising. That's what we observe. So when we do the CDMO, more than 10 years, the demand outnumber the supply. That's what we have predicted, and this is a very good business model. And the second thing is that our pipelines, we are very much confident about our pipelines. And compared to the competition, we really want to be ahead of the other competitions in terms of pipelines in the market. So we really want to enhance the competitiveness of pipelines. So the CDMO, acquisition of CDMO is the expression of our pride and confidence in our pipelines. And the third reason is that we really want to create certain high revenue. And estimated by 2025, we want to reach the 100 billion, the sales revenue, so we can have a solid and robust sales revenue, and then we can reinvest the all novel medicine. So yes, of course, we're going to draw certain investment, but with our sales revenue, we can also reinvest into this medicine. We don't have to suspend our pipelines. We can make a continuous pipelines. So third reason is our vision to make a sustainable business. And lastly, I would like to talk about the analogy of the movie. Far and Away is the film that was released in the early 1990s. So this movie, was about the immigration story in the eastern part of the U.S. So here, this Appalachian, the mountains, the eastern part of these mountains, these immigrants lived. And then when you move to the west, there is a kind of mist that there will be a gust when you go over these Appalachian mountains. So laborers at the time, including the Tom Cruise, the hero of this the film, settled down this place and then lived well. But the U.S. government sent out a certain announcement, and then the U.S. government secured the California after fighting against the Indian. So they wanted to send some of the people in the California. So they make an announcement. They wanted the people. They're searching for the people. So in order to secure the land, so there's a competition. So you just ride the horses and then set up certain flag, then that's your land. That you are the owner of the land. So it's difficult to live by in the western part of the U.S. But when you move to the western part of the world, you will get the land. You will possess the land. So that will be a very much ambitious plan, but for the immigrants, they were able to get rich by moving to west and then secure the land there. So in the Fisher, the city of Fisher, there's a bio complex was built, and BMS and Covans, all good. The well-known companies are included in this. The located in that complex. So, well, my company was also called, and so I'm emphasizing the spirit of the fire and away, the theme that we can settle down. We settle down in the eastern part of the U.S., but why don't we move to the uncharted and world so that we can make a new investment and a new growth, creating the good opportunity and grow further. That's the mission and vision that we have. That's why I made an analysis about the theme. So thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. CEO Pejisu for your wonderful presentation. This concludes our morning session. So in the afternoon, we also prepare the various session. So after lunch, please come back by 1:30 p.m. So other than eating lunch, please wear masks all the time. Without mask, you are not allowed to come into this hall. So this forum is available online. So online audiences, please come back by 1:30. So I'd like to ask your support and interest for the
네, 그럼 오후 세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
Then let us begin the afternoon session, session 3. First, okay, we are going to invite James Choi, the Managing Director of Samsung Biologics. He's going to make a presentation on the global CDMO strategy of Samsung Biologics. Let me invite him onto the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon. James Choi-입니다.
안녕,
I'm Senior Vice President,
안녕하십니까?
Chief Information and Marketing Officer, and Head of Investor Relations at Samsung Biologics. It's my honor to present at the News1 Global Bioforum 2021. And today I'd like to share with you some information, mostly that you probably already know, because a lot of this information is public. But hopefully I can add some additional information and really explain to you the story behind our success. So today we're going to cover an overview of the Samsung Group, brief history of Samsung Biologics, our Plant 4, the super plant that many of you have heard about, our plans for our multimodal plant, our Samsung Biologics Platform Services, which is going to be the flagship service for our CDO business. And we're going to talk about innovation, how we overcame the COVID crisis and turned that into an opportunity. And then we'll close with an overall vision for the next few years. So first, a little bit about the Samsung Group. Most of you in this audience are already familiar. We are one of the top 5 global ranking in terms of brand recognition companies in the world. We have an 83-year-old history. We have over $300 billion in sales as recorded last year, over 20 global #1 products, and we have over 500,000 employees worldwide, and over 86,000 are software engineers, which accounts for the $16.7 billion in spend on R&D, which is a significant amount of our company's assets into the future. And we're the #2 in the world in terms of R&D spend. And we have over 205,000 patents globally. So Samsung Biologics was founded 10 years ago, and this year we celebrated our 10-year anniversary. And we started out with Plant 1, which is a very small-scale plant compared to the other plants that we have now. And in 2016, we followed up with Plant 2, which has become a CGMP compliant plant within a very short period of time, probably a record in terms of going from engineering, construction to validation. We did that in 40% of the time that it would normally take the industry average. Then we went public on the Kospi exchange in 2016, and immediately afterwards, we launched Plant 3, which was at that time the biggest plant at a single location. And then shortly we launched our biosafety testing services because we found out that our clients needed our safety testing services in order to release our batches in a more expeditious manner. And then we launched our first US expansion with the opening of our CDO R&D lab at the heart of the San Francisco BioCluster. And concurrently, we broke ground on Plant 4, which we've called Super Plant, and I'll talk more about it later. But all of that combined with Plant 4 will give us the single largest biomanufacturing capacity in any city in the world. And then we announced this year, we announced our process platform, our S-Choice and S-Celebrate platforms to really launch and jumpstart a CDO business. And then we also announced the groundbreaking of our mRNA drug substance facility, which will go live by the middle of next year. And as you can see in the timeline, by fourth quarter of next year, we will start GMP operations of our super plant. So all in all, today we have over 88 global clients, 620,000 liters of capacity at a single location, as I said, the largest location for mammalian manufacturing any city in the world. We have over a 98% success rate, which is phenomenal. Anything above 92, 93% is extraordinary. And to date, we have 104 global regulatory approvals and counting. As I mentioned, we went public about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And as you can see from the chart on the left there, the growth rate has been phenomenal. We've outpaced the Dow Jones Industrial Average, just about every major index in terms of our growth. And today, we are number 4 in terms of market cap in Korea. And for the past 5 years, we had a compound annual growth rate of over 40%, which is significant. And if you look at what our year-to-date performance has been as of third quarter of this year, we've almost achieved the equivalent revenue growth as we did in all of last year. So our top-line growth rate is very strong, and our guidance for the remainder of the year on our operating margin is about 30%, mid-30%, okay? Which is very, very substantial. One of the keys to our success is that for a biopharma company to only been around for 10 years and have the credibility in the industry to attract the large global customers, it's incredible. And much of that success goes to our people and our quality-oriented culture. If you look at the pyramid, at the very top is our quality and compliance culture. This applies not only for Samsung, but especially at Samsung Biologics, because the products we make are the drugs that go into everybody around you. So this is why we have been able to successfully pass all of the global regulatory inspections. To date, as I said, we have over 104 regulatory approvals from the FDA, EMA, PMDA, over 37 inspections with 0 critical observations. And on top of that, we get inspected and audited by our clients all the time. Our overall goal is to be an end-to-end, from start to finish, from cell line, from the development of the molecule, all the way to the shipping of that product to the patient, provide all the services as a CDMO for all the major pharmas in the industry. And we've achieved that with our BioCampus 1, with Plant 1, Plant 2, Plant 3, and as I mentioned, our largest plant to date, which is Plant 4, which is on track, on schedule for completion as we had planned. And as I mentioned before, we were able to open up our San Francisco US R&D Center, which signals the start of our global physical expansion. So Plant 4, we'll talk a little bit about that. Comparison to the other plants. Plant 1 started out with 30,000 liters, Plant 2, 154,000, and Plant 3, 180,000. And what makes Plant 4 remarkable is that it has a variety of capacities to be able to be the most flexible, largest plant to address the needs of not just the large pharmas, but the smaller startup biotechs as well. And we've applied all of our learning, all of our engineering, all of our expertise that we have from the first 3 plants into the optimized design of our 4th plant. And it will be, upon completion, not only the largest, the most flexible, but probably one of the most advanced in terms of digital technologies and capabilities. And it's all right here in Korea. As I mentioned before, the timeline is pretty exceptional. When you think of the size of a plant like this, it would take many, many years for the average biopharma company to construct, to design, to validate a plant this size. But we've applied all of our learning that we've leveraged through the first 3 plants in terms of parallel engineering construction, the piping design, the hygienic room layout. all of those know-how that we've applied to be able to do this 40% faster than the industry average. So it'll be CGMP ready by October of next year and fully ready by the end of 2023. We've already, if you listen to our earnings report calls, we've already made significant progress in terms of pre-sales activity for this plant, which shows the level of excitement and anticipation from all of our clients in securing manufacturing capacity in this latest plant. Our next step, though, is, we're not just going to stop at antibodies. We want to get to mRNA and all of the different biologics platforms that are out there. mRNA is by far the most promising. As we've seen through the COVID epidemic, through the pandemic, mRNA was the key to accelerating cures and vaccines during the pandemic. We see huge potential. So we've announced the construction of our mRNA facility, which will be based in our Plant 3. So we'll be able to get it up running faster, and it should be ready, fully GMP ready by the middle of next year. And we've already started activities in terms of selling this type of service. Next is our, what makes us unique in terms of our competitive advantage in the cell line development organization services. So we launched S-Choice, okay? S-Choice is our proprietary cell line that allows our clients to be able to develop their cells using our cell line with no revenue-dependent royalties. All the other cell lines out there require some sort of royalties. We don't. It has a high titer for over 14 days and robust viability for over 21 days at 90% viability. It has a high manufacturing performance, one of the best in the industry, and we are very excited by the promise that this brings to our CDO clients. We followed that up with Accelerate, which is a play on words which sounds like accelerate, which is exactly what it does. When our customers are biotechs that want to develop molecules, they start from the early development phase. We can help them accelerate that development to investigational new drug filing within 9 months. And from there, we could take it from clinical development all the way through to biologics license application in 20 months, which is a huge game changer for all of our CDO clients in the industry as they bring their cures faster to market, which is key to success in the new drug development business. Our global CDMO partnerships, I mentioned before, are 88 global partners and counting. This is not all of our clients, but some of the major ones, as you can see. We serve both large global pharma techs, biopharma techs, and small local as well. We don't pick and choose our clients. We make sure that we provide the best service to whatever clients can use our services, and we are the most flexible, so we adapt and tailor our solutions to be able to provide our world-class service to all the biopharmas and biotechs out there. Next, I'll talk about how we turn the COVID pandemic, a crisis, into an opportunity with a concept that we call innovdaption, a combination of the words innovation and adaption. Innovation is really being the first to do something, right? If you're the first to do something, then you've innovated in a particular area. So it's about speed. Adaption is about being able to sense your surroundings and be able to effectively change what you do to be more successful. So we've combined those two to be the first to be successful under changing conditions. So at Samsung Biologics, we call this concept innovdaption. So some of the ways that we've overcome the pandemic, remember when it first started? The first thing that happened was people could not travel. This was a huge impact for us initially because in order for us to sell our services, our clients have to visit our plant, inspect the facilities, and do a due diligence audit. If they couldn't travel to our facilities anymore, or if the regulatory authorities could not travel anymore, how were we able to close new deals, to gain new approvals? So that was one of the problems. And we've overcome that with the live virtual tour, which is the solution that you see right here. And I'll talk more about that. The second one was social distancing. Social distancing meant that a lot of large conferences went virtual, which means in order to tell our story, to gain new clients, we had to somehow be active in these global conferences. So it created a thing called virtual exhibition hall. And then lastly, as our clients wanted to do more remotely and virtually, we tailored our services so they can access everything virtually. And I'll talk more about that. So the first of these was live virtual tour. So you might ask, well, what's so special about this? Well, what live virtual tour does is it not only streams in high definition, very high definition, that allows the inspectors to virtually see all of the details that they need to visually inspect, not only of the site, but also of our documentation. And they're able to do this in a secure way. And we leverage the cloud network, a global cloud infrastructure, so that if we had a European inspector, we could leverage the cloud in Europe. If we had an Asia or US, we could leverage the respective cloud infrastructure in those regions to accelerate the speed and make it as crystal clear an image that the inspectors are seeing. In fact, the FDA at the tail end of last year has said that we were one of the first, if not the first, site that they virtually inspected using our technology and approved. And this was for a COVID treatment, so it was very time sensitive. And they did that using our technology. Next is our virtual exhibition hall. This is something that has generated more leads than it would have, than we would have gotten if we had attended those conferences in person. We typically get 50 to 100% more leads through the virtual exhibition hall because it's always active. And our visitors can go in there and explore the space and tour and view all of the information about our services, download videos, and see all these things in an immersive environment as if they were at a real conference. And lastly, this is something that we've actually been nominated awards for, and our service provider, the partner that worked with us, gave us an award for this, recognized this partnership, and that is a thing that we call EQUIS, Enterprise Quality Unified Information System. Why is this special? Because if you look at any large biopharma company in the industry, all of their systems are separate. They may have 3 or 4 different document management systems, 2 different quality management systems. None of them are connected. So other CDMOs cannot open those up for the clients to be able to securely log on and access their information. We're the first large CDMO to ever provide this service. So we call this concept a virtual person and plant. A person and plant is an actual person that our clients will send to our site to directly observe and watch all of the operations firsthand. Well, with COVID and with smaller clients not being able to do that, they now have the ability to access all of their records, all of their quality information through live virtual tour and through EQUIS to be able to do all these things virtually. And we are the first CDMO to provide this service. The other thing that we launched was a testing timeline system. Remember the business that I told you about of biosafety testing services? This allows our clients that are using those services to log on and see the status of their tests in real time. So I'll close now with the vision for the future. We have an aggressive expansion plan. We plan to expand from Biocampus 1 right across the street to Biocampus 2 at approximately the same square footage, about 100 acres. And that'll allow us to double the total manufacturing capacity, the development, the R&D, the quality services, and multimodal in that second campus. We're very excited by this because not only is it going to allow greater capacity to serve all our clients, but with multimodal, it'll get us beyond monoclonal antibodies into mRNA, pDNA, other advanced biologic technologies that are being innovated by our clients, and be able to provide all those services out of the biocluster in Songdo. And we really feel that once this is completed, it will really make Incheon, Songdo, Korea, the true biohub of the world. And last but certainly not least is our commitment to environmental, social, and governance with our sustainability management initiatives. One of the things that we're extremely proud of is our commitment to zero carbon by the year 2030. This is something that most of the major biopharmas have committed to, and since they are our clients, they expect us to be partnered with them in terms of this commitment. We want to be able to work with them to get to that level of zero carbon footprint. And in terms of the ESG-related activities, last year we published our first, this year we actually published our first sustainability report. And we were also received an A grade for our ESG rating. And we were entered as one of the first and only biomanufacturing companies in Korea into the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. And most recently, our CEO, John Rim, was appointed by the Sustainability Markets Initiative Health Systems Task Force to be the champion for the supply chain management working group to see what we can do to get all of the people in the industry, all of the major biopharmas, all of the supply chain in the biopharma industry to get to a net zero carbon footprint by the year 2030. So we are working with them, taking the leadership role, and seeing what we can do. And that wraps up my, my speech. And I'd like to thank again the News1 for inviting me here today. Thank you.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation.
기업 IR 세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 네, 첫 번째 기업 IR 세션으로는 양재욱 아이바이오 코리아 대표님께서 발표를 진행하시도록 하겠습니다. 양재욱 대표님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
발표자로 나오실 거고 여기에 시간 나오실 거라서 넘기시고 뒤로 가시고 꾹 누르시면 포인터거든요. 봐주시면 됩니다.
예, 안녕하십니까. 소개받은 아이바이오 코리아 대표 양재욱입니다. 우선 뉴스1 글로벌 바이오 포럼에 또 이렇게 아이바이오 코리아를 발표할 기회를 주신 뉴스1 관계자 여러분께 감사드립니다. 제목과 마찬가지로 위드 코로나답게 저도 어제 mRNA 부스터샷을 받고 오늘 또 참석하게 되어 좀 더 뜻깊다 생각을 합니다. 예, 발표 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 아이바이오 코리아는 이름에서 느끼듯이 안과 질환을 전문적으로 치료제를 개발하는 혁신 신약 개발 회사입니다. 저 또한 현재 임상에서 근무를 하고 있고 그리고 풍부한 신약 개발 경험을 가지고 있고 또 저희 회사는 자체의 유효성 평가 시스템을 구축하고 있으며 국내에서 유일의 A락 인증 유효성 평가 시스템을 운영을 하고 있습니다. 저를 포함한 조윤석 연구소장님 그리고 장준호 개발상무님을 포함하여 다음과 같이 임상자문에 김한규 병원장님이신 김성주 원장님과 그리고 바이오젠과 GSK의 신약개발 담당을 하셨던 홍빅터 교수님 그리고 의학과 그다음에 약동학 그리고 임상개발 그리고 안과 제재개발 및 CMC 그리고 특허의 각계의 전문가들을 저희들은 자문위원단으로 운영을 하고 있습니다. 히스토리를 말씀드리면 2016년 1월에 창업을 하여서 현재 시리즈 A 브릿지 투자 그리고 EB203 황반변성 질환에 대한 산저보 과제를 현재 운영하고 있고 현재 해외 제약사에서 노바티스나 로슈, 베링거 인거나임, 존슨앤존슨과 현재 기술 이전에 대해서 협의를 중에 있습니다. 그래서 올해 12월에 국내 식약처 IND 신청을 하고 내년에 임상 1상을 진행하고 해외 2상 또 함께 준비 중에 있습니다. 대표이사를 비롯해서 중앙연구소는 부산에 위치하고 있습니다. 본사 및 R&D가 인제대학교 부산백병원 내에 위치하고 있고 서울 사무소에서 경영지원, 임상개발 그리고 사업개발을 운영을 하고 있습니다. 말씀드린 대로 아이바이오 코리아는 자체 리서치 센터를 가지고 20여 종의 인비트로 13종의 인비보 시스템을 같이 구축을 하고 있습니다. 말씀드린 A락 기관을 자체적으로 갖고 있다는 것은 경쟁사에 대비해서 아주 우위의 효능 결과를 자체적으로 평가할 수 있고 또 빠르게 신속하게 결정할 수 있다는 최대의 장점을 가지고 한 100여 평의 인비보 공간과 200 평의 인비트로 공간에서 여러 가지 파이프라인을 구축을 하고 있습니다. 이와 같은 노력으로 저희들은 황반변성과 당뇨망막병증이 비임상을 끝내고 이제 1상을 준비 중에 있으며 그 외에도 여하튼 안구건조증 내에 여러 가지 파이프라인을 보유하고 있습니다. 우선 황반변성 저만치료제에서 말씀드리겠습니다. 요즘 황반변성에 대해서 가장 많이 이야기하고 있을 겁니다. 여기서 전체 4줄이 있으면 한 줄 정도, 한 4분의 1 정도는 65세 이상에서 황반변성이 반드시 옵니다. 말 그대로 연령에 문제가 있습니다. 현재 대한민국은 고령화 사회가 아닌 고령사회입니다. 고령 인구가 13%, 그 다음에 국외에도 마찬가지입니다. 그래서 환자는 계속 늘어나고 있고 가장 큰 문제는 치료하지 않으면 실명을 하고 돌아오지 않는다는 것입니다. 치료 시장은 안과 시장이 정말 급격히 성장하고 있습니다. 2016년도에 6조에 불과하던 AMD 시장이 현재 2023년 10조, 2028년 20조 시장을 현재 바라보고 있고 연평균 성장률은 8에서 10%씩 계속 성장하고 있습니다. 현재 전 세계적으로도 루센티스가 한 4조, 그리고 알리아가 한 8조 700억, 국내에서도 루센티스가 한 88억에 알리아가 167억으로 현재 계속 성장을 하고 있는 아주 큰 시장이라고 말씀드리겠습니다. 메디컬 언메디드에서는 바뀌고 있습니다. 가장 중요한 것은 새로운 MOA입니다. 기존의 안티-VEGF와 경쟁하지 않는 새로운 M&A 그리고 약이 얼마나 잘 델리버리해서 타겟까지 가느냐에 대한 문제입니다. 그리고 또 하나는 이와 같은 주사제이기 때문에 반드시 병원을 방문해야 되지만 저희 아이바이오 코리아는 저만형으로 이와 같은 접근성 그리고 컨비니언스를 높였습니다. 하지만 인종분류 여러 가지 차이는 있겠습니다. 서양인은 효과를 따지고 또 이런 아시안에서는 편리성을 많이 따지게 됩니다. 가장 중요한 것은 말씀드렸듯이 이와 같은 저만제에서 약동학적 평가를 봤을 때 과연 저만에서 눈까지 가느냐, 가장 병변인 코로이드까지 이와 같이 확실히 이행을 하고 그 앞에 있는 레티나까지도 충분히 약효를 발행할 수 있어서 적응증 확대에도 충분히 되며 말씀드린 델리버리 또한 안구를 직접 통과해서 망막에서 코로이드로 가는 것이 아니라 슈프라코로이드를 통해서 뒤쪽으로 가서 직접 병변에 닿는 아주 퍼스트 인 클래스를 저희들은 확인을 하였습니다. 또한 자체 평가를 통해서 이와 같은 망막 신생혈관 억제 모델에서는 아일리아와 동등하거나 능가하는 효과를 확인하였습니다. 가장 중요한 것은 황반은 영장조 이상에서만 있습니다. 그래서 멍키에서 이와 같은 CMV 억제 효과를 저희들이 확인했고 OCT 데이터상 충분히 효과를 나타내는 것을 확인하여 아주 많은 큰 기대를 걸고 있습니다. 그래서 이와 같은 에버그린 특허 전략을 통해서 현재 말씀드린 임상 1상을 다음 달에 신청해서 1상을 진행하고 2상 그리고 해외 라이센스를 추진 중에 있습니다. 안구건조증에서 말씀드리겠습니다. 안구건조증 한 번쯤 다 넣어보셨을 건데 안구건조증의 가장 큰 원인은 염증입니다. 눈물이 부족하거나 말라서가 아닌 염증인데 이런 것도 현재 일반적으로 그냥 넣는 게 아니라 중등도 환자 치료를 통해서 그리고 이를 위한 듀얼 펑션이 가장 중요하다고 합니다. 아마 안구건조증에 대한 치료에 대해서 많이 들어보셨겠지만 가장 문제는 다른 질환과 달리 징후와 증상, 즉 환자가 느끼는 어떤 불편감이나 그리고 의사가 직접 봤을 때의 그 문제점을 객관적으로 평가해야 되는데 이 두 가지를 다 만족하지 못하기 때문에 대부분의 약들이 임상 3상에서 드롭이 되는 경우도 있습니다. 현재 허가를 받은 것은 레스타시스와 자이드라입니다. 하지만 자이드라가 한 개의 품목으로 6주에 닥게다에서 딜이 될 정도로 큰 시장이지만 유럽에서 임상을 철회할 정도로 증상과 징후를 만족하기가 힘듭니다. 그래서 국내 안구건조증 시장도 점점 커지고 해외도 마찬가지입니다. 하지만 앞서 말씀드린 임상의 문제 때문에 대부분 특허 만료된 제네릭 생산이나 그에 대한 개발에 주력해서 원천 기술이 아주 부족합니다. 그렇지만 저희 아이바이 코리아는 스테스리 활성 조절에 따른 이와 같은 거블렛셀의 점액 분비 분할을 통해서 염증 억제, 점액 분비를 유도합니다. 즉 새로운 스테스리 활성을 조절을 하는 퍼스트 인 클래스 신약입니다. 이와 같은 여러 인비트로나 그리고 NOD B10 마우스를 이용한 안구 건조증 치료 효능에서 전체적인 효능 물질에서 다 눈물량이 증가됨을 확인하였고, 그리고 이와 같은 마우스의 눈에서 각막의 표면이 아주 향상되는 것을 확인했습니다. 그래서 첫 번째, 두 번째 효과와 그리고 말씀드린 눈물이 부착되기 위한 점액도 분비되는 것을 확인했고, 가장 중요한 염증이 비클과 컨트롤과 마찬가지로 깨끗하게 없어지는 것을 확인해서 전체 세 가지의 모든 문제를 해결할 수 있는 가장 좋은 약이라고 후보 물질이라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 현재 나온 기존적인 안구 건조증 치료제와 충분히 경쟁할 수 있는 좋은 약이라고 현재 생각을 하고 있습니다. 또 하나 말씀드릴 것은 녹내장 저희들은 후보 치료제를 가지고 있습니다. 녹내장은 아시다시피 어떤 풍선을 생각했을 때 가장 약한 부분은 튀어나옵니다. 즉 지속적인 압력을 해서 가장 약한 부분이 이와 같은 시신경 부분입니다. 시신경 부분에 지속적인 압력을 통해서 시야가 좁아져서 실명하는 질환입니다. 마켓 시어는 마찬가지로 노령화나 여러 가지 문제로 계속 성장을 하고 있습니다. 하지만 기존의 녹내장 치료제는 다 안압을 낮추는 것입니다. 피지 계열 약들이 워낙 강력하게 낮추지만 결국에는 시신경 손상을 막지는 못합니다. 저희 아이바이 코리아는 후보 치료제로서 안압에 대해서 영향을 미치지 않고 말씀드린 회복되지 않는 망막 신경세포 그리고 시신경세포의 사멸을 막고 그리고 회복을 재생을 증가시키는 약물을 가지고 현재 개발 중에 있습니다. 아마 생소할 수 있는데 갑상선 안질환 치료제를 아이바이 코리아에서는 개발하고 있습니다. 아마 10년 전 그리고 한 20년 전만 해도 당뇨 환자가 있으면 안과에 진료를 보내지 않습니다. 왜? 당뇨 망막병증에 대한 이해도가 낮았기 때문에. 현재는 그와 같은 전원을 통해서 당뇨로 인해서 실명하는 환자들이 많이 줄었습니다. 하지만 갑상선 질환이 있을 때 눈에 갑상선 눈병증이 와서 실명하거나 얼굴이 변하는 경우에 대해서 아직까지 인식이 부족해서 많이 전원을 하지 않습니다. 모든 환자가 생기지는 않지만 10명 중에서 한 2명 정도, 20-30% 정도 생기는데 가장 문제는 이 질환은 리버서블합니다. 돌아오지 않습니다. 이와 같이 전체 근육 중에서 눈을 움직이는 근육만 특이하게 두꺼워지게 돼서 안구가 돌출하고 그리고 두 개로 보이고 얼굴 모양도 바뀌게 됩니다. 그리고 지방세포도 커지게 돼서 눈도 계속 붓게 되게 됩니다. 하지만 안타깝게도 이와 같은 갑상선 눈병증의 유병률이 증가하지만 인비트로, 인비보 모델이 정확히 개발되지 않았기 때문에 많은 후보 물질이 제대로 평가되지 못하고 그리고 약으로 개발되지 못합니다. 말씀드린 대로 이와 같이 아주 큰 시장이 있지만 동물 모델이 제대로 없기 때문에 개발되지 않아서 저희 아이바이 코리아에서는 자체의 동물 실험 센터 A랍 기관에서 현재 동물 모델을 완벽하게 구축을 하고 그다음에 각종 후보 물질을 지금 현재 평가하고 있습니다. 현재 전 세계적으로 호라젠사에서 개발한 약 정도가 이 병이 있을 때 클리니컬 액티브 스코어 중 단 하나, 즉 안구 돌출 프로토시스 2mm를 가지고 약이 현재 승인이 난 상태에 있습니다. 저희 아이바이 코리아에서는 클리니컬 액티브 스코어 7개를 다 해결할 수 있는 퍼스트 인 클래스를 개발해서 또 이와 같은 질환이 특히 중증 질환으로 아주 패스트 트랙으로 갈 수 있는 장점이 있는 갑상선 눈병증 치료제를 또 개발하기 위해서 노력을 하고 있습니다. 말씀드린 대로 아이바이 코리아는 안과 질환을 주력적으로 개발하는 회사입니다. 현재 가장 앞서 나가는 노인성 황반변성, 그리고 적응증 확대 및 현재 일상에서 진행하여 당뇨 망막병증까지, 그리고 안구 건조증, 말씀드린 녹내장과 새로운 시장인 갑상선 눈병증 질환 치료를 위해서 많이 노력하고 있습니다. 요즘 말씀드린 고령화가 즉 100세까지 그리고 그 이후까지 계속 여명을 연장시키고, 그리고 환자들이 아주 오랫동안 살고 있습니다. 저희 아이바이 코리아는 100세까지 건강한 눈을 위해서, 그리고 그걸 위해서 새로운 안과 신약을 개발해서 여러분께 건강한 세상을 볼 수 있도록 노력하는 회사가 되도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 발표해 주신 양재욱 대표님 감사드립니다. 다음 기업 IR 세션은 임종진 브릿지바이오 부사장님께서 발표를 진행해 주시도록 하겠습니다. 임종진 부사장님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 브릿지에서 전략을 맡고 있는 임종진이라고 합니다. 오늘 뉴스원 글로벌 바이오 포럼에 저희 브릿지 바이오를 초대해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고, 아까 앞에 아이바이오에서 말씀하신 것처럼 이제 위드 코로나 시대에 지난 2년간 이제 많은 바이오계에도 변화와 다양한 도전이 있었는데, 저희가 그것들을 잘 받아들여서 향후 이제 내년 2022년에 저희도 사업을 계속적으로 활성화할 계획을 오늘 좀 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 일단 면책 조항은 대해서는 뭐 더 잘 아시니까 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 저희 브릿지 바이오는 영업 현금 흐름 창출로 독립적 운영이 가능한 혁신 신약 중심 글로벌 바이오 상업화 단계 바이오텍이 되는 것을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 2019년 저희가 상장을 했었는데요. 그 전에 2015년 저희가 국내에서는 NRDO로 잘 알려져 있는 그런 기업으로 시작을 했고요. 그 과정에서 저희가 대웅제약 그리고 베링거 인게라인과 글로벌 기술 이전화 성과를 바탕으로 2019년에 상장을 해서 기업을 5년간 잘 운영해 왔습니다. 제가 올해인 2021년부터 25년까지를 성장기로 설정하고, 이 성장기에는 글로벌 연구개발 단계 바이오텍이 되는 것을 목표로 삼고 있습니다. 이를 위해서 저희가 다양한 과제들을 계속 도입을 하고 개발을 진행하고 있고요. 인력적으로도 총 100명까지 확대할 계획을 갖고 있습니다. 이후에 이를 바탕으로 2026부터는 도약기를 통해 말씀드린 대로 글로벌 상업화 단계 바이오텍이 되는 비전을 실현해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 이러한 성장기 첫 해인 올해 2021년에 저희는 올 초에 IR을 통해서 NRDO에서 자체 발굴 역량을 강화하겠다는 비전을 목표를 말씀드린 적이 있습니다. 이러한 성과로서 이제 저희가 자체 발굴 후보 물질인 폐암 신약 치료 물질 BBT207을 전임상 단계에 저희가 진입시켰고요. BDC 즉 보스턴 디스커버리 센터를 통해서 자체 미국에서 지금 연구센터를 운영하고 그 과제들이 활발하게 연구가 진행 중에 있습니다. 추가하여 저희가 글로벌 디소싱 즉 과제들을 해외나 국내 다른 기업 연구소들과 도입하기 위해 다양한 이야기들을 진행을 하고 있고요. 그런 성과가 올해 내년 사이에 지속적으로 도출될 수 있도록 노력하고 있습니다. 브릿지 바이오는 사업 역량과 임상 중심의 R&D를 지속적으로 강화하고 있습니다. 저희가 사업 개발에 대한 부분들은 지난 5년간 저희 성과와 저희 많은 IR을 통해서 말씀드렸듯이 저희 이제 사업 개발 전문 대표이사와 전문 사업 개발 팀을 운영하고 있고, 그 성과를 보여드렸었다면 향후 5년간에 저희가 지금 현재 임상 이상 과제들을 운영하고 있다 보니 임상 개발 역량 즉 임상 운영이 아닌 실제로 저희가 임상 프로토콜을 디자인하고, 그리고 그 임상 개발 자체가 나중에 사업화 단계에 이루어질 수 있도록 그런 임상 개발 역량을 지속적으로 강화하고 있습니다. 저희가 글로벌 탑 기업 출신의 의사 인력 중심으로 개발팀을 운영하고 있고요. 현재 총 3분의 의사가 저희 회사에서 임상 개발 업무를 보시고 있습니다. 그 외에도 글로벌 경험이 풍부한 임상 운영팀, 그리고 후기 임상 개발을 목표로 두고 계속적으로 임상 개발팀을 확대하고 있어서 저희가 국내 바이오텍에서는 아마도 가장 큰 규모의 현재 임상팀을 운영을 하고 있고, 국내에서 앞으로도 지속 확대해 나갈 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 연구개발 파이프라인은 현재 BBT 401, BBT 877, BBT 176이 각각 궤양성 대장염, 특발성 폐섬유증, 그리고 비소세포 폐암을 타겟으로 임상 단계에서 한국과 미국의 IND 승인을 받은 상태에서 임상이 진행 중에 있고요. 저희가 BBT 207, 즉 신규 타그리소 내성을 타겟으로 한 비소세포 폐암 치료제 후보 물질을 저희가 자체 발굴하여서 전임상 단계에 진입시켰습니다. 간단히 이제 저희가 주요 과제들에 대해서 소개를 시켜드리겠습니다. BBT 401은 전 세계 최초의 펠리노원 저해제입니다. 궤양성 대장염을 타겟으로 하고 있고요. 저희가 안전성을 기반한 프로파일과 효력을 바탕으로 게임 체인저가 되도록 개발을 지금 하고 있습니다. 현재 저희 BBT 401은 환부인 대장에만 작용하도록 질환 부위 한전 작용의 프로파일을 가지도록 개발되고 있습니다. 약물 자체의 특성과 저희가 제형을 융합해서 경구제로 약물을 복용할 때 약물이 대장에서만 작용하기 때문에 전신으로 흡수가 되지 않아 다양한 이 질환에서 사용되고 있는 많은 약제들이 가지고 있는 이제 면역 억제에 의한 다양한 부작용들이 없고 그에 따라서 안전한 프로파일을 가진 것을 저희가 임상 1상 그리고 임상 2A에서 현재 증명을 해 나가고 있습니다. 현재 BBT 401은 임상 2상 저용량군의 시험을 마치고 임상 2회 이상 중용량 고용량군 시험을 한국, 미국을 포함한 5개국에서 진행을 하고 있습니다. 간단히 일정을 말씀드리면 현재 진행하고 있는 임상 2회 중고용량 임상 시험은 저희가 내년도 상반기에 마무리할 것을 목표로 개발 중에 있고요. 그 사이에 저희가 한번 중간 결과를 발표할 것을 예상을 하고 있습니다. 동반하에서 저희가 BBT 401은 중국 과 포함한 아시아 지역을 대웅제약에 라이센싱 아웃한 이력이 있습니다. 이를 바탕으로 대웅제약과 지금 개발을 협업으로 진행하고 있는데 이를 위해서 별도로 중국에서의 임상 1상을 저희가 올해 진입을 해서 지금 현재 3개 군을 목표로 첫 군을 완료하고 두 번째 군 임상을 진행 중에 있습니다. 저희가 이 두 결과를 잘 융합하여서 내년도 하반기에는 후기 임상을 진행할 계획을 갖춰서 진행에 들어가도록 하겠습니다. 많은 분들이 이제 이렇게 얘기하면 왜 기술 이전을 하지 않고 후기 임상 개발을 그렇게 목표를 열심히 노력하느냐라고 말씀을 하시는데 자체적인 개발 역량과 개발 계획을 갖지 않고서는 과제의 기술 이전 가치가 그렇게 높아질 수가 없습니다. 그래서 저희는 당연히 과제의 기술 이전을 지속 노력하지만 이와 병행하여서 저희가 자체적으로 과제를 끌고 갈 수 있는 역량도 지속적으로 확대해 나가고 있습니다. 두 번째 과제는 BBT 877입니다. BBT 877은 레고캠에서 발굴하여 저희가 기술 이전을 해오고 그리고 이후에 개발을 이어가고 있는 계열 내 최초 그리고 저희는 베스트 인 클래스의 효력을 보여줬던 오토택신 저해제입니다. 현재 올해 3월에 선두 개발 물질이 임상 상상에서 개발이 중단되었기 때문에 저희가 계열 내 최초 약물로서 개발을 진행을 하고 있고요. 자체 개발로 현재 저희가 파트너사에서 돌려받아서 임상 2상을 준비 중에 있습니다. 임상 2상을 위해서 저희가 FDA와 지속 협의를 하고 있고 협의 과정은 저희가 올해 IR 과정에서 잘 설명드렸고 그 주요 결과물과 계획을 다음 장표에서 설명드리겠습니다. 저희가 현재 동물 해성 분석, 즉 동물에서 잠재적인 독성이 있을 수 있을 거에 대한 우려를 현재 실험을 진행을 하고 있고 현재 2021년 12월, 즉 다음 달까지 이 실험을 완료할 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 이를 바탕으로 내년도 상반기 초에 FDA와 협의를 해서 내년도 상반기 내에 임상 2상을 진입할 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 모두 다 잘 아시다시피 BBT 877은 저희가 2019년에 베링거 인계라임에 기술 이전됐다가 저희가 작년에 반환받은 바 있는 물질인데요. 저희 내부 분석과 그리고 외부의 다양한 실험을 통해서 저희는 본 물질이 임상 2상에 진입하기에 전혀 문제가 없음을 잘 증명하였고 이를 외부로 말씀드린 바 있습니다. 이래서 저희는 그를 이어받아서 추가적인 FDA 협의를 마무리하고 내년도에 임상 2회 이상에 진입하여서 과제의 가치와 상업화 가능성을 좀 더 끌어올릴 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 다음으로 BBT 176입니다. 저희가 앞선 두 과제 BBT 401과 BBT 877은 각각 궤양성 대장염과 특발성 폐섬유증이라는 어떻게 보면은 이제 항암제 개발이 이 제약바이오 산업에서 꽃이었던 것을 좀 약간 벗어나 있었던 부분이 있었는데요. 당시에 저희가 그 개발 초기에 회사를 창립할 때 말씀드렸듯이 국내에서 NRDO로서 회사를 시작할 때는 항암제를 하기에는 저희의 역량 그리고 규모 그리고 자금력이 충분치 않았습니다. 하지만 이후 저희가 상장을 통해서 충분한 자금을 확보하고 내부 개발 역량과 연구 역량 그리고 임상 개발 역량을 확보한 상황에서 저희는 BBT176과 같은 항암제 개발에 현재 집중을 하고 있고요. 이후 저희가 말씀드릴 BBT207 신규 비소세포 폐암 치료제 역시 같은 맥락에서 개발을 이어가고 있습니다. BBT176은 C797S 특이 EGFR 돌연변이를 표적 치료하는 차세대 비소세포 폐암 치료제입니다. 뭐 이렇게 하면 굉장히 말이 어려운데요. 간단히 말씀드리면 현재 이 시장에서 가장 매출이 잘 나오는 블록버스터인 타그리소 그리고 국내에서도 유한양이 개발하고 있는 이제 랭라자에 이은 다음 차세대 다음 라인의 치료제 후보 물질이라고 보시면 됩니다. 현재 기존의 개발 제품 대비 독성이 낮은 것들을 저희가 잘 보였고 그리고 저희가 현재 가장 표적으로 타개하고 있는 부위는 C797S의 돌연변이에 효력이 있는 것을 저희가 전임상 시험에서 잘 증명을 하였습니다. 미국과 한국에서 임상 1, 2상을 시험 계획을 승인을 받고 한국에서 먼저 실험을 진행하였습니다. 아무래도 임상 시험이 한국에서는 조금 더 항암제를 투여하는 환자들의 니즈가 높았고 시험이 빨리 진행되기 위해서 저희가 4월 1일부터 투여를 해서 현재 4번째 코호트까지 투여가 진행 중에 있습니다. 타임라인을 간단히 말씀드리면 용량 상승 시험의 성격인 파트 1에 저희가 현재 지금 코호트 4 4번째 용량호까지 굉장히 무사히 시험이 진행 중에 있습니다. 연말까지 코호트 4까지 시험을 완료하고 저희가 간단한 중간 결과를 발표드리고요. 그리고 뭐 좋은 결과들을 모아서 내년도 아스코에서 저희가 연구 결과를 발표할 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 이후에 저희는 시험을 이어가서 저희가 MTD를 확인할 때까지 용량 상승 시험을 진행하고 이후에 저희가 파트 2 타그리소의 내성의 환자들을 대상으로 한 용량 확장 시험을 통해서 저희가 시험을 진행을 한국과 미국에서 동시에 진행할 계획을 갖고 있습니다. 이 시험을 위해서 백인 대상으로의 약동학 시험도 저희가 내년도에 계획을 하고 있습니다. BBT176 자체가 타그리소의 내성을 갖는 3중 돌연변이를 타겟으로 한다면 타그리소가 점점 1차 치료제 쪽으로 앞쪽 라인으로 오에 따라 2중 돌연변이 치료제에 대한 개발 니즈도 커져가고 있습니다. 이와 같이 그 외에 다양한 여러 가지 돌연변이에 대응하기 위하여 브릿지바이오는 자체 신약 후보 물질 발굴을 올해부터 저희가 진행을 하였고 이에 저희가 BBT207이라는 자체 발굴 신약 후보 물질을 저희가 전임상 단계에 진입하였습니다. BBT207은 BBT176이 3중 돌연변이를 타겟으로 하는 것과는 달리 C797S 타겟한 타그리소가 퍼스트 라인으로 오게 따라서 2중 돌연변이 혹은 3중 돌연변이가 다양하게 발생을 하고 또 이를 포함해서 다양한 치료제 후보 물질들이 항체 치료제들과 같이 여러 가지 콤비네이션 처방이 됨에 따라 발생할 여러 가지 상황들에 대비하기 위한 스펙트럼이 조금 더 넓은 치료제 후보 물질을 개발을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 BBT207은 하기 표에서 보다시피 기본형 즉 와일드 타입에서의 안전성을 바탕으로 3중과 2중 돌연변이에서 높은 효력을 보이는 약물입니다. 현재 저희가 전임상에 진입하여서 내년도 말 IND를 신청하는 것을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 아까 위드 코로나 시대라고 말씀드렸는데 그 이전에 코로나 시대에 그리고 위드 코로나 시대가 되면서 임상 시험을 포함한 전임상 개발 타임라인이 좀 많이 빡빡한 편인데 그럼에도 불구하고 저희가 속도 면에서는 이전에 많은 과제들을 빨리 개발했던 경험과 전략을 바탕으로 BBT207 역시 신속하게 개발하여 환자들의 삶에 도움이 되는 과제가 되도록 빠르게 2022년 IND 신청 2023년에 글로벌 임상 개시를 목표로 개발을 하겠습니다. 간단히 요약드리면 BBT401은 저희가 중고용량 임상시험을 5개국 37개 기관에서 잘 수행을 하고 있고요. 저희가 내년도 상반기에 중간 결과 발표를 목표로 하고 있습니다. BBT176은 현재 4번째 용량군의 환자가 투여 중이고 내년도에 저희가 아스코에서 발표를 현재 예정을 하고 있습니다. BBT877은 저희가 FDA와 협의를 잘 마무리해서 내년도 상반기 중에 임상 진입할 것을 목표로 하고 있고 마지막으로 말씀드렸던 BBT207은 저희가 내년 말 IND 신청 그리고 내후년에 임상 개시의 목표를 가지고 있습니다. 내년도 2022년에는 브릿지바이오는 글로벌 연구개발 바이오텍으로 성장하는 목표와 아까 말씀드렸듯이 성장기에 글로벌 상업화 단계 기업의 도약 준비를 함께 하려고 합니다. 자체 발굴 신약 후보 물질 BBT-207의 IND 신청 그리고 사업개발, 임상개발의 확대된 역량을 바탕으로 오픈 이노베이션을 강화하여 국내외 다양한 기업들과 협업을 통해 당사의 과제 역량을 보다 증대하도록 하겠습니다. 현재 보스턴에서 지금 현재 공사가 진행 중인 연구개발센터 현재 인력들이 실제로 다 원격으로 일들을 하고 있지만 이런 것들을 바탕으로 저희가 혁신 과제를 도출을 보스턴에서 자체적으로 진행하여 저희의 과제를 보다 풍성하게 할 계획을 가지고 있고요. 저희가 내년이 되면 글로벌 임상 과제가 임상 2상 과제가 3개를 운영하게 됩니다. 국내 바이오텍으로서 굉장히 도전이 아닐 수 없는데요. 이런 도전의 주요 결과들을 잘 이끌어내서 과제에 대한 성공적인 결과 그리고 이를 바탕으로 한 사업개발 성과 역시 내년에는 보여드릴 수 있도록 많은 기대를 하고 있고 노력을 하고 있습니다. 예, 감사합니다.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표해 주신 임종진 브릿지바이오 부사장님 감사드립니다. 다음 기업 IR 세션은 이병화 툴젠 대표님께서 발표를 진행해 주시도록 하겠습니다. 이병화 대표님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하십니까. 주식회사 툴젠 대표이사 이병화입니다. 뉴스원 기사를 통해서 아마 공유되었으리라고 생각되는데 툴젠에 사실 기쁜 소식이 있습니다. 11월 4일 날 저희들이 거래소에서 상장 예비심사 청구를 해서 승인을 받았고요. 현재 12월 10일 날 이제 최종 상장을 목표로 해가지고 이번 달 25, 26일 날 기관 수요 예측을 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 마침 저희들 그 상장을 진행하고 있는 과정에 뉴스원 글로벌 바이오 포럼을 통해서 툴젠을 소개하게 돼서 매우 뜻깊게 생각하고 영광으로 생각합니다. 저희들 툴젠을 소개해드리면 저희들이 툴젠의 핵심 가치라고 저희들이 열거를 해봤는데요. 툴젠을 설명할 때 가장 많이 이제 이해하게 되는 핵심 워드들 정리해봤습니다. 유전자 교정 기술 개발 전문성, 그리고 다양한 세포, 유전자 치료제 파이프라인, 그리고 농업 분야에서의 기회, 유전자 교정, 지적재산권 이런 것들이 툴젠을 구성하는 그런 핵심 가치라고 생각하고 있습니다. 툴젠이 영위하고 있는 유전자 교정 기술은 그 유전자 가위라는 개념을 정리해봤는데요. 유전자 가위는 효율적인 유전자 교정을 위해 유전자를 절단하는 분자 도구라고 정의할 수 있겠습니다. 타겟 유전자 절단을 통해서 유전자를 제거할 수도 있고 유전자를 복원하거나 삽입할 수도 있습니다. 이러한 과정을 통해서 치료제라든가 농업, 신약 R&D, 산업바이오 등에 광범위하게 사용될 수 있는 기반 기술이라고 설명드릴 수 있겠습니다. 현재 유전자 가위 중에서 가장 쉽고 정확한 유전자 교정 도구로 알려진 크리스퍼 카스9의 주요 구성 요소를 보면 오른쪽에 가이드 RNA라고 해서 특정 유전 서열 자리로 이끄는 RNA와 유전자를 자르는 역할을 하는 카스9 효소로 이루어져 있다고 설명드릴 수 있습니다. 2012년에 저희들이 그 크리스퍼 카스9에 대한 원천 기술을 특허 출원을 하였는데 그 이후에도 툴젠은 부단히 IP 경쟁력을 강화하고 연구 조직을 강화했으며 사업 개발 능력을 확대를 해왔습니다. 그 결과 현재 진핵세포에서 크리스퍼를 사용한 세계 최초의 특허를 11개국에 출원하였고요. 그 결과 9개 국가에서 특허 20개가 지금 현재 등록되어 있습니다. 그리고 업그레이드 버전인 유전자 가위 향상 특허 45건, 그리고 유전자 가위 응용 제품 특허가 치료제 쪽에 85건, 그린바이오 쪽에 11건에서 플랫폼 기업으로서의 위용을 갖추고 있고요. 플랫폼뿐만 아니라 치료제라든가 그린바이오 쪽에 다양한 사업 영역을 보유한 기업으로 성장해 왔습니다. 세계적으로 보면 여러 그룹에서 크리스퍼 카스9에 대한 특허를 출원하였는데요. 이거는 시계열별로 주요 당사자들의 어떤 특허 출원 시기를 지금 요약해 놨습니다. 왼쪽에 2개 그룹은 원엑스프에서 크리스퍼 카스9의 작동 원리를 밝힌 특허라고 볼 수 있고요. 오른쪽에 있는 3개 그룹이 진엑스프에서 크리스퍼 카스9의 작동 원리를 밝힌 원리라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 여기 보면 2013년 3월이라고 지금 저희들이 표시를 했는데 이때가 미국에서 특허 원칙이 선발명주의에서 출원주의로 바뀌는 시점입니다. 그래서 지금 현재 2012년까지 출원된 특허들은 선발명주의에 따라서 특허를 다투고 있다고 볼 수 있겠고요. 브로드가 제일 먼저 제일 늦게 출원했습니다만은 제일 먼저 특허를 등록을 받았습니다. 2014년에. 그 후에 2016년에 CVC, UC 버클리, 비엔나 대학, 샤르팽티에라고 하는 그룹을 이제 지칭하는 걸 CVC라고 부르는데 CVC 그룹에서 등록 가능한 상태가 되었고요. 툴제는 2017년까지 좀 고전을 하다가 항소를 통해 가지고 2020년에 드디어 등록 가능한 상태가 됨으로 인해서 미국의 브로드 연구소, 그다음에 CVC와 어깨를 나란히 하면서 최종 라운드에 등판하는 성과를 이루었습니다. 이제 글로벌하게 보면은 이렇게 특허 지형들을 저희들이 전략적으로 표시해 놨습니다. 굵은 글씨로 써 있는 거에 9개국 저희들 특허가 등록돼 있는데 주로 미국이라든가 유럽, 중국, 일본 등이 포함되어 있고요. 이 가운데 보면 아까 제가 이제 2020년에 툴젠이 등록 가능한 상태로 판정을 받았다고 돼 있는데 이 등록 가능한 상태가 됨으로써 선출원주의 하에서 선발명주의 하에서 미국에서 저촉 심사 인터피어런스가 드디어 선언됐습니다. 툴젠과 CVC 간, 툴젠과 브로드 간의 이제 인터피어런스 저촉 심사가 선언되었는데 툴젠이 놀랍게도 시니어 파티로 지금 지위를 부여받았습니다. 좀 정리를 해봤는데요. 여기 보면은 툴젠이 있고 왼쪽에 CVC 그룹, 오른쪽에 브로드가 있습니다. 이 CVC 그룹은 아까 얘기한 것처럼 UC 버클리, 다우드나 교수 유명하죠. 화학상, 노벨 화학상 탄. 그다음에 샤르팽티의 비엔나 대학을 지칭하는 이름이고요. 요 CVC 그룹은 이미 요 보면은 인텔리아, 크리스퍼 테라픽스, 카리브, 코로테바와 같은 회사들한테 라이센싱 아웃을 했습니다. 그리고 오른쪽에 있는 브로드 연구소는 에디터스한테 전용 실시권을 지금 허여를 한 상태입니다. 유일하게 툴젠만이 모든 사업 분야에 대한 특허 권리를 자체적으로 보유한 세계에서 유일한 기업이라고 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 여기 보시면 이렇게 각 당사자 간의 CVC와 툴젠 간의 인터피어런스 저촉 심사가 지금 진행되고 있고 툴젠과 브로드 간의 인터피어런스가 진행되고 있는데 두 개 다 툴젠이 시니어 파티로 돼 있다. 물론 1년 전에 툴젠과 CVC의 브로드 간의 저촉 심사가 진행되기 1년 전에 CVC 그룹과 브로드 그룹 간의 인터피어런스가 먼저 선언됐습니다. 그때는 브로드가 이제 시니어 파티로 돼 있었는데 여기서 시니어 파티, 주니어 파티 얘기하는데 시니어 파티의 주니어 파티의 그 법률적 의미는 주니어 파티는 특허권자로서 인정받고 싶으면 자신이 시니어 파티보다 먼저 특허를 발명했다는 것, 기술을 발명했다는 것을 증명할 책임을 가지고 있습니다. 그러니까 상당한 부담과 불리한 입장에서 싸우는 거라고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 여기는 피어 그룹으로서 글로벌하게 나스닥에 상장되어 있는 기업들을 리스트업을 해놨습니다. 보시면 제일 왼쪽에 크리스퍼 테라피틱스가 있고 인텔리아가 가운데에 있고 에디터스가 있는데 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 크리스퍼 테라피틱스와 인텔리아는 CVC 그룹에서 라이센싱해서 밑에와 같은 그런 치료제를 개발하고 있는 회사가 되겠고요. 에디터스는 브로드 연구소에서 라이센스를 받아가지고 치료제를 개발하고 있는 회사입니다. 유일하게 툴젠만 특허권을 보유하고 있으면서 치료제 개발이나 종자 개발을 하고 있는 회사인데, 여기 보면은 시가총액 자체가 크리스퍼 테라피스가 10 빌리언 US 달러가 넘고요. 여기 인텔리어가 11 빌리언 US 달러가 넘고, 에디터스가 지금 3.7 빌리언 US 달러 정도 기록을 하고 있습니다. 툴젠이 지금 코넥스에 상장돼 있는데 한 9천억에서 1조 사이의 시가총액을 보이고 있는데, 아까 말씀드린 특허의 권리 내용이라든가 파이프라인 같은 사업 내용들을 감안했을 때 툴젠은 이러한 미국의 나스닥의 대표적인 그 크리스퍼 카스9 기업들을 추월할 수 있는 그런 잠재력과 역량을 보유하고 있다고 강조드리고 싶습니다. 보시면 여기 이제 우리 다우드나 교수하고 샤르팽티에 교수가 노벨 화학상을 수상하면서 지금 현재 크리스퍼 카스9과 관련된 회사들의 기업 가치가 상승하고 있는 걸 볼 수 있습니다. 밑에 보면은 툴젠이 좀 횡보하고 있는데, 이번에 상장과 더불어서 아마 이런 기업들을 능가할 수 있는 기업 가치를 형성할 거라고 저는 자신하고 있습니다. 툴젠 하면은 플랫폼 테크놀로지를 강조하다 보니까 이 어떤 비즈니스 모델인지 좀 정리를 원하는 분들이 많은 것 같습니다. 그래서 정리를 해봤는데, 툴젠의 그 유전자 교정 플랫폼 기술, 이게 이제 중심에 있게 되겠고요. 요거를 직접적으로 특허 수익화 사업을 할 수 있습니다. 그냥 특허 자체를 라이센싱 아웃, 통상 실시권이라든가 이런 걸 전용 실시권을 통해 가지고 허여해서 사용료를 받을 수가 있겠고요. 저희들이 유전자 교정 플랫폼 기술을 가지고 있으면서 그쪽에 가장 전문성이 있기 때문에 저희 기술을 이용해서 이렇게 치료제 개발이라든가 종자 개발이라든가 아니면 동식물 쪽에 어떤 툴젠의 개발 파이프라인의 제품 그 기술을 응용해 가지고 크리스퍼 원천 기술과 함께 라이센싱 아웃하는 그런 사업 모델을 지금 저희들은 고려를 하고 있습니다. 이 두 가지가 크게 대분할 수 있다 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 아까 이제 원천 기술뿐만 아니라 굉장히 많은 파이프라인을 가지고 있다고 말씀드렸었는데, 보시면 저희들 파이프라인의 주요 지금 내용들입니다. 위에 세 가지가 인비보, 즉 체내의 유전자 가위를 전달해 가지고 치료 효과를 추구하는 개념이 되겠고요. 제일 밑에가 이제 엑스비보, 체외에 세포를 꺼내서 교정을 해가지고 다시 배양해서 넣어주는 개념의 프로그램이 되겠습니다. 위에 있는 세 개 보면은 CNS, PNS 같은 신경계 쪽, 그리고 두 번째가 이제 눈, 세 번째가 간, 그리고 엑스비보 같은 경우에는 카티 치료제가 되겠습니다. 저희들 리딩 파이프라인이라고 할 수 있는 제일 위의 신경 쪽에서는 샤리코마리투스라고 하는 CMT 질병에 대해서 저희들이 지금 연구를 하고 있고, 지금 IND 스타디를 통해 가지고 한 2023년에는 임상 1상에 들어가는 걸 목표로 하고 있고요. 두 번째에 표시되어 있는 wet AMD 같은 경우에는 2024년 임상을 계획을 하고 있고요. 제일 밑에 지금 엑스비보라고 표시되어 있는 요 카티의 경우에는 호주에 있는 카테릭스라고 하는 회사하고 공동으로 내년에 이제 임상 1상에 진입하는 것을 목표로 하고 있습니다. 저희들의 그 구현 원리는 크리스퍼 카스9을 AAV에 실어 가지고 신경이나 간이라든가 눈에 전달하는 방법론이라고 보시면 되겠고요. 아까 말씀드린 샤르코마리투스병은 보시면 여기 유전적인 원인은 PMP22라고 하는 유전자가 두 가닥이어야 되는데 세 가닥이 됨으로 인해서 여러 가지 그 손발 기형이라든가 근육축 같은 문제가 발생하는 것인데, 저희들이 유전자 가위를 통해 가지고 교정을 했을 때 이렇게 근육이 정상으로 돌아가고 그런 마이엘린이라는 것이 정상으로 돌아가는 것을 동물 실험을 통해서 확인한 결과가 되겠습니다. 아까 다른 기업에서도 말씀드렸었는데, 안구 질환에 대한 장기 지속형 치료제 개발을 저희들이 하고 있습니다. 그래서 기본적으로 이제 항체 치료제들은 2 내지 4주 간격으로 이제 반복적으로 투여를 해야 되는데, 저희들은 한 번에 치료하는 그런 개념이 되겠습니다. 유전자 교정을 통해 가지고. 이것도 이제 혈우병이라고 해서 저희들이 타겟 치료 유전자를 갖다가 인서트 시킴으로 인해 가지고 영구적 치료 효과를 도모하는 컨셉으로 지금 진행을 하고 있습니다. 확립된 세포 치료제라고 해서 자가면역 T셀이라든가 그다음에 중간엽줄기 세포, 조혈모 세포에도 유전자 교정을 통해서 업그레이드된 기능을 구현할 수가 있어서 혁신적 차세대 치료제로 발전시킬 수 있다는 가능성을 가지고 있습니다. 이거는 저희들이 스틱스티라고 해서 카티에서 DGK 알파제트를 낙아웃 했을 때 항암 효과가 얼마나 뛰어난지를 동물 실험을 통해서 밝힌 거고, 호주에 있는 캐터렉스라는 회사하고 올해 1,500억 상당의 딜을 성사시켜서 지금 공동 개발을 하고 있고, 아까 말씀드린 것처럼 내년에 이제 그 임상 진입을 목전에 두고 있습니다. 요거는 그 구체적인 데이터에 대해서 지금 말씀드리는 거고요. 그다음에 이제 카티의 어떤 또 하나의 언맨 니드 중에 하나가 이제 동종 치료제 플랫폼을 개발하는 것인데, 유전자 교정을 통해서 이런 것도 구현 가능하다는 말씀드릴 수 있겠습니다. 이외에도 저희들이 이제 그 종자 개발 쪽에 많은 노력을 기울이고 있고 성과를 보이고 있는데, 대표적으로 갈변 억제 감자라든가 아크릴 아마이드, 솔라닌 독소를 제거한 유전자 교정 종자를 개발하고 있고요. 그 다음에 그 올리브유와 비슷한 성분의 그런 콩기름을 생산할 수 있는 콩이 있을 수 있겠고요. 나머지 이런 특정 형질을 개발시킨 15개의 파이프라인을 열거해 보았습니다. 저희들 상장을 통해 가지고 세계적인 기업으로 발돋움하는 툴젠으로 거듭나도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표해 주신 이병화 툴젠 대표님 감사드립니다. 네, 다음 기업 IR 세션은 김주희 인벤티지랩 대표님께서 발표해 주시겠습니다. 김주희 대표님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 인벤티지랩의 김주희라고 합니다. 그 발표가 처음도 아니고 재작년에도 이 자리에서 발표를 한 적이 있는데, 발표가 항상 떨리는 일이고요. 제 지금 심장 뛰는 게 막 느릴 정도인데, 그 긴장되는 거를 감소시키는 거는 이제 저희 내용에 집중해서 차분히 설명드리는 방법만 있는 것 같습니다. 작아가지고 슬라이드가 잘 안 보이네요. 저희는 그 신약 발굴, 의약품, 계량 신약을 비롯한 신약 발굴을 같이 DDS 플랫폼을 이용해서 개발하고 있는 회사이고요. 다음과 같은 순서로 말씀을 드릴 것이고요. 인벤티지랩은 새로운 그 노블한 엔지니어링 기법을 통해서 DDS 플랫폼 기술을 개발하고 있는 회사입니다. 특징적으로는 그 유체공학이라는 공학적 기술을 바이오에 도입했다는 특징이 있고요. 포뮬레이션을 구현하는 것을 가장 기반으로 하고 있지만, 그냥 일반적인 뭐 주사제 포뮬레이션이 아니고 굉장히 차별화된 수피리어한 포뮬레이션을 구현하고 있고, 이러한 우수한 기술들이 스케일러빌리티나 재현성에 있어서도 굉장히 일관되게 나와야 된다는 그런 목표로 기술 개발을 하고 있고요. 2015년에 창업을 했고 현재까지 6년 반 이상 회사를 운영해 오고 있고요. 현재는 뭐 IPO 준비를 하고 있고 프리-IPO 딜까지 저희가 펀딩은 다 마무리한 단계입니다. 특별히 좀 식상해 볼 수 있는데 조직 구성도를 보여드리는 이유는 여기 공정개발본부가 다른 바이오텍들이나 제약사에는 잘 없는 구조이기 때문에 저희가 소개시켜 드리고요. 저희는 모든 저희가 연구하는 연구 장비, 그리고 저희가 구축한 GMP 생산 장비 공정 전체를 내부에서 직접 설계하고 제작하는 특징을 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 기술 부분과 생산을 구현을 하기 위해서 내부에 10명 가까이 되는 공학자, 기계공학자들로 구성된 공정개발본부가 운영 중에 있고요. 각 과제들과 아이템, 기술 기반 기술들은 국가 R&D 과제를 창업한 이후부터 꾸준하게 운영을 하면서 굉장히 효율적으로 저희가 국가 R&D 덕을 많이 보면서 기술 개발을 해왔고요. 이런 플랫폼 기술을 신규 융합 기술의 도입을 통해서 개발하는 회사인 만큼 특히 IP 부분에 대한 신경을 굉장히 많이 쓰고 있습니다. 현재까지는 약간 더 업데이트가 되겠지만은 특허로 50여 건 이상, 그리고 등록된 특허가 30건, 그리고 국내외 특허들을 합하면은 10건 가까이 되는 등록된 특허를 보유를 하고 있고요. 저희 IP의 주요 구성은 마이크로스피어를 어떠한 특별한 기술을 도입을 해서 제조하느냐 하는 제조 방법에 대한 부분과 이런 제조된 마이크로스피어들을 대량으로 안정적으로 생산할 수 있는 장비에 대한 부분, 그리고 생산 공정을 최적화할 수 있는 제조 공정에 대한 부분들이 구성이 되어 있고, 저희가 개발하고 있는 의료기기, 동물용 의약품 각 세부 아이템에 대한 약학 조성물에 대한 특허들로 구성이 되어 있습니다. 저희가 이런 DDS 플랫폼 기술을 개발하는 전략은 먼저 프루프 오브 컨셉으로서 약물이 들어있지 않은 의료기기 입자들을 제대로 잘 만드는 방법들을 통해서 공정기술에 대한 확실한 검증을 이루고요. 계량 신약 성분, 그러니까 지금 이미 시판되고 있는 안정적으로 유효성과 안정성이 확인된 성분을 저희 시스템에 탑재함으로써 기존에 나와 있던 의약품들하고는 어떤 차별적인 우수한 약효나 안정성을 나타낼 수 있느냐라는 부분을 검증하는 것으로 두 번째 그 계량 신약 의약품 주사제를 개발을 해왔고, 현재는 이 공정기술, 기반기술, 플랫폼 기술을 더 고도화시켜서 신약 개발 프로그램들을 운영을 하고 있습니다. 저희가 명명하기로는 리디스커버리, 그러니까 기존의 리포지셔닝하고는 완전히 다른 저희 내부의 이제 신약 개발 플랫폼 기술 프로그램이 리디스커버리 플랫폼이고요. 그 조인트 디벨롭먼트는 신약 개발을 하는 건 맞는데 저희 내부의 성분이 아니고 신약 개발 아이템들이나 우수한 성분들을 많이 보유하고 있으신 제약사나 바이오텍들이 있습니다. 그래서 그 바이오텍들이 가지고 있는 DDS 제형화, 제재화 또는 생산에 대한 그 어려움들을 저희와 조인트 디벨롭먼트를 하면서 신약 발굴을 하고 그 이익을 서로 쉐어하는 그런 기술적인 비즈니스적인 융합 모델이라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 그리고 최근에는 진 딜리버리, 백신을 비롯한 진 딜리버리를 하는 LNP 기술을 개발을 하고 있고요. 마이크로플루이딕, 저희 기술의 기반이 되는 마이크로플루이딕은 원래 마이크로 레벨의 유체의 흐름을 이용한 공학 기술입니다. 그래서 예전부터 있어 왔던 기술인데 기존에는 바이오 분야에서는 검사나 분단, 진단 쪽에 응용이 됐고 굉장히 좋은 결과를 냈지만 구현을 하는데 굉장한 비용과 노력이 많이 들기 때문에 약간은 주춤해야 하는 단계에 있었고요. 여기서 인벤티지 랩이 이제 가지는 차별성은 세계 최초로 마이크로 플루이딕을 의약품, 그것도 장기 지속형 주사제에 먼저 적용했다는데 특별한 차별성이 있겠습니다. 저희가 만드는 마이크로스피어가 지금 이제 제조되고 있는 형상이고요. 지금 여기 원래 동영상인데 잘 보이지가 않네요. 아이고. 뒤로만 넘어갔는데. 앞쪽으로 가고 있습니다. 예. 예. 지금 보이는 요 머리카락 굵기 정도밖에 되지 않는 얇은 관에서 저희가 DDS 플랫폼 용도 비클로 사용하는 마이크로스피어의 에멀전들이 나오고 있는 형상이고요. 동영상이 구현되면은 이쪽에서 각각의 이 채널들에서 마이크로스피어가 계속 올라오는 고속 카메라 촬영 영상이 있습니다. 저희는 손가락 굵기 정도 되는 그 디멘전에다가 70개, 140개 이상의 채널을 집적화시켜서 이 양산성을 확보하고 공정 트루풋의 문제들을 해결했고요. 이 채널들을 다시 멀티 채널, 멀티 프로세서, 멀티 장비화하면서 양산성을 이제 해결을 했습니다. 그렇게 해서 구현한 저희 아이템이 바로 롱 액팅 주사제고요. 마이크로 입자를 이용한 롱 액팅 주사제고 길게는 12개월까지도 지금 제형 개발을 하고 있고 보통은 3개월 정도 되는 장기 지속형 주사제를 개발을 하고 있습니다. 사실은 단순한 뭐 오래 자주 복용하지 되지도 않는 컴플라이언스 이슈는 아니고요. 이렇게 기존의 기술들과는 다르게 매우 완성도 높은 입자의 형상이나 일정한 입자 사이즈를 저희가 직접 컨트롤해서 만들 수 있기 때문에 이런 몰폴러지나 사이즈에 대한 컨트롤이 바로 약물의 방출 조절의 가장 중요한 핵심 요소라는 데에 저희가 중심 모토를 두고 이 부분들을 포기하지 않는 선에서 기술 개발을 해왔고요. 아무리 좋은 마이크로 플루이딕 기술을 이용해서 마이크로스피어를 만들더라도 품질이 보장되지 않은 그런 완성도가 낮은 마이크로스피어를 만들게 되면 이런 들쑥날쑥하고 안정성이 떨어지는 PK 프로파일을 보이게 됩니다. 하지만 저희가 추구하는 일정한 마이크로 사이즈의 컨트롤 그리고 완성도 높은 입자들을 구현하게 되면 굉장히 이상적인 형태의 PK 프로파일을 보여주고 있고요. 이 그래프에서는 No Initial Burst, 약물을 주입하자마자 뭐 몇 달치나 며칠치가 한꺼번에 나오는 약물의 급격한 방출이 없고 No Lag Time, 약물이 처음에 나오지 않는 렉 타임 구간도 없고요. 어느 구간에서도 약물이 급격하게 나오는 벌스트 구간이 없는 매우 안정적이고 이상적인 제로 오더의 PK 프로파일을 보이고 있습니다. 그래서 이렇게 잘 품질을 보장한다고 하더라도 생산이 확보되지 않으면 안 되는데 저희가 한 3군데 정도의 GMP를 직접 구축하고 보유한 경험을 통해서 양산성을 확인을 했고요. 플랫폼 적용 사례들 중에서 계량 주사제를 개발하는 목표는 그냥 베스트 정도, 펄스트 정도가 아니라 계량의약품이지만 어디에서도 본 적 없는 유니크 인 클래스의 계량 신약을 개발하는 것을 저희 개발의 결과물로서 소개를 시켜드리고, 앞서서 보여드렸던 이 플랫한 PK 프로파일은 탈모 치료제로서 방광기 굉장히 짧은 약물들입니다. 이 그래프에서는 먹는 경구용 제제 한 달치 약물의 10분의 1에 해당하는 약물을 투여를 했을 때도 한 달 동안 약효가 잘 유지되고 PD 마커에 해당하는 호르몬의 억제에 있어서는 경구용 제제만큼의 우수한 효과를 나타낸다 하는 그 안정적인 유효성 부분들을 나타내고 있고요. 이 아이템은 대웅제약하고 라이센스 딜을 했고 현재 임상 1상을 호주에서 안정적으로 성공적으로 잘 진행을 하고 있습니다. 두 번째 아이템이 내년에 이제 임상 1상과 2상을 들어가게 되는 치매 치료제고요. 도네페질이라는 그 인지기능 장애를 개선하는 약물이고, 기존의 중견 제약사에서 개발했던 PK 프로파일은 이렇게 렉 타임과 벌스트 구간이 있는, 그리고 약물의 플립플랍이 굉장히 심한 형태의 PK 프로파일이 있어서 임상을 실패했다면, 저희 같은 경우에는 약물의 변화 양상이 매우 얕고 일정하게 약물이 한 달 동안 방출되는 우수한 PK 프로파일을 나타내고 있습니다. 이 약물은 미국향 또는 유럽향을 목표로 하는 약물 중독 치료제고요. 여기서도 극명하게 나타나는 그 기술적인 차이가 기존에 시판되고 있는 약물들의 파티클 제어의 차이점의 완성도에 있어서 굉장히 벌스트가 심한 데 비해서 저희는 동일한 성분을 더 작은 양, 조금 더 작은 양으로 주입했음에도 불구하고 독성 구간만 딱 빠지는 안정적인 PK 프로파일을 보여주고 있습니다. 장기 지속형 주사 중에서 탑재하기 까다롭기로 유명한 이런 이제 펩타이드 제제, 시판되고 있는 전립선 암 치료제 같은 경우에도 기존에 적점적으로 판매되고 있는 오리지널사의 약물과 비교해서도 약효와 안전성에 있어서 굉장히 뛰어난 차별성을 보이고 있고요. 그래서 여기까지가 이제 계량의약품을 개발한 사례들이라고 본다면, 저희가 앞서서 제가 간단히 말씀드린 리디스커버리라는 자체 개발 신약 프로그램에 대한 부분이고요. 저희는 첫 번째 아이템으로 류마티스 관절염이라는 자가 면역 치료군 중에 하나인 가장 환자군이 많은 질환군을 선택을 했고, 이렇게 기본 테라피에 따라서 쭉 치료되다가 결국은 휴미라라는 이제 항체 치료제까지 도입이 되어야 되는 그 심각한 자가면역 치료제에 있어서 저희가 기존의 어떤 투여 방법이나 다른 대조약 제제들과 비교해서도 뛰어난 그 약효나 질병의 발병률을 감소시킬 수 있는 결과들을 얻었고요. 뭐 마이크로 CT 같은 인비보적인 결과에 있어서도 굉장히 개선 효과가 뛰어난 약효를 나타냈습니다. 그리고 자가면역 질환의 기본적인 문제에 해당하는 사이토카인의 폭풍적인 발현에 있어서도 굉장히 드라마틱한 억제 양상을 보여줬고요. 다른 글로벌 또는 국내외에 있는 바이오텍들과의 조인트 디벨롭먼트를 통한 신약 개발 사례로서 저희는 저희의 정교한 약물 방출 제어, 초기 방출 억제, 지원 방출 제어 등의 기술적인 장점을 다른 회사가 가지고 있는 신약 물질과 같이 조인트해서 신약을 같이 개발하고 그를 통해서 이루어지는 라이센스 계약에 대한 이익을 함께 나누는 그런 비즈니스 모델을 채택을 하고 있습니다. LNP는 말씀드린 것처럼 지금 최근 우리가 이제 오늘도 저희도 이제 주입 최근에도 하고 있는 백신을 딜리버리 할 수 있는 LNP 기술이고요. 앞선 부분들은 내용을 잘 아실 거고 기존에 컨벤셔널하게 LNP 만드는 기술들은 있었지만 마이크로 플루이딕 기술이 좋다라는 설명이고 지금 보시는 이 동영상 같은 경우에는 저희가 LNP건 마이크로스피어건 어떤 포뮬레이션 연구를 할 때 그냥 실험적으로 이렇게 해보고 어떤 마진을 찾는 게 아니라 이렇게 먼저 컴퓨터 시뮬레이션을 해보고 연구에 들어가는 것이 다른 제약사들 또는 바이오텍들 들어가는 조금 다른 그런 공학적인 기술들이 많이 기반이 포함되어 있는 기술의 특징이라고 하겠습니다. 그래서 LNP를 mRNA에 탑재하고 직접 그 템 이미지 사진을 통해서 찍은 사진들이고요. 이 트랜스펙션 결과 굉장히 좋은 바이러스 인펙션만큼 훨씬 더 그만큼이나 좋은 트랜스펙션 결과들을 얻었다는 내용이고 현재 저희 LNP 유전자 치료제 부분은 국내 SD팜하고 함께 계약을 진행해서 같이 사업 개발을 진행을 하고 있고요. 앞서서 툴젠 대표님께서 발표를 해주셨는데 저 좋은 유전자 치료 편집 기술을 저희 기술 통해서 딜리버리 하면 굉장히 좋겠다는 갑자기 영업 마인드가 떠올라서 그래서 제가 그 사장 맞구나 하는 생각이 들기도 했습니다. 그래서 여기까지가 저희가 기반이 되는 마이크로스피어 장기 지속형 주사제, 그다음에 LNP를 이용한 유전자 딜리버리, 유전자 치료제 개발 기술에 대해서 소개해드렸습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표해 주신 김주희 인벤티지 대표님 감사드립니다. 네, 다음 발표 이어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 다음 기업 IR 세션은 윤채옥 진메디신 대표님께서 발표해 주시도록 하겠습니다. 윤채옥 대표님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 진메디슨의 윤채옥입니다. 먼저 이렇게 귀한 자리에서 저희 회사 기술에 대해서 소개할 수 있는 기회를 주셔서 깊이 감사드립니다. 네, 저희 회사는 2014년에 설립된 이후에 2016년에 미국 두 회사에 라이센싱 아웃 한 바 있고요. 또 2019년에 시리즈 A 펀딩, 최근에는 시리즈 B 펀딩을 성공적으로 끝냈습니다. 저는 한양대학교 교수로 재직하면서 25년 넘는 동안에 유전자 치료 쪽 연구만 지속적으로 했고 여러 그 글로벌 이런 포지션이라든지 이런 네트워킹을 열심히 하고 있습니다. 저희는 로버트 랭거라는 아주 대단한 그런 과학자를 저희가 자문단으로 모시고 있는 것을 영광으로 생각하고 있고요. 또 항암 바이러스의 그 전문가입니다. 그래서 노리유키 카사하라 교수님을 또 자문단으로 모시고 있고 여러분들도 많이 아시는 최현성 고문님도 저희 회사의 자문단이십니다. 항암제 쪽에서는 뭐 가장 요즘 각광을 받고 있는 게 면역 감문 억제제인데요. 보시다시피 굉장히 이미 큰 시장을 형성하고 있을 뿐 아니라 빠르게 성장하고 있습니다. 근데 오늘 제가 여기서 좀 강조를 하고 싶은 거는 글로벌 빅파마에서 개발하고 있는 면역 감문 억제제를 단독으로만 임상 시험하는 것이 아니라 대부분은 이와 같이 컨비네이션을 임상 시험을 진행하고 있습니다. 이러한 컨비네이션의 파트너로서 저희 항암 바이러스가 많이 활용이 되고 있는데요. 항암 바이러스는 말 그대로 암세포만 선택적으로 죽일 수 있는 아주 우수한 능력이 있지만 현존하는 항암 바이러스에는 여러 가지 한계가 있습니다. 그래서 보시면 이 항암 바이러스가 암세포만 죽이고 정상세포는 전혀 죽이지 않아야 되는데 현존하는 항암 바이러스는 암세포를 죽이는 능력은 다소 떨어지는 반면에 정상세포도 다소 또 죽이는 그런 부작용이 있을 수 있고요. 또 암세포로 감염해서 들어가는 능력이 매우 낮은 것도 큰 단점입니다. 이 외에 종양조직에 널리 퍼져 있는 그 세포 외기질 때문에 이 종양 조직에서 제대로 퍼져나가지 못해서 제대로 된 또 치료 효과를 나타내지 못하는 게 큰 단점인데요. 이러한 그 치료 효과가 낮고 또 부작용의 위험성 때문에 충분한 항암 바이러스를 환자에게 투여하지 못해서 치료 효과가 낮다든지 또한 재발이 일어나는 그런 어려움도 있습니다. 이외에도 매우 중요한 것인데요. 이렇게 온몸에 퍼져 있는 전이암을 치료하기 위해서는 전신 투여가 되어야 되는데 바이러스의 특성상 전신 투여가 어려운 그런 단점도 있습니다. 이러한 여러 가지 어려움들을 저희는 제네릭 엔지니어링과 나노 테크놀로지를 통해서 극복하였고, 그래서 저희 항암 바이러스, 진 메디슨의 항암 바이러스의 여러 장점들을 가지게 되었습니다. 저희 그 항암 바이러스는 암세포를 직접 죽이는 능력은 매우 특별히 뛰어나고 또 종양의 조직이 성장하는 데 필요한 신생 혈관을 억제함으로써 항종양 효과를 더 정대시킬 수 있는 그런 장점이 있습니다. 또한 면역 항암제로서 작용이 될 수 있도록 여러 치료 유전자들을 잘 조합해서 익스프레션 시켰을 뿐 아니라 하나의 발암 기전만을 표적화하는 그런 표적 치료제가 갖고 있는 단점을 극복하기 위해서 다양한 발암 기전을 동시에 타겟팅함으로써 임상에서의 재발이 일어날 수 있는 그런 가능성도 낮추는 그런 장점도 있습니다. 또한 여러 종류의 표준 항암 치료법과 병용 투여를 했을 때 그냥 애디티브 정도가 아니라 진정한 의미의 상성적인 치료 효과를 유도할 수 있는 것도 확인한 바가 있고, 또 종양 조직에 있는 여러 미세환경, 저산소증이라든지 pH가 낮은 이러한 것들을 극복할 수 있는 그런 요소 기술도 또 저희가 탑재하였고, 또 나노 기술과의 병합을 통해서 온몸에 퍼져 있는 전이암을 타겟할 수 있도록 하였습니다. 그래서 잠깐 저희 바이러스의 특징을 조금 더 자세히 보시면 여기서 보시면은 암세포 내에서만 매우 선택적으로 증식해서 암세포만 죽이고 주변에 있는 정상 수직을 죽이지 않는 특징을 가지고 있고요. 또 경쟁 항암 바이러스 대비 치료 유전자를 발현시킬 때 약 6,200배 이상의 치료 유전자가 고발현되기 때문에 이러한 것으로 인해서 치료 효과가 매우 클 수밖에 없습니다. 따라서 이렇게 그 경쟁 항암 바이러스와 이렇게 비교를 해봤을 때 치료 효과가 매우 높다는 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 앞서 잠시 말씀드렸다시피 종양 조직에는 암세포로만 구성된 것이 아니라 이들 암세포를 서로 붙여주는 파란색의 이런 세포 외기질이 있는데요. 일반적인 항암 바이러스가 잘 증폭한다 하더라도 주변 암세포로 이렇게 건너뛰지 못하는 것은 여기에 축적되어 있는 이런 세포 외기질이 딱딱하게 길을 막고 있기 때문입니다. 하지만 저희 진 메디슨의 항암 바이러스는 이런 세포 외기질들을 낙다운, 분해할 수 있는 능력이 있기 때문에 증폭된 바이러스가 주변 암세포로 퍼져나가서 치료 효과를 높일 수 있는 그런 장점이 있는데, 실제로 이렇게 그 그린색을 띌 수 있는 바이러스를 암 조직에 투여를 하면 일반 항암 바이러스는 이런 니들 트랙 주변에만 있고 퍼져나가지를 못하기 때문에 매우 제한된 곳에 바이러스가 있는 것에 비해서 저희 GM 바이러스는 주변으로 크게 퍼져나감으로써 아주 밝은 그런 GFP의 발현을 볼 수 있고, 이러한 현상이 임상 샘플에서도 나타납니다. 그래서 대조군 항암 바이러스에 비해서 저희 항암 바이러스는 임상 암 조직에서도 널리 퍼져나간다는 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 비단 항암 바이러스만 이런 그 종양 내 확산이 제한돼서 생기는 문제가 있는 것이 아니라 모든 치료제는 같은 문제를 가지고 있습니다. 그래서 여러분들도 잘 아시는 많은 종류의 치료 항체들도 그냥 이렇게 저희가 그린 플로리센트 레이블링해서 전신 투여를 했을 때 이게 홀 튜머 이미징인데요. 굉장히 제한된 블라드 베슬 주변에만, 혈관 주변에만 있는 것에 비해서 저희 항암 바이러스와 같이 투여를 하면 혈관에서부터 빠져나와서 다른 부위로 퍼져나가는 것을 볼 수가 있습니다. 이것보다 훨씬 작은 스몰 몰레큘도 똑같은 문제가 있는데요. 이것도 홀 튜머 이미징인데 스몰 몰레큘인 독소르비신이 종양의 가장자리에만 머물러 있는 것에 비해서 저희 GM 항암 바이러스랑 같이 투여하면 전체 종양이 퍼져 있음으로써 치료 효과를 높일 수 있음을 알 수 있습니다. 저희 진메디슨에서 가지고 있는 파이프라인은 4개인데요. GM101 같은 경우에는 임상 1상이 이미 완료됐고 내년 4분기에 임상 2상이 진행될 예정입니다. GM102는 현재 비임상이 진행이 되고 있고 GM103는 비임상이 종료돼서 내년 2분기에 임상 1상이 진행될 예정에 있고요. GM104는 지금 현재 후보 물질이 도출돼서 비임상을 준비하고 있습니다. 이들이 타겟하고 있는 질환은 모두 암이지만 각각의 바이러스의 특징에 맞는 그런 타겟 암들을 정해서 진행할 예정이고요. 앞서 잠시 말씀드렸다시피 나노 테크놀로지를 통해서 전신 투여하는 플랫폼 테크놀로지도 가지고 있습니다. 먼저 저희 임상 1상 결과인데요. 이렇게 보시면 바이러스를 종양 내 투여했을 때 상당히 좋은 튜머 리스폰스, 약 80%의 암의 볼륨이 줄어드는 것을 알 수가 있고 투여된 곳뿐 아니라 이렇게 폐에 전이된 암들도 거의 사라지거나 감소하고 또 간에 있는 종양 조직도 거의 사라지거나 감소하는 것을 봐서 저희 항암 바이러스는 로컬 인젝션을 함으로 해도 전신에 퍼져 있는 그런 전이암들을 죽일 수 있을 거라고 생각을 합니다. GM102는 췌장암에 특화된 그런 항암 바이러스인데요. 경쟁 바이러스 대비해서 경쟁 바이러스 대비해서 굉장히 빠르게 증식이 이루어지고 또 이로 인해서 치료 효과가 매우 높다는 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 또한 젬사이타빈이라는 게 췌장암의 표준 치료제인데 이것만 투여를 하면 암세포를 죽이는 능력이 거의 한 5% 정도밖에 되지 않는다면 저희 GM102 항암 바이러스하고 같이 병용 투여를 하면 80% 이상의 아주 높은 암세포 살상을 가질 수가 있습니다. GM102의 항종양 효과인데요. 여기서 저희가 좀 강조를 하고 싶은 것은 지금 여기에서 사용한 바이러스 종양 모델은 굉장히 어그레시브해서 경쟁 항암 바이러스가 거의 치료 효과가 없는 것처럼 나타나지만 저희 GM102를 투여했을 때는 굉장히 치료 효과가 나타나고 또 이렇게 장감막에 전이된 것도 거의 다 완전히 없앨 수 있다는 것을 알 수 있습니다. 또한 체크포인트 이니비터의 대표적인 주자인 엔타이 PD-1하고 같이 투여를 하면 이런 컨비네이션에서 매우 좋은 치료 효과가 날 뿐 아니라 인비보에서도 젬사이타빈과 함께 했을 때 치료 효과가 매우 좋은 것을 알 수가 있습니다. GM103는 엔타이튜머 임뮤 리스폰스를 최대치로 유도함으로써 전이성 폐암과 간암을 치료하고자 개발된 바이러스인데요. 대조군 항암 바이러스 대비해서 저희 GM103의 항종양 면역 반응, 이것은 종양 특이적 면역 반응을 본 것인데 매우 크게 유도되는 것을 볼 수가 있습니다. 또한 이 결과도 굉장히 재미난 결과인데요. 이 튜머는 임문 데저티드 튜머, 즉 콜드 튜머입니다. 면역 세포들이 종양 조직에 거의 없는데 저희 GM103를 투여를 하면 종양 내에 많은 T셀, 덴드릭셀과 같은 면역 세포들이 들어와서 종양의 대부분들을 사멸시키는 것을 볼 수가 있고 또 타이머스는 T셀을 액티베이션 시키는데 매우 뛰어난 그런 기간인데 이러한 그 타이머스가 감소됨으로써 생기는 면역 억제 현상을 또 극복하는 그런 장점이 있습니다. 저희 항암 바이러스를 현존하는 지금 다른 경쟁 항암 바이러스와 비교를 한 실험인데요. 여기서 보시면 인비트로 실험에서도 저희 항암 바이러스가 경쟁 항암 바이러스 대비해서 월등히 좋은 것을 볼 수가 있고 인비보에서도 매우 좋은 것을 볼 수가 있습니다. 또한 여기서 제가 한 가지 강조하고 싶은 것은 저희 항암 바이러스가 사이즈가 아주 큰 종양에서도 매우 큰 좋은 치료 효과를 나타낸다는 겁니다. 보시다시피 종양의 사이즈가 1000세제곱밀리미터라면 정말 큰 사이즈인데요. 이러한 경우에도 완전히 리그레션을 시키는 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 끝으로 저희가 가지고 있는 플랫폼 테크놀로지인데요. 이 플랫폼 테크놀로지로 저희가 타겟팅한 이런 바이러스인 경우에는 기존의 그 바이러스 대비해서 치료 효과가 매우 높을 뿐 아니라 실제로 이것을 시스테믹 딜리버리, 전신 투여를 했을 때 가지 말아야 된 그런 간에서의 그런 어큐뮬레이션은 거의 10의 4승 이하로 떨어집니다. 그냥 100배, 200배 감소되는 게 아니라 10,000배 이상으로 감소가 되는 반면에 종양으로 가는 바이러스의 양은 한 1000배 이상으로 가게 됩니다. 그래서 실질적으로 가장 중요한 투모 투 리버 레이쇼가 크게 좋아지기 때문에 치료 효과뿐만 아니라 안전성도 매우 높다는 것을 알 수가 있습니다. 항암 바이러스를 제대로 만들기 위해서는 하나의 그 특허로 항암 바이러스를 만들기는 어렵습니다. 여러 특징을 함께 부여해야만 좋은 항암 바이러스가 되기 때문에 저희는 이러한 그 필요한 부분에 있는 특허들을 충분히 확보했다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 총 152건의 특허, 핵심 특허가 등록이 됐고 이 중에 108건은 국제 특허입니다. 끝으로 간단하게 지금 오늘 이 자리에서 만든 슬라이드인데요. 오늘 굉장히 CDMO 사업에 대해서 많은 얘기가 있었고 저희도 매우 중요하다고 생각을 합니다. 저희 파이프라인이 가속화돼서 임상에 들어가는데도 필요할 뿐 아니라 또 저희가 갖고 있는 25년 이상의 바이럴 벡터에 대한 생산 노하우를 온전히 녹여낼 수 있는 그런 장점이 있어서 저희가 이런 그 CDMO 그 GMP 제조소를 지금 추진을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 먼저 빠르게 제조소를 만들기 위해서 임대한 곳에서 1000평 정도의 규모에서 저희가 GMP 시설을 이미 짓고 있습니다. 그래서 내년 6월에는 공사가 완료되고 시운전을 시작할 수 있고 실제로 시제품 생산은 내년 4분기에 시작할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 또 다른 곳에서는 저희 땅에서 제대로 된 그런 생산 시설을 지어서 향후에 저희가 지금 가지고 있는 생산 라인이 5개 정도가 될 것이기 때문에 충분히 CDMO로 사업도 함께 할 수 있을 것으로 생각을 합니다. 저희 회사의 슬로건인데요. 저희 회사는 현존하는 항암 바이러스가 가지고 있는 그런 한계를 뛰어넘는데 그런 뛰어넘는 정도는 예상을 뛰어넘는 수준으로 하고 싶다는 것이 저희 회사의 목표입니다. 지금까지 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 발표를 진행해 주신 윤채옥 진메디신 대표님, 윤채옥 교수님께 감사의 말씀 전하겠습니다. 이상으로 글로벌 바이오 포럼 2021 준비한 모든 세션이 마쳤습니다. 긴 시간 경청해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 저는 2017년부터 글로벌 바이오 포럼의 사회를 맡아 진행하고 있습니다. 네, 시간은 5년밖에 지나지 않았는데 5년 사이에 바이오 분야에서는 10년치가 응축해서 흐른 듯 발전이 속도감이 있었습니다. 네, 참가자 여러분들께 유익한 시간이 되셨길 바라며 내년에는 더 나은 모습으로 찾아뵙도록 하겠습니다. 긴 시간 함께해 주셔서 감사합니다.